Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's towards first. Glove by Andrew Vaughn. And the White Sox are going to shut out the Astros in the first game of this three-game series, 2-0. The White Sox get the final out on a John Brevia after Jonathan Cannon went 8 2/3 of brilliant baseball. The White Sox best start of the year.
Oh, what a colossally boring waste of time that was last night. I mean,
Sean, they had 7 meek, soft hits.
Oh,
it was,
dude. Even the White Sox 2 runs were ground balls with the bases loaded that the Astros couldn't turn a double play on, and the guy comes trotting home. Oh,
that game didn't save. That's not going to save baseball. That game right there,
not here.
That's not going to appeal to the youth. No, Major League Baseball's got a big problem, and it's a June 18th game of the White Sox versus the. What do we call it? The malaised Astros. I'm going to call them the malaised Astros. Yeah. They're not the disastros. They're not horrendous, but there's a malaise.
Hey, man, they do have the 6th worst record in baseball right now.
6th worst?
That's the upper.
Shut up,
Seth.
Shut your whore mouth.
That's the. That's not an opinion. It's not an opinion.
It's
a fact.
False.
Seth,
you're spewing lies to the masses. I'm calling the FCC.
In the bottom quartile of losers, they are in the upper quartile of the bottom quartile.
Oh, we're the best of the worst?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, man. Yeah.
Oh, no. 6th worst.
6th worst record in baseball.
I was kind of digging through Baseball Savant this morning, trying to find reasons for hope or optimism and everything.
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
What'd you discover there, Shecky? What'd you find out?
I didn't discover that they're the 6th worst in baseball.
Yeah, that's all you got to do. Yeah. 33-40 now. The Astros are. I believe that's their record. So
who cares?
I think I tweeted it last night, and when you put it on Twitter, you're putting yourself out there. Chandler Rome tweeted they are 10 games back in the division for the first time since the final day of the 2016 season. So if you count the Astros' golden window to be 2017 and moving forward, which I think a lot of people do. Yeah, I know they made the playoffs in 2015 and they were competitive in 2016. I think most people view this window as the first season that they made a deep run that ended up resulting in their first championship, 2017. This is the first time they've ever been 10 games back in the championship window of 2017 to present. Yes, first time. They're done.
Do you off the top of your head remember how far back they were in the COVID season?
It was hard to get far back in the COVID season because it was only a 60-game season. It was. I'll go look during the break, but they finished sub 500 that year. But, 8 teams made the playoffs, and they made the ALCS. We know all that. They lose 2-0 last night. If you're just waking up and you chose not to watch it, I'm proud of you if you didn't. No Yordan Alvarez last night. And that to me, Seth, was the thing that the gut feel I had going into this game with no Kyle Tucker particularly, but then no Kyle Tucker, no Yordan Alvarez. And with Bregman having the season he's having right now, which is very up and down, not reliable. Altuve's not been his stats look good, but that's beefed up by a really good April. This without the glue that is Yordan Alvarez in the 3-hole, especially the way he's hitting in June right now, this lineup's not good. It's not a potent line. They got some professional hitters in there and whatnot, but it's not a potent lineup if you don't have Yordan Alvarez in them. He missed the game last night. For those who don't know, he missed it because of a family issue. It's hopeful that he's back tonight. But that was a tough watch last night. I think this team's toast. Everybody's got their breaking point, and last night was my breaking point with this team. I just this is This is it's going to be one
really,
of these summers, man. We haven't had one of these in a while.
You know, I was watching Michael Connor, who has a YouTube channel, Locked On Houston Sports, but he does a show after every Astros game, no matter how late it is. He invoked, and I was angry at him because I had no immediate response to it in my brain. He invoked the 2023 New York Yankees, and that look, that was a bad year for the Yankees last year. And what they do, they kind of just reset. They played some minor leaguers in the back half of the season. They went out and got Juan Soto.
Yeah, they went out and got Juan Soto.
I know. I'm just saying. What? Like, this is the 2023 Yankees. Like, this is you. I'm rapidly approaching the point where not only will I'm not just going to grudgingly admit that the Astros need to be sellers at the trade deadline. I'm going to say be aggressive sellers at the trade deadline.
Okay.
And just start. Bring your minor leaguers up. Get yourself in position to grab a Juan Soto in the offseason and awaken again next year.
Okay.
And spend $100 million into the luxury tax.
No, that's fair. Okay, so when the first thing I thought of in my mind was, well, yeah, they went and got Juan Soto. You're right. They haven't signed Juan Soto yet to a big deal.
I'm not talking about saving this team.
No.
I'm talking about the 2025 Astros.
I got it. No, and you're in the 2024 Yankees. My gut reaction was like, yeah, they got Juan Soto, and I in my mind I'm thinking, yeah, Juan Soto, who's going to make $50 million a year probably when he gets or whatever $40 million in free agency. They're getting Juan Soto on a rental year. Now, granted, a rental year where the Yankees have as good a chance of re-signing him as anybody.
Right. And again, I'm not talking about trying to save the Astros this season.
I understand.
I'm saying, how can the 2020? How can the Astros do what the Yankees did, which was turn 2023 into 2024 Yankees?
No, my frustration was that I don't know that there's a Juan Soto out there for the Astros going into next year. You know what I mean? That was my frustration. I'm like, yeah. They went and got a guy who might be the best player in baseball, and now they're good again. You know what I mean? Like, that's
Aaron Judge got hit in the hand, and he's fine.
Yeah.
There's everybody was like, oh, everybody pray for Yankees fans. Salt of the earth they are.
Did you see Jason Lockett-Forrest tweet about that, by the way? About Aaron Judge getting hit in the hand? Got a lot of attention. I gotta find it because I gotta read it because it was unbelievable.
I saw that people were upset about it, and that I just guessed that he was saying something like he hoped he got hurt or something like that.
Yeah, now they're playing the Orioles, and Jason Lockett-Forrest, who's from Baltimore, God, he may have deleted it by now. Who knows? But it was, let's see if okay, here we go. Aaron Judge. For those who missed it, Aaron Judge got beamed on the hand, and he doesn't refer to Soto by name in this tweet. He just calls him the jackass right fielder for the Yankees.
Oh, okay.
But Aaron Judge gets beamed in the hand, and Jason Lockett-Forrest, NFL insider, whose reports are wrong most of the time, he says if Aaron Judge is hurt, he should have a long talk with his jackass right fielder about how he runs the bases. Getting pinch hit for now. Oh, well, you know what they say about karma.
Wow.
And basically, he's saying that karma, you're like, hey, man, Juan Soto set the karma gods against you, and you got beamed in the hand. There were a lot of people.
By him not running the bases hard?
No. But I think Soto by Soto peacocking when he runs the bases.
Yeah.
Like Soto running. You know how baseball is.
Yeah.
When they're punishing somebody, more often than not, they punish a teammate of a guy.
Yeah.
So he was basically saying it's karma that Aaron Judge got hit in the hand last night.
Yeah, and what's the karma? Apparently karma weighed in and was like, yeah, and he's fine.
Right.
So I don't know where the karma is on that one.
Yeah.
Jason Lockett-Forrest, he can't even get karma right. Does he even understand karma and the way that it works?
Apparently not.
My God, yeah. Jason Lockett-Forrest, report something correctly for once in your life.
Yeah. Okay, so back to the Astros. Your thoughts on a reset here. I'm getting closer and closer to that. I think, I don't know, does Jim Crane have the ability to emotionally detach from Justin Verlander, Kyle Tucker, Framber Valdez, Alex Bregman? Those are your guys who are going to bring something back. Anybody else we're talking about trading? Trade Jake Myers. You're not going to get anything for him.
Tell me honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me honestly. How do you feel in your gut about how it's going to work out if they give Framber Valdez a long-term contract or if they give Alex Bregman a 3-year contract? Like compared to Kyle Tucker, an 8-year contract.
Oh, okay. I like this. So prioritize the contracts I would like to give out. Kyle Tucker, 8-year contract. Alex Bregman, short-term contract. Framber Valdez, whatever a starting pitcher gets these days. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would say I would go Tucker. Tucker for sure, number one. I think he's going to be an all-star for the next 10 years. So Tucker's the most reliable. The debate between Bregman and Framber is interesting because Framber, I feel like, is going to age better than – and Bregman's on the wrong side of 30 now. And I know Framber is loco. I know he's a bit of a head case.
Yeah.
But like last night was a lesser version of Framber, and he still gave you 6 innings and 2 runs. Like, he gave you a chance to win the game last night. He was walking a bunch of guys. He was getting squeezed enough that Joe Espada actually got a real ejection for a change, one where he actually argued with the umpires instead of politely asking for an ejection.
That was in the same inning where Jose Altuve got absolutely robbed in an at-bat. We saw Altuve as angry as he's ever been about a really bad strikeout call where there were 2 just obvious and immediate ball. You know what angered me about that too was that home plate umpire. He did the strikeout with oomph. Yeah. He really punched the air on that one on something that was 3 inches above the strike zone. Yeah, he gave him Aaron Judge's strike zone basically.
Yeah. That was bad. So to answer your question, I'd say Framber just because pitching. You know, it's because he's a.
So you're ranking it Tucker, Framber,
yes,
Bregman,
and Bregman because even that 3-year deal would probably be one of those ones where he can opt out after a year, and I'm not into that.
I'm at the point though too where with Framber, man, I could see it going 2 ways. I could see him getting a huge contract, and as age and wisdom sets in, him just cruising on out and playing out that contract really well. But there's also a part of me that wonders, man, when La Grasa gets a couple $100 million in the bank.
That's true.
Things might really go haywire. He might show up at 300 pounds.
I need to go back and read that article to see just exactly how many pairs of alligator shoes he has in his closet right now. That kind of thing.
The whole thing about that, though, is remember, I mean, he is making $12 million this year. It's not like all of a sudden for the first time in his life he's going to have money. So I feel like whatever version of Framber you're getting right now, or over the last couple of years, you got to include last year, the year before it. I don't think the money's going to change him at all.
What's yours? What's your order of those 3?
Tucker, and then get rid of everybody else.
Tucker,
sell them off.
Tucker,
get
and
them
then none of the above.
Prospects and young fellas. That's all I care about right now.
Yep.
There's enough uncertainty. In my gut, I don't feel good about Framber or Bregman long term. I don't feel awesome about those guys.
I don't either.
And I'll tell you what. Justin Verlander can take his 4.9 ERA that he's had in World Series games and go do that with some other team. Verlander at the trade deadline. Get him healthy, get him off the IL, and get this decrepit old. I can't be mean to him. He's old though, man. He's old.
Too late.
He's old.
You didn't think it. You said it. All right. Yeah. Verlander to the IL, by the way, with the neck injury. He is retroactive to June 16th. So by like July 1st, I guess he's eligible to come off.
One of the nice things baseball does is they give you credit for time served.
Yeah. Exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running on a very frustrating Wednesday morning for the Houston Astros. All right, up next, Texans training camp schedule is announced. If you do not have your tickets yet, it means you're not a season ticket holder. Tickets go on sale, air quotes, tomorrow. They're free, but you got to get them on Ticketmaster. The things that you need to know as a fan for Texans training camp is coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, it's been crazy. You know, I've been everywhere I go. If it's out the country, in the country, I mean, I see Texan gear everywhere. I see 7 jerseys, I see Style jerseys, you know. So, I mean, just to have that, you know, that I think what it is, inspiration, you know. I think just to inspire people like that is just a blessing in its own right. You know, I can do nothing but just thank God and, you know, my family and just everybody who's spilled, you know, something into me as a kid, you know what I'm saying?
That was C.J. Stroud yesterday. He had his kids camp yesterday. It was out at St. Thomas High School here in Houston, and just in the nick of time because the weather is terrible today. So he got it in just in time yesterday. But man, Seth, there was the stars were out yesterday. Tank Dell was out there. Terrell Owens was out there yesterday with C.J. C.J.'s family was out there. The McNairs were out there. Thousands of kids out there. It was a big time at CJ's camp out there yesterday.
Did you say that audio is courtesy of Aaron Wilson? Was that?
I did not say it was courtesy of Aaron Wilson because I don't know if I got it from Aaron Wilson.
Oh, okay, all right. I think
might have been
Aaron
Sarge.
Wilson,
it might have been one of them. It was a press conference that he did. Yeah,
I would say no, and I wasn't calling you out for that. I was just because I noticed yesterday I was getting a lot of it from Aaron Wilson. I'd say Aaron Wilson and Sarge. I bet they probably I feel like they've probably picked up on a whole lot of fundamentals of football because they're at like every player's camp. It's impressive.
They're at everything.
I feel like they probably are picking up all these little nuances from these guys. They've been coached by C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Terrell Owens, all these guys.
The nuances of two things: how to play football and philanthropic endeavors, because they're at every charitable event and every kids camp, and it's impressive. I'm glad you pointed that out. It is impressive. So yeah, kudos to them getting that audio out there for us. So that was CJ yesterday at his kids camp. Did not expect to see Terrell Owens out there, but he was. I don't know what the tie is.
I wonder what Terrell Owens does for money. What's his employment? I bet he's got such a big name, and he's got the Hall of Fame status and everything. Even though he boycotted the ceremony, he probably makes a nice buck just going around doing appearances and stuff like this.
Dude, he's still in shape. Like he could probably do workout videos and stuff.
Yeah, I think there was some interview where he claimed he could still play out there. Any of these guys, Chad Ochocinco is claiming he can still play. All these guys. Which I don't know. Maybe for one game in the playoffs
snaps
or something.
Yeah, man. Can you do you have a route that you can go to that's going to be foolproof till you're like 65 years old?
Yeah, kind of like Gronk in the playoffs, where Gronk and Kelsey are the two guys who in their waning years were not that good in the regular season. I'm including Kelsey in that from this past season, but then in the playoffs, man, that's savvy. Just in that ability to get open at the right times. I bet Terrell Owens could still do that. I'd take him over Donovan McNabb, I'll tell you that much right now.
I wonder what Donovan McNabb's tipping the scale at these days. Because he was always kind of
a heftier fella.
Chunky, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Texans training camp. The team announced yesterday all the particulars. Here's what you need to know if you're a fan, because I got a lot of that yesterday. Now, the season ticket holders already got their crack at tickets to the open fan practices. So that's how it goes. So Tuesday, Ticketmaster opened for them at 10 a.m., and they were able to get tickets for one of the 8 open practices that the Texans are having. We'll give you the dates on those in just a second here. But what you need to give yourself a reminder for, set a reminder for like 9:55 a.m. tomorrow if you're not a season ticket holder. And I believe they're setting some aside for non-season ticket holders. And at 10 a.m. tomorrow on Ticketmaster, tickets become available for the 8 Texans practices that are open to the public. Now, if you're going, man, this feels early. Why is training camp starting on July the 18th is the first day of the first practice. That's the very first day they'll be out on the grass. That's not open to the fans, by the way. Why so early? Blame Andre Johnson for being so damn good at football. It's because they're in the Hall of Fame game. That's why everything's starting a week early this year.
Yeah.
So it's because Andre Johnson is good at football and got put into the Hall of Fame. So they.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think anybody's blaming anybody. I feel like Texans fans are amped up and happy to get started a week early.
No, I'm being sarcastic. I'm pumped for it. It's like Christmas got pushed up a week. It's awesome. So there's that. The Hall of Fame game is on August the 1st. The Texans will not be in Houston for basically about 10 days. They're going up to the Hall of Fame game, travel on July the 31st. They're not coming back to Houston until after they play Pittsburgh on August the 9th.
Where are they going to be practicing? Cleveland?
Yeah, somewhere in Ohio. It's on the schedule that we got sent. Some college campus up in Ohio. Yeah, probably the Cleveland area, I would guess.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for them getting out of the
dorms. You guys have pillow fights and everything. That'd be good.
Do you think they're going to stay in dorms, or are they going to stay in hotels these days?
I hope they stay in a dorm with no air conditioning. I hope they go old school on this. And, yeah, pillow fights. They can go play pranks on the dean. Just do a bunch of that good old college campus stuff. That a lot of these guys, frankly, more and more, these guys didn't have the traditional college experience. Because, they're transferring from here to there, driving around Ferraris. They were robbed. They were robbed of being poor college kids, what with NIL and the transfer portal.
Yep.
They've had to drive luxury vehicles,
That's
separated
true.
from the masses, only spending 1 year here, then 1 year somewhere else, these poor kids.
Yep.
Give them their college experience.
Which Texans are most likely to go streaking across the quad at the college where they're staying for their
Tank Dell, because he's least likely to get even caught on camera.
Yeah.
They'll be like, they'll look at the security footage and they'll be like, what was that? That little flash of light? No, that was a person? No, we can't arrest that kid.
I feel like Will Anderson is up for anything. You know what I mean? Like if there's like 4 or 5 Texans going streaking, he's like, cool, where are we going?
No, Will could be duped into it very easily.
Yeah.
I think like if somebody just questioned his commitment to the team or something and told him that, like, man, this is what you're supposed to do to show the team that you care, he would do it, and he would do it like he would try to do it better than anybody else has ever done it.
Dameon Pierce would be the first streaker to ever go intentionally knock things over, like statues and benches and garbage cans and stuff like that.
People would think it was a political statement because, like, it turns out the founder of the university was like every other dude in 1850.
Right. But he was really just running into it because it was there.
Yeah.
So they will not be here.
Turns out this guy didn't want women to vote in 1822.
And the hero we needed was Dameon Pierce to knock over his statue naked. All right, so they will not be here for about a week. The practices that are open to the public, I'll give the dates out here. I get it. Some of you are in your cars, but just know that the last 5 practices of July are all open to the public. Up till July 30th is not, but 23rd, 24th, 26th, 27th, 29th, and there's nothing special about any of those practices. They're all like 9 a.m. out there at the facility, hardcore Texans practice. They have 3 more after they get back from the Pittsburgh game. August the 11th is a night practice. Those are fun.
Yeah, those are fun.
5:30 on Sunday evening, August the 11th.
Those are fun as players, too, just because it's a different environment and it feels a little bit more like an event, or it's just, the crowd's a bit more boisterous. It's not as hot.
Yes.
That's a big thing.
That's the big thing.
Yeah, at that point during camp, you've gotten really tired of being out in the Houston heat at 9 to 11 a.m., right, just when it's still super, super humid, those night practices are fun.
But when it's over, it's like 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and guys are hanging out with their families and things like that. It's a fun vibe.
Back in my day, you had to wait for the ephedrine to wear out, to drain out of your system, so it was going to mess up your sleep that night.
Right.
I don't know how many mini thins I can take before this practice. But I got to put on a show for the fans.
For the fans. So
empties the whole bottle in my mouth.
That's right. And then after the night one on the 11th, they've got 2 more. One on the 21st, and then the one I think that's going to be the most popular and should be is the joint practice with the Rams. That's the last one that's open to the public. That's on August the 22nd. So kids are back in school at that point. But if you can make it out, if you can miss work and get out there, the joint practices are the best. Last year was the Dolphins joint practices. Those were a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, they were. I think that the Rams practices, depending on how much Stafford goes or what have you, I'm looking forward to having Sean McVay there as opposed to Matt Patricia. Remember the Matt Patricia combined practice where he almost killed Landry Locker.
He did.
He's driving around on that stupid 4-wheeler that he had because he had broken his stupid Achilles, or he'd torn his stupid Achilles tendon.
Yeah.
Or broken his leg or something.
Whatever.
Yeah. And he was carting around like he was he thought he was a badass. With this grumpy scowl on his camouflage four-wheeler.
Running over media members. Yeah.
Sitting there just taking in that Bill Belichick annuity.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, got my job because I was one of the worst defensive coordinators in the Patriots run, but somehow I parlayed that into a job.
Yeah. Belichick welcomes him back. So, hey, by the way, did you see Belichick, man, for a 72-year-old dude? Impressive game. Did you see the I'm assuming this is authentic because I went and cross-checked the autograph with several other Bill Belichick autographed items to make sure. But we know that his 24-year-old girlfriend, I've seen 23, I've seen 24, much younger than him, almost 5 decades younger than him, that he reportedly met on a plane, and the icebreaker was she was working on a philosophy project, and he got talking to her, and
she was a 21 or 22-year-old college student at the time.
Yeah. So they kind of bonded over that. She posted, I'm assuming this is her posting this, a picture of the deductive logic book that was the basis of their conversation. And
who was that? Goldfarb? Yeah, he's my favorite deductive logician.
Goldfarb, deductive logic.
Goldfarb wrote that one.
Yeah.
Of all the deductive logic textbooks I've read, that was my favorite.
One of the great philosophers of our time. We had Socrates, Plato, and Goldfarb. But Belichick, pretty good power move here, Seth. I'm curious what you think of it. He says, Jordan, thanks for giving me better handwriting, please. Thanks for giving me a course on logic. Safe travels. It was February 11th, 2021, and he autographs it, Bill Belichick, and then lists all 6 of the Super Bowls that he was the head coach for.
Dude, I'm going to tell you what, Sean. That's a pixelation problem on your part if you're criticizing his handwriting. This is, by modern standards, that's some pretty damn impressive handwriting by Bill Belichick.
The on logic looks like analogic, so it's the spacing of the words for me maybe a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, I think it's, you know what it is? You're not used to reading cursive anymore.
Maybe.
That's really good handwriting.
Yeah.
But then, he lists all the Super Bowl championships.
Yeah.
Ah, boy.
Hey, when I'm sitting next to a 24-year-old doing her philosophy project.
She's 22-year-old, Sean.
It was 22 at the
most.
time, yeah.
She would have been 21 or 22.
Yeah, so 21 at the time. Should I, if she asks me to autograph her logic book, should I list all 5 of my Jim Rome smack-off titles? Do you think that would impress her?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
that's stature, that's status,
yeah,
that's success. Those are the things the ladies like, man.
Yeah.
I think you should do that.
Yeah.
Is there a pool of groupies for the Smack Off Award winners?
Jim Rome used to get females to his his tour stops back in the day. I don't know that
Jim Rome groupies more than
But if they're Jim Rome groupies, they know the smack off, and I'll get some of that Jim Rome rub off.
They might look at you guys as kind of like the roadies.
Right.
It's like, oh, maybe if I like an obstacle, a step along the way to getting closer to Jim Rome. I had this vision of remember in Real Genius, the movie, where there was that hot woman that was like trying to rack up super geniuses that she'd slept with. I feel like there's a couple women out there that just want to rack them. She wants to rack up Smack Off Award winners.
It's a very specific fetish for sure.
You would be the penultimate Smack Off Award winner, right? You've got the second most wins?
I've got the second most now, yeah. Yep. So good move, Bill Belichick, man. Listing all those Super Bowl championships.
Deductive logic, more like seductive logic.
Am I right?
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So, Ticketmaster tomorrow, 10 a.m., if you want to go out to Texans practice. All right, headlines. Another legend. Man, the legends are dropping like flies these days. Another legend passes away. We've got news, not just bad final scores, but we've got news with the Astros that we've got to get to as well. A whole lot of stuff to get to here in a busy day in headlines. That is coming up next. But first, my man, Dr. Ben Salento.
SportsRadio.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
That one's towards first. Led by Andrew Vaughn, and the White Sox are going to shut out the Astros in the first game of this 3-game series, 2-0. The White Sox get the final out on a John Brebbia after Jonathan Cannon went 8 2/3 of brilliant baseball. And the White Sox best start of the year.
I was kind of hoping they'd leave Cannon in there at the end there for that last out. You know, young guy, complete game shutout, sitting right there, one out away. I know he's at like 107 pitches, but man,
you're going to put him up against the onslaught that is June Jake Myers, Sean? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he had to get through Caratini. That's right, yeah. Yes, Caratini on the final out there. So I was kind of hoping for the kid's sake, not for the Astros' sake. I'm like, man, leave him in. You won 19 games this year. Let him throw 3 more pitches and see what happens. You lose. But they didn't. They took him out. Bebbia or whatever his name is came in and got the final out of the game. The Astros lose last night, 2-0 to the Chicago White Sox on a day where Yordan Alvarez missed the game because he had a family issue. Justin Verlander goes to the IL with whatever this neck issue is. He won't be back until the beginning of July at the earliest. The Astros now sit 10 games out in the division for the first time since the end of the 2016 season, which we all know that's the last time the Astros didn't make the postseason, was in 2016. My big fear is that whatever this is, malaise was the word you used before, I think it's a good word for this, that this is going to continue, and we are going to see a ton of first time since ... over the rest of the year. You know, like in a bad way.
We've already seen a bunch of it already.
Yeah.
And it could only get worse. I don't know. We were talking about it during one of the breaks, that if the Astros became sellers, like aggressive sellers at the trade deadline, I think fans are reaching the point where they'd be totally cool with that. I mean, if they continue at this rate and this pace, there'd be no reason to make some kind of run and sabotage your future for trying to salvage this team of, frankly, baseball players who aren't showing that they deserve to get buttressed at the trade deadline.
Right.
There's nothing about this team right now that feels like, oh yeah, this is like a bunch of hustling go-getters that's gonna snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. There's just none of that.
There's nothing inspiring about this team. There's nothing. They had the one stretch where they won a bunch of games in a row back in May, and then 6, whatever it was, 7 out of 8, something like that. And that was cool, but half of it was against the A's. It's like.
They can't schedule more games against the A's. Major League Baseball won't allow it. They're aligned against the Astros when it comes to scheduling more games against the A's.
Send all the petitions they want to play the A's more. It's not going to work.
Or even the White Sox, if that's even a thing. Yeah. How about, would you like some more games against the hapless White Sox?
No, it's not going well so far.
You're not going to Yeah. Jonathan Cannon. Yeah.
Verlander to the IL. Look, this is... Trade for a 40-year-old pitcher. This is what you sign up for.
Trade for a 40-year-old pitcher. That again, like that's not. It's the deal is good. The Mets are paying half his salary, all of that. But yeah, as you're trying to figure out, where I know Jim Crane never wants to admit defeat or anything, there does come a point where, all right, some of the things that you've done, and I don't know if Dana Brown, if left to his own devices, would have traded for Verlander, or done a lot of the things that involve the older players. Abreu wasn't his move at all, but I certainly don't think that he would have made that. Dana Brown is a guy you hire, frankly, to get the results that you're already starting to see from the draft.
Yeah.
Which is, you've got 4 guys elevated up to AA from this year's draft already. Like there's some reasons to start feeling good about Dana Brown already when it comes to his ability to evaluate and build through the draft. And I think Dana Brown kind of alluded to it in his press conference. I don't think that if they do any moves to try to improve this year's current team, I don't think they're going to be trading away prospects to do it. So I don't know. Does Dana Brown get fired at the end of this season because he won't do Jim Crane's bidding and sell away the farm system to try to grab a wild card spot? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to say they won't do it. I'm going to say if they do it, it means it wasn't Dana Brown's move. It was because I think Crane's capable of doing anything. So
you know what made me wistful for Jeff Luhnow? This morning I was reading an article in The Athletic by Ken Rosenthal. And Rosenthal, who was not big on the Abreu signing at the time, he brought up the fact that the Astros tried to sign Jose Abreu in 2013 when, frankly, the Astros really had no business signing somebody like Jose Abreu, except that Jeff Luhnow at that point already had this plan to go in big on Cuban players. And, he would end up doing it with Hughley, get a guy who's a legend in Cuba, and become this beacon for Cuban players who the Astros have done great things with and just had a huge edge. Because the Astros, at a time when a lot of Major League Baseball teams weren't quite sure how to evaluate Cuban players because they don't play that many games in a year, and just there wasn't a lot of Luhnow was all in on trying to just get as much talent as possible, and they were $4 million off of the White Sox deal in 2013, but obviously they were a decade late in getting him at the right time.
Imagine getting that Jose Abreu for that period of Astros baseball. At first base.
Yeah, I know. I wonder.
Like all-star MVP level Jose Abreu at first base for that.
I mean, it might have had an effect afterwards where you end up being more aggressive in free agency, and some of the younger guys, maybe George Springer gets brought up a little bit earlier. Who knows?
Maybe. Yeah, that's interesting. So the Astros lose. They're back at it tonight in Chicago against the White Sox. Willie Mays passes away last night at the age of 93. Hell of a run, man. You got that 9 handle in front. You did some good things. 24 straight All-Star games for Willie Mays. This is just less than a week after. We've had Jerry West, Bill Walton, and Willie Mays in the last 2 weeks, man. It's been a rough couple of weeks for some legendary folks in sports. But Willie Mays, Seth, of course, probably best known to this generation as being Barry Bonds' godfather as much as anything else because he stopped playing. His final season was in 1973. The show before ours, our lead-in, Maggie and Perloff, their topic they were doing in the first hour was, hey, call in with your Willie Mays memories. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a really good way to partition off your audience into 65 years old and above.
A lot of home health aides trying to dial the phone for the person in their charge.
I mean, what? Call in with your Willie Mays memories. He stopped playing in 73. You've got to be 62 years old to even have had a Willie Mays memory.
I'm gonna put you on speakerphone, Ebenezer, okay? And you're gonna talk to the person on the radio.
Is there a better old person?
Pull over the gramophone,
Is there a better old person named than Ebenezer?
The only problem with Ebenezer is that it's associated with Scrooge.
Yeah.
But I've known many charitable Ebenezers in my life that didn't need to be shocked and scared by some ghost. Okay.
Call in with your.
They're more scared of James Garfield than anything.
William Taft. Call in with your Willie Mays memories.
Scared of Roosevelt's policies.
Man, we've already got a lead in on Thursday and Friday with all 60-plus-year-olds. Man, come on, give us a few 20-somethings on the lead in here, man.
Willie Mays did it. I'll tell you though, like Willie Mays, I think did. He spent. Even though he played, how many seasons did he play in Major League Baseball? 23?
A ton.
He still spent, far longer in retirement, and he did that. He was like an elder statesman, mentor, just as dignified as you could be in the way you go about your post-career life. And obviously played in an era when it wasn't the easiest to be a black baseball player in America.
He played 24 years. He was not an all-star in all of them. And you know who I give blame on this to? Field Yates tweeted out yesterday that Willie Mays was an all-star 24 times. He was not. So stop feeding back. Stick with football, bro. Stick with football. And to the show before us, stop doing topics where you're partitioning off the audience into people 75 years old and older. That's all. So R.I.P. Willie Mays. Caitlin Clark versus Angel Reese earlier this week. You know, the game where Angel Reese caught all sorts of heat for a flagrant foul on Caitlin Clark. Highest WNBA ratings on TV in 23 years. This game was on CBS, one of the CBS's, in the Paramount Plus app. 2.25 million viewers. A 225% increase over a similar window last season. I don't know, man. I know this Caitlin Clark stuff has gotten very politicized in some circles. I think at its core, if it doesn't get too politicized, the Reese versus Clark rivalry is tremendous for this league, in my opinion.
The Magic Johnson versus Larry Bird dynamic. If those two develop, I mean, that's the key, right? They have to develop into players of the stature of those two guys.
Yeah, they got to play in important
games. Then it can be epic, right? If only one of them takes off, or if one of them, then who the hell cares? So they've got the right amount of sports animosity. It's just a matter of, okay, if these two end up being the great players, and this is like grudge matches between their teams for championships and whatnot, it could be really cool to watch.
A lot of fun. Yeah.
And we'll be 50 years from now, we'll be saying, you and I, our jars will be in a brain, or we'll have downloaded our consciousness to a computer by that point, however we do it. We'll be asking for people to call in with their favorite Angel Reese memories.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yep.
130-year-old hosts Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast. Call in. Or send in telepathically your thoughts, because at that point we'll all communicate telepathically at that point.
Have your AI say what you would want to say if you were more eloquent, and then just send it in.
Yep.
And we'll have our monkeys, who will be able to speak by then.
Oh, no.
We'll have advanced the evolution on them in a lab. We'll have one of our trained monkeys read it for you.
I think you're being way too optimistic. We'll be working for the monkeys at that point.
You think so?
Yeah, probably so.
I look forward to the day. You hear me, monkeys out there? You hear me, you orangutans? I welcome the day when you guys are in charge. I've pulled for you all along. I'll be willing. I'll kill whoever you want me to kill.
It's not true. You should hear what he says about you off the air, monkeys. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you, heading into the 7 o'clock hour. All right. We talked yesterday about, okay, what are the reasons now to watch the Astros if this is who they are and this is what they're going to be? And it's last night only exacerbated those feelings. I do know this. The All-Star game and the balloting is very important, and I'm going to give you a reason why to go vote coming up next. But first, Crash Champions. Yeah, the weather's horrible today, and I know that some of your listeners
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, quick. I'm not going to call this a correction on the Willie Mays back of the baseball card. I was scorning Field Yates of ESPN for saying that he was a 24-time All-Star, played in 24 All-Star games. And I'm looking and I'm like, man, I'm looking at this, and there's only like 17 years that he was an All-Star, something like that. I looked it up. It's because back from 1959 to 1962, they played 2 All-Star games a year. The All-Star game was a doubleheader. So they played 2 All-Star games. So are we giving him credit? So that makes him a 20.
Wait, it was a doubleheader, or they had it in 2 separed windows during
whatever.
the year?
There were 2 All-Star games in a season. Yeah, there were 2.
He's factually correct, though, Sean. And you know.
Yes. Okay.
You were not.
I guess. I guess.
I like that little. How would that go over today? 2 All-Star games. 2 All-Star breaks.
It would go over horribly because, 1, people don't like breaks in their sports, and 2, All-Star games suck now. Back then, I'll give them this. It was worth having 2 All-Star games because the guys are probably trying, like back in the day.
Sean, plus you, okay, what if they had the World Baseball Classic mid-season?
Why are you doing this at 7 o'clock? Why are you bringing up the World Baseball Classic right now?
Because that would be awesome, man. Altuve gets hit in the hand during the World Baseball Classic.
Man. There used to be 2 All-Star games for a chunk of Willie Mays' career. So, sorry, can we all agree on this? He was really good at baseball. We'll all agree on that. Speaking of the All-Star game, as meaningless as the actual game is itself and as bad as it's gotten, it is still a barometer for greatness. It is still something that is used as a measurement when GOAT talks roll around, when all-time talks roll around, when, more importantly, Hall of Fame talks roll around. And I will say this, Jose Altuve, who I think is going to be a Hall of Famer someday, but for some reason will probably still have to answer for the sign-stealing scandal, as he still does to this day with some people. There will be voters that'll hold off on voting for him. You know, they do that little punishment where they'll put him in timeout for a few years and then put him in, which I think is stupid and unfair. The balloting is going on for the All-Star game right now. Jose Altuve leads the fan balloting at second base. Now, the way that it works is the fan balloting phase 1 will close a week from tomorrow, June 27th, and then the top 2 at each position and the top 6 in the outfield will go into a runoff to see who starts in the All-Star game. Jose Altuve has been in 8 All-Star games. He started 5. If he gets into one more All-Star game, he ties for the second most at second base in the history of baseball with Red Schoendienst and Bobby Doerr, who played like a century ago. Like, we're talking, you feel how you want to about the All-Star game and fan balloting and everything else. This stuff matters when it comes to big-time conversations for things that I think we all want for Jose Altuve once his career is over. That snuck up on me, man. Like, you're talking about being in conversations of all time. I know he's 34. He's been doing it a long time. And one more, Seth, he ties Ryan Sandberg for most of all time. Like, Jose Altuve is 2 All-Star games away from being the most decorated, 3 from being the most decorated second baseman All-Star-wise in the history of the game.
The one thing that I wondered about when I saw this is like the first few All-Star games Altuve made were when, he was the team's designated All-Star.
Yeah.
They instituted that rule in 1935.
Right.
That was I thought that was a more recent. I thought that was more recent, but yeah. So both Bobby Doerr and Red Schoendienst were playing in that era when everybody had to get sent. So there's no like, oh, well, this is less impressive than when these guys did it historically.
Yeah, I would submit, too. I got to go back and look when Jose started making All-Star. He made his first one in 2012.
Yeah.
I mean, he did hit 290 that year. He had 167 hits. That would be the only one I would say that he made it on that rule, because the next year Jason Castro made it for the Astros in the really bad year in 2013. From then on, he was winning batting titles,
Yeah.
So, there's really only – I was
just putting that out there in case anybody had that objection in their mind. That's all I'm saying.
It's a good point. No, it's a really good point. I just wanted to make sure, that I wasn't just, kind of just doing a drive-by on that. But I think from 2014 on – I mean, he won the batting title in 2014, so from then on he was Altuve. But But I'm into the All-Star balloting, man. So I tell you this, the advice they always say, get out and vote. Get on the internet, get in your 5 votes for today, get in your 5 votes for tomorrow. You're allowed to go to every team's website and vote a few times.
I do think, and I wonder just if I'm growing more and more confident that the being better than everybody else scandal, for which now, most people in baseball know and understand that Altuve didn't participate. Like the people, even some of the dumber writers, and they've gotten rid of some of the really dumb writers that don't even follow baseball anymore. They've changed who the voting pool is. Mm-hmm. But that like Altuve didn't participate, and then that people are recognizing him on his own merits. Like he's number one. He's not amongst fans too. He's number one in the voting. I don't think, and this is long before he's going to be eligible for the Hall of Fame. I think it's going to be a non-issue when it's time to vote him.
That's a really good point. Like this is at least one barometer that the fans have moved on from it.
Yeah.
And now you should too, crotchety old baseball writer. Right?
Yes.
Yeah. This is weird to see, just not to go deep on the All-Star voting, but I looked at an article yesterday that listed like the top 10 at each position in each league and the top 20 outfielders. Mike Trout it's just really weird to see because even years when Mike Trout was injured, he'd still be one of the top 2 or 3 vote getters. He's 9th. He's 9th among outfielders right now, not amongst overall votes, like 9th amongst outfielders right now. So if he doesn't get voted in, Seth, this will be the first time since 2012 that Mike Trout doesn't get voted in by the fans.
I guess that's just at least a little bit of sanity. The fact that he's 9th in a season in which he played 29 games at all, and had a .220 batting average, by the way.
Yeah.
That's there's a certain amount of absurdity to fan voting on these things, and just it's at least part just how big of a celebrity you are. So I don't look at that as anything all that remarkable, other than like, okay, the voting process is only kind of flawed. He played 29 games this year.
No,
he's 9th in All-Star voting.
Yeah, no, I just know, but he is that big a star. It's just jarring when he's been automatically in every year in the fan voting to like, okay, now they're out on him.
Well, and that's where it's been so absurd. Like 2020 played 53 games. 2021.
2020 was a COVID
sorry.
year.
Okay, 2021, 36 games. Sorry, Sean. 2021, 36 games. 2022, he played damn near 2/3 of all the games, 119.
Yeah.
And then 2023, 82 games.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy is since the COVID year, 3 out of 4 seasons he's played 82 games or less, and yet in 3 of those seasons previous, he was an All-Star.
Yeah, here we are. Here we are. The Mike Trout irrelevance era is upon us. Hey, I know you saw this over the weekend. We had seen this last week when you were out, but this. As long as we're talking about overrated and underrated, and because the players are eventually going to have to vote on some of these guys for reserves and things like that. I love this poll The Athletic does every year where they poll 100 players on all these different categories and most overrated, most underrated. Best vibe was one they had this year. You'd like on your team most because of the vibes.
Yeah, Correa got a lot of votes for that one.
Oh, did he?
His vibage
Good
didn't
vibage?
just it wasn't just like that last year when he was really very much trying to be the obvious leader and going out and visiting pitchers and everything. Yeah, they like his vibes.
Well, they think he's overrated, too, because he finished 3rd in the most overrated on this poll.
Yeah. That's actually, it's that much harder to have good vibes when people also think that you're overrated.
Because Brandon Scott and I took a run at this thing last week. I know you just saw it. Like, what jumped out at you? What jumped out at you the most about what the players?
Well, I think the first one, the Astros only received 1 vote for team with the worst reputation. They didn't even make the graph. The graph was pretty damning.
They got the also receiving votes at the bottom.
Yeah. So one angry dude out there said that the Astros. It's probably, I'm trying to think of who from that era.
Fires probably.
I think the fact that I wish they had given them weighted votes. They could only vote for one, because there's a chance that the A's by far got the most votes, and then the White Sox after that. But maybe some guys would have put like the Astros or somebody else. The Angels were in 3rd place. But, the Astros aren't even – they don't have a bad reputation amongst players, which speaks to what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Amongst baseball players and baseball people, the being better than everybody else scandal is just distant history. Nobody really thinks about it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be interesting if they did like you just said, if they did it like MVP-style voting where it was 1 through 5, if the Astros might have shown up more like, okay, they're not the worst, but they still have kind of a bad reputation. That would have been interesting. But, yeah, the A's ran away with this. What did you think of the analytics part of this thing?
I thought it was interesting that the vast majority of players, 76 out of 100, thought that analytics have helped their career. 10.8% said no difference. 8.6% said both helped and hurt, and only 3% said hurt. And I'm guessing those are all pitchers that are just like still bitter over the shift. And I would submit that usually when a pitcher is bitter about the shift, it's because that team's analytics staff sucked. It's not analytics itself. It's just that team screwed that dude too many times with their shifts, just inappropriate or poorly planned shifts. So 76%, like that, the whole Moneyball era arguments of analytics or no analytics, that's distant history. The players themselves totally understand. And I think what players appreciate, Correa was huge on this. There was one word, and I'm pretty sure that this is Correa. It allowed the world to know I'm good at defense. Because remember Correa, I'm not sure that it was Correa that gave that, but Correa was the one to bring up like how Derek Jeter's defensive analytics numbers were bad compared to other guys and everything. And Correa's a guy that his WAR was always really high up, mostly because he was one of the best defensive players in the league. So guys like that, I think, really appreciate it. There are aspects of the game that everybody cared about, but like on the baseball team and within baseball, and yet that fans didn't give a single damn about, and there were no stats on it. I think some of the defensive stuff really like helps some players feel like, okay, yeah, they see my total worth at least.
Yeah, it might not be Correa, but I would bet that it's Correa that said that.
If they told you that was Correa, you would not be surprised
at all.
You'd say, okay, that makes sense.
To your point, if I had to guess who it was, I would guess Correa is who I would guess.
That was like when he's a WAR leader in the league, it's typically because he's got the best defensive WAR amongst all the guys in the top 5 or top 10 or whatever.
Yep. Texter hypothesizing Trout lost the Asian vote with Ohtani leaving the team. You know what? That it's all done over the internet? That could be. I mean, there could be something to that. Maybe. I mean, he was getting voted in plenty before Ohtani was there, too,
I feel like the fact that they give you 30 votes still it annoys me. I need to know how they arrived on 30 votes. I feel like that's where I think they would have gone 100 votes, but somebody said, all right, then we're just really taking advantage of our fan base, and we're getting all this extra screen time and clickage and everything else. They're helping out our website metrics because we're just encouraging people to abandon their families and click on this 100 times.
That's a good point. 30 is a very arbitrary. There's 30 teams. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. It's a very arbitrary number. You're right.
Yeah.
So I don't know about Trout with the Asian vote. I will say this. That Ohtani not being in the American League anymore and being on the ballot as the DH, very good for Yordan Alvarez. Ohtani not being in the American League is good for everybody that aspires to win an award or make an all-star team. He was a guaranteed spot every year,
So, yeah, Kyle Tucker's the one that I'm going to be watching most closely when it comes to all-star voting. And how firm is his grip on third place right now?
Oh, good question. I can look that up as we're talking about. That's all right.
But he just the fact. I'd much rather see him if he makes a push in the second half of the season to regain some ground on the two Yankees. That'd be like Juan Soto and Aaron Judge have pulled away from Tucker, where for a while Tucker was better than Soto in a lot of respects, but nobody was talking about him. That between the injury and just not those other two guys playing out of their brains, he's lost some ground there.
He's lost some ground in the voting too. They're way out in front in the voting. Judge leads everybody in the American League. Judge has as of Tuesday, almost 1.4 million votes. Soto 1.2 million votes. Kyle Tucker third with a little under 600,000 votes. So he's less than 50% of those guys.
Right, yeah. So my question about how firm is his grip on the third spot, it's okay. Stephen Kwan, who's in fourth, has 120,000 fewer votes than Kyle Tucker.
That's
right
a
now.
pretty firm hold on
130,000 fewer.
Yeah, that's a pretty firm hold, I would say. So there you go. But the big thing is Altuve. We got to get Altuve into these All-Star games the next 3 years so he can be the greatest second baseman of all time. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's shift gears over to the Texans. Training camp gets going on July the 18th. They made that official. There are 8 fan practices. I'm just bringing this up as a reminder. Give yourself a reminder sometime before 10 a.m. tomorrow to get your phone ready for 10 a.m. What do you think training camp's going to feel like this year? Is this going to be like a circus atmosphere like we have not seen since probably the Kubiak era, Seth? Do you think?
The craziest and weirdest it ever was when J.J. Watt was treated like a beetle every time that he walked on or off the field.
The Hard Knocks camp was big because it was Hard Knocks. That was 2015.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's and Bill O'Brien was a budding star.
Yep.
Everybody loved Bill O'Brien, the gruff player, but who also had a rapport with his players, like what's his face there with the Sox?
Charles James
the second. Yeah,
Charles James.
That was a pretty big one. The whole J.J. Watt era of J.J. being treated like a rock star every time he entered the field or left the field or anything. I feel like C.J. will probably get that treatment this year, more so than last year. Last year, people were excited about C.J., but there was a whole lot of, kind of wait and see. The messaging around C.J. in the national media at the time, it was that, he was losing the competition amongst the rookie quarterbacks. Because, look, Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young have already been named the starting quarterback. CJ must suck. Look at that.
Yeah.
What a mistake the Texans made. And I think locally, like, what we were seeing in camp, it wasn't anything – it was hard to, like, report on that accurately and say something that was going to get people all amped up about CJ. Because I thought CJ was having a really good camp in the way that he was methodically working – his way through the challenges that younger players face. And I kind of saw firsthand when he started to figure out how the windows closed tighter and what he could and couldn't get away with. I thought he was doing some really good work in camp, but it wasn't like, say, like DeAndre Hopkins' rookie training camp. He's making all these circus catches and everything. It was obvious to see, wow, okay, there's something to this kid. CJ, it was more of a slow burn. And in the preseason games, that first Patriots game wasn't the best display. So everybody was a little bit hesitant. Whereas this year, if anything, they're going to overcorrect and be way over the top.
Dude, we're going to have so many national people here during training camp too. Like this is going to be I would think this will be one of the 5 or 6 most kind of destination training camps for the national people. The Texans have been one of the biggest stories of the offseason this year.
Well, plus, who are they hosting for the combined practices other than the Rams?
The Rams. That's
just the Rams. Is that the only one they're hosting? Okay.
Yeah, that's the only, and it's only one practice too. Usually it's a couple practices. It's just one practice with the Rams. So that's unfortunate. I would have loved to have seen a couple of them, but
I wanted to see Aaron Donald in person. Damn it.
Yeah. Well, he retired.
Maybe he'll be there though. He might be there as a coach. Who knows?
Yeah. How do you think he looks? You think he's staying in shape? Aaron Donald?
Oh yeah, he's a psychotic exerciser.
Yeah,
he'll stay in shape.
Yeah.
If anything, I bet he'll lose 20 pounds.
Really?
And be like, he'll be all veiny and shredded and everything.
I mean, he was already pretty shredded for a defensive tackle. He was.
Yeah, but he'll I don't think he's not going to be doing the same workouts.
Yeah.
And like JJ stayed the same. He's only a few pounds lighter than when he played, but he still looks leaned out a lot.
Yeah.
I think the big thing is. I'm guessing JJ's not doing like neck flexion exercises all the time. That's the thing that makes you look like a real meathead.
Yeah.
So I think when he looks skinnier now, it's probably because his neck has shrunk down a little bit.
Right. Well, he better get to it since he's coming back in November.
I don't need him coming out there on some toothpick of a neck.
Right. Right.
Magnificent body, but a toothpick of a neck, have his head lopped off in the second quarter of a playoff game.
Yes, exactly. DJ Bijani had a really good piece on Nico Collins and how he plans to try to top his 2023 season. It was a good piece. The very beginning got me a little bit, where DJ described Nico Collins kind of walking towards the Texans locker room in the building back in late May when the team was here for, I guess that'd be OTAs at that point.
Yeah.
And Drew Rosenhaus called Nico Collins, like a quick phone call, and the call was to congratulate him on his new contract. That's something like that. I get chills when I read stuff like that, like what it's like to get a phone call like that, especially Nico had a pretty jagged first 3 years in the league. He's playing on a team that's cycling through coaches like you cycle through underwear. He's only got 800 yards receiving his first 2 years. He's got all these big goals. Yeah. It's the one big year, and now all of a sudden his family never has to worry about money ever again.
I just, the thing with Nico, too, when you lay it out that way, it's just such confirmation of how important the situation is. And if you just transfer it to just life in general, man, draft picks don't have a choice in where they go. Unless you're one of the very, very best and you angle your way out like Eli Manning or something. Mm-hmm. And Nico's a guy that improved over 3 years and figured out how to stay healthy last year. But even that part of it, of staying healthy, might have also had something to do with with DeMeco Ryans, and you just never know. And he ends up in the perfect situation last year. If it had stayed Davis Mills as his quarterback and a third offensive coordinator in 3 years that was not Bobby Slowick, and he didn't he wouldn't be sitting in that same position. So whenever you can, kids, you can't choose your situations as carefully and as wisely as you can.
Yes.
And go to a place that so when you can, because again, rookies don't have that choice, but when you do have that choice, go to an environment that gets the best out of people.
That's right. And rookies, if you're in a bad situation, it's okay to be a bad apple and agitate your way out of it so you can go sign with a good team, okay?
Yes.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes. And if a stranger tries to get you to go somewhere, start screaming, okay?
Yes.
That also. I've told Nico that before. Some guy rolls up and says, hey, your dad wanted me to pick you up. Scream.
Okay? Yes.
Scream.
Yes.
Get the hell away from that dude.
Yes. And half the time, the ice cream man is a creeper. Okay? At least half the time. That's what makes Kadarius Toney so stupid to me is dude, you were an a-hole in New York, got sent to literally the team with the best quarterback in the world.
Right.
And you became a turd again in that situation.
You managed to screw it up.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Oh, man, I had so many Chiefs fans angrily defending Kadarius Toney going into last
Why?
season. It was I don't know.
Why?
The big thing about Nico Collins' contract, by the way, for everybody that was afraid or nervous that it was just way too much money or what have you, the big key is that it was a 3-year extension, and the guarantees, the fully guaranteed part of his contract was $32 million, whereas with Justin Jefferson, $88 million is fully guaranteed.
Yeah.
You get too wrapped up in the average per year and whatever, and it looks like, oh my gosh, you're paying him like they paid Justin Jefferson. No, not even close. It was nowhere close to Justin Jefferson's deal, and these ensuing contracts are going to be a lot more. I think in the long run, even if Nico Collins fell off somehow, I would still say this was a wise extension by the Texans, given how little relative guaranteed money they had to give him.
Yep.
Still a lot of money by normal people's standards, don't get me wrong. But it's just way, way less than what the big-time guys are getting now.
Here was C.J. Stroud at minicamp right after Nico got the deal. This is back on June 4th. This is C.J. Stroud. Big praise, high praise, and name-invoking here going on with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins.
It's just something that first of all, I'm just proud of that guy. My brother Nico, he's shown up and shown out. When when his number is called, he always makes a play. And he's a generational talent, man. He's like our age is Andre Johnson, in my opinion, of just how fast he is, how he gets in and out of his braces, releases, how strong he is. And I think last year was just a preview to what is to come for him. And the one thing I'm proud of him for is just the work has never stopped. He's constantly here working on his body, constantly here working on his hands, his mobility in the weight room, So for me, just having a true, I think we have 5 number ones, so that's kind of cool to have. And I've had that before in college, and now I'll have it again. And it's going to be fun, man. And Nico, he loves to see everybody else eat too. So, man, his love for his brothers hasn't changed. And, it's a special feeling to see somebody who deserves it get paid and, get what they deserve, and I'm just really proud of him.
Now, the Andre Johnson thing, Seth, is what got a lot of attention in that quote. He's our age is Andre Johnson. There's very few Andre Johnsons out there. I think we can all agree on that. In terms of freakiness, I will say, Andre played in this offense, a version of this offense. I will say Nico probably fills a similar role like Andre did in this offense, right? Run after catch, big body guy,
Yeah, I mean, but Andre was just such a true and genuine deep threat as well because of his speed. I mean, his speed was just that's a guy that big that can run that fast is just very, very rare. I think getting in and out of his breaks that CJ had mentioned, I think that's probably one of the bigger, more underappreciated things about Nico Collins, because he is so big. It doesn't look like when Tank Dell's getting in and out of his breaks, obviously. But he does a really good job of that, and he does it with a real understanding of how to manipulate the coverage and how to manipulate defensive backs or safeties or sometimes linebackers on the stuff over the middle. He does a really good job and has that kind of unspoken connection with CJ, where there's so many examples of those throws, those intermediate throws over the middle are the most impressive to me, because CJ's starting his throwing motion before Nico's even completely into his break, and then it's just there, and that's when you get the run after the catch. And his technique in the run after the catch is just, it's gotten really good, but there's even more refinement there. That's the part that I get excited about. This is what I'm starting to see with some of the receivers, Sean. This is the pushback I've noticed. Like, Nico will say, okay, he wants to get 1,500 yards receiving.
Yeah.
And then you or I will say, well, he could have an awesome season and not get 1,500 yards receiving because there's Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell. Not to mention, they're always going to use the tight end a lot in this offense, I think. And whenever I say that, it reminds me of back when I used to say, like J.J. Watt could have just as good a season but have fewer sacks next year. And people perceive that as like me hating on J.J. Watt somehow. Like I don't get nervous, but I do feel like these receivers on this team shouldn't be fixated on a gross yardage goal. Well, because I'll be honest with you. If Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, and Nico Collins all have over 1,500 yards this season, it's going to be because the Texans are bad, okay?
Yeah.
That's not the engine that's going to drive. Yeah. Like, when a well-rounded offense is not going to have that much prolificity out of all three of those guys.
Yes.
So I don't have any yardage goals for those guys in mind. I think Tank Dell could have a brilliant season and have like 1,100 yards receiving because there's so many other weapons on the field if they all stay healthy.
The irony is, and the 1,500 you're referring to is in this article that DJ Bijani did about Nico Collins, he stated his goal as being 1,500 yards receiving. He invoked the names of Julio Jones and Megatron and Larry Fitzgerald as guys that he's chasing. And I think that's awesome. Like, I think it's cool to aim high like that. I think it's ironic that of the three marquee receivers in this offense, the only one that I know of that doesn't have a stated numerical statistical goal for the upcoming season is the one that's viewed as the one that would have a stated goal for the upcoming season, and that's Stephon Diggs. Tank Dell did that interview. I can't remember if it was the podcast he was on with CJ, or no, it was the press. No, it was the podcast. It was the podcast because he referred back to the podcast in his press conference. He said in that $1 million worth of game podcast he wants to get 1,300 yards receiving, 100 catches and 10 touchdowns, which I think is amazing. But and Nico and Tank are not dumb guys; they're smart guys. I think Nico probably knows, like, okay, I had 1,300 yards last year, and we just got Stephon Diggs. I think he knows that. I think it's probably just like a target that he has in his brain, to stay motivated.
I almost look at it though, like in terms of actual motivation. Like setting a goal that might be completely out of your control, even if you're playing really, really well. Like I would more want them to focus on yards after catch, or broken tackles, or something like that. Because like if this offense, if everybody stays healthy, or if that wide receiver room stays healthy, that's the stuff that you still have control on, and the situation actually does benefit you. Like, it gives you an opportunity that, okay, this situation might prevent me from getting 1,500 yards, even if I'm playing like the best wide receiver who ever lived. But I can control like yards after the catch. Yes. I can control all that stuff, and it's still that's something you can still visualize really well.
Well, I think even something like passer rating when you're targeted by CJ. I know passer rating's a bit of it's a bit of an antiquated stat, but Nico Collins, the passer rating CJ Stroud had when he targeted Nico Collins last year was 133.7. Like, that's out of this universe, so maybe something like that.
That's a little hard. I like for personal goals. I like something you can visualize. That's a little bit more convoluted, Yeah. To start looking at that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Plus, that has a little bit of, frankly, it depends on CJ a little bit too.
It does.
I mean, they all as a receiver, they all depend on CJ.
The correlation thing is interesting that you just brought up. Like, if they all have 1,500 yards receiving, it probably means the Texans are not having a good year because they're playing from behind. They're in shootouts, things like that. Yeah. I had a question on the Utopia podcast on the mailbag episode yesterday, and apologies that I can't remember who it was from because a lot of the podcast listeners listen to this show. But they asked the question like, hey, here were Lamar Miller's stats in 2018, which was his best year with the Texans. If Joe Mixon had this year that Lamar Jackson had back in 2018, how would you feel? And he was under 1,000 yards, but Lamar Miller that year averaged 4.6 yards per carry. And the last time the Texans had a frontline back that averaged 4.6 yards per carry was probably Lamar Miller in 2018. And my thinking was, Seth, boy, I started looking at that. I'm like, if Joe Mixon averages 4.6 yards per carry and C.J. Stroud is your quarterback all season, that's the correlation right there, because that means you're running the football. You know what I mean? Like, that's because we know this. Bobby Slowick's going to want to run the football. D'Amico Ryans is going to want to run the football. If C.J. Stroud is healthy and Joe Mixon is averaging 4.6 yards per carry, this is a top 5 offense. I feel I can put my hand over every other stat. I just need to see those two. Number of games played by C.J. Stroud, yards per carry by Joe Mixon. And if that number for Stroud is 15 or more, miss a game or two, and it's 4.5 or more for Mixon, this is a great offense.
Well, and especially, again, if it is a great offense, then in the defense is credible. If it doesn't have to be an awesome defense, if the defense is credible, then you're going to be running the ball in the second half a lot too. Yeah. So it's just, but I'll continue to get people who think I'm hating on these guys when I don't predict that all three of them aren't going to get 1,500 yards receiving. There's nothing I can do about it. Damn it.
Who, if you had to pick, I've already said, my dark horse, I think Tank Dell leads this team in receiving yards this year.
I think Tank Dell has the most opportunities for just breakout huge chunk yardage.
Yes.
Last year Noah Brown on this team had 300 yards receiving in 2 games.
Yep.
I think that Tank Dell is going to have opportunities for huge chunk plays where the safeties are rotated elsewhere or what have you. And game by game, who knows what it looks like. But yeah, I would put him as the favorite.
Would you? Okay.
And that doesn't mean that he's going to have the best season or anything. It's rare that you've got 3 wide receivers of this caliber on an NFL football team. It's just not normal.
It's not. And yet, I'm looking on Prize Picks has more or less on season stats for guys that you can do lineups with. And Tank Dell's not on there, but Nico and Stephon Diggs are. And the numbers that they use there mirror the numbers that are in Vegas for over-unders. Both Diggs and Nico, their season total for receiving yardage this year is under 1,000 yards. Well, it's like 950 apiece.
I think part of it is you got to bake in susceptibility to injury there too. And I think that looking at the odds, that Tank Dell got injured twice last year. One was season-ending. Nico Collins injured just once last year, but he's been injured a lot in his career. So they probably bake in a few games missed for those guys both.
Maybe. But Diggs
what's Stephon Diggs?
It's like 950. Yeah, it's the same as Nico. Nico and
we pointed out there's only 5 times in NFL history that 3 wide receivers on the same team have had over 1,000 yards receiving. And none of those teams were all-time, none of them made the Super Bowl, if I remember correctly. So it's not.
One of them did. Arizona.
Oh, the Cardinals that year. That's right.
That's
right.
Yeah. Yep. But even their third receiver made it by like 6 yards. It was Steve Preston. Yeah.
Yeah.
But your point is a good one, which is that it's far from punching your ticket to not even a Super Bowl. Like some of them even like success in the postseason period. All right. So how good is Nico Collins' contract? I think when you hear what's going on with another one of these receivers, you're going to feel even better about what we just discussed with Nico Collins.
Okay,
we've got that for you coming up next.
Wealth is on your side. TRAJAN, Trajan Wealth, where, look, you've gotten to a point in life where you're doing well. You think, okay, man, I got things going in the right direction, but you're just not sure, okay, is this going to be something I can sustain on into my future after I retire? And everybody's situation is unique. How much income do you need? What's your risk tolerance? Trajan Wealth, they're family-owned, they're veteran-led with a deep commitment to serving their community. They've got offices in Sugar Land and the Woodlands. Trajan Wealth Advisors brings decades of experience to the table. They specialize in wealth management and retirement planning. They can help you roll over that old 401k or prepare for retirement with a plan that matches your goals and your risk tolerance. Because everybody, risk tolerance is a big one, man. You want to be sure that you're talking to somebody that knows exactly how comfortable you are when the market turns south, and they're going to help you be realistic with yourself. I've been in there in the past, man. I've panicked.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's the answer to it, Seth, why Chiefs fans come at us. Chiefs fans be all like, nobody hits my brother but me.
Oh, when we were doubting Kadarius Toney's ability to, Kadarius Toney is a guy that I think he should recognize his own flaws as a human and teammate, and just sign for a playoff contender every December, and just bide your time, bite your tongue for 2 months, and then just be on your way.
You're like a contractor kind of floating in and out of cities that just had, like a storm just roll through. You're like, no, I'm really good at fixing your roof. Fix like 3 roofs and then get out of town.
That could be that should be a scouting label. Is just like, okay, what's this guy's shelf life?
Right.
There's lots of guys that it can be awesome for 1 year, and those guys have a shelf life of 1 year. You have them for 1 year. Some guys might only have a shelf life of 2 months. So you bring him in for 2 months, and maybe we do it again next year if you're around.
Dude, that would be so funny if players came labeled with expiration dates on them, like food in the refrigerator. Nick, why did you make the deal for Stephon Diggs? And you're like, well, I looked at the back of the label, and it says the expiration date is February 15th, 2025. So it's going to be perfectly fresh for a year.
With Stephon Diggs, I mean, obviously there's more to it. The lack of guaranteed money after this year was the big one there, where I think everybody reads the writing on the wall. They know you conduct business the way it's conducted. And these days, when a guy who's not afraid to be an agitator doesn't have any money left on his contract, or guaranteed money left on his contract, he might as well be a free agent. Mm-hmm. So let's just put it on paper. Let's make this thing official, baby.
That's what they did.
Consummate this thing.
That's what they did. Speaking of receivers, we played this yesterday. We'll play it again. Here was Brandon Ayuk, who is heading into the final year of his rookie deal, his 5th-year option year with the 49ers. He's set to make $14 million this year, and then he'll be a free agent after that. He wants a new contract, as a lot of these receivers do. He had a huge year last year. He was all-pro last season. Brandon Ayuk was great. Here is Brandon Ayuk on a FaceTime with Washington rookie quarterback, Jaden Daniels. The two played together in Arizona State for a period of time.
Bro, look in the cam, bro. Look at the cam.
He got me vlogging this
bro. What?
What happened, bro?
They said they don't want me back. I swear.
Okay, so the voice, the kind of the hollow voice that's on the other end of the FaceTime is Daniels, and the voice up front, the male voice up front, the female voice is his girlfriend, is Brandon Ayuk saying, they don't want me anymore. They don't want me anymore in San Francisco. Now, we agreed yesterday, Seth, there's probably a little more nuance to it than get the hell out of here. We don't want you anymore. We don't want you anymore at this price. Adam Schefter, ESPN, was on NFL Live yesterday afternoon and confirmed that is indeed the case. The Niners want him, but just not at what Ayuk is asking for.
Unless the 49ers stance has changed suddenly, dramatically, and unexpectedly, that statement would be completely false. Because having spoken to the Niners multiple times, multiple Niners people throughout the course of the offseason, every single one of them said they wanted Brandon Ayuk back. It was a priority. I think what Brandon Ayuk is saying here is that their contract offer says to me that they don't want me back because the wide receiver market has exploded recently. We've seen Justin Jefferson come in $35 million a year. We've seen A.J. Brown come in north of $30 million a year. We've seen Jalen Waddle come in $28 million a year. We've seen big guaranteed money. And the Niners and Brandon Ayuk have been unable to reach a long-term contract agreement. And while they've had these talks, the prices of wide receivers only has risen to the point where it doesn't seem like there's been recent contract talks because talks have been at a stalemate. So when Brandon Ayuk says they don't want me there, that's just not true. They absolutely do want him there. They just don't want him there at the price that he's looking for right now as the two sides try to reach a common ground on a long-term deal.
And that makes a lot of sense. I like the fact that Ayuk said they don't want me. It's at the price that now they probably. I wonder if maybe whatever the counter offer that Ayuk's agent gave him, maybe they were pretty authoritative in saying, like, no, there's just no way that's going to happen. Like, no, we're not going to do this Justin Jefferson money. There's just flat out no way we're going to do it. Then he's saying, okay, they don't want me. Regardless, I guess you'd have to be pretty pessimistic about him playing with the 49ers, or at least I would be, if that's how far apart they are on what he thinks he's worth versus what the 49ers think that he's worth. And it might just be a matter of, okay, when the 49ers if the 49ers get a really hefty offer, that maybe they're at the point where they're ready to trade him away.
That's interesting. So do you think, what are the chances he plays for the Niners this year on the 5th-year option for $14 million? Or do you think he holds
28%?
Do you think?
I think it's 28%.
Yeah, like, so you think he would in that case agitate for a trade, like a Tyreek Hill kind of thing?
I don't think they look at him as a guy that's going to, like, okay, swallow his pride and just, keep my mouth shut. Because he was during the playoffs last year, he was making noise about his contract. He was being kind of a pain in the butt.
Yep.
And there's some guys that'll say, okay, there's a time for pay and a time for play, and now it's time for the season. I'm just going to go to work. And it doesn't strike me that he's that kind of guy. And the 49ers are suffering the cruel fate that that comes to people who draft really, really well. I mean, they've got so many good players on their team right now, some of whom they've already rewarded, but Fred Warner, George Kittle, Nick Bosa, Charvarius Ward, Trent Williams, they didn't draft, but he's done damn well for them. They've got a lot of high-dollar guys on that team, and it's going to be really tough for them, I think, to justify giving out a Justin Jefferson type of contract.
Yeah, when I see stuff like this, and I think it's going to be similar with CeeDee Lamb in Dallas, because for whatever reason, Dallas' solution, it appears this offseason, is just to bury their head in the sand and not do anything about their football team. But I think CeeDee Lamb and Ayuk especially, because they're both heading into their 5th-year options. Like, it's getting to be nut-cutting time with the two of them. Jamar Chase, I don't think it's his front burner with him because he's a 2021 draft pick, not a 2020 draft pick. He's heading into year 4. But he's obviously deserving of a contract that approaches Justin Jefferson. The problem for these guys is I think a lot of them all of them maybe think that they should get the Justin Jefferson deal, or that the wide receiver contract market should operate the same way the quarterback one does, which is, hey, the next guy gets the same thing or slightly better. And I think I think these teams look at Justin Jefferson and go, no, he's a freak. He's different than all these guys. We're not giving you that, and especially the Niners in that offense where Kyle Shanahan will just find another way to split the atoms. You know what I mean?
They drafted Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, they've already got Plan B in the building.
Yeah, and I think that's a big part of it. And that's probably I don't know. Brandon Ayuk's probably looking at this kid, this rookie, and probably getting peeved that Ricky Pearsall is getting all this attention and all this love, and that maybe that is a bargaining chip the 49ers have, is that they can say, look, we've done this with a lot of guys. We've done it with a lot of players where we take them and we get the absolute best version out of them. So we don't think you're necessarily as special as you think you are, Brandon.
Did it with Ayuk was a late first-round pick, just like Pearsall was.
Right. Yeah,
so,
exactly.
This is the life cycle of the receiver. I think as far as the Texans go, because we just got done talking about Nico Collins in the previous segment, I think now, looking at the way the market's playing out, Seth, I'm not going to say that if Nico hadn't signed that deal a few weeks ago, that all of a sudden he would be the next guy looking for $30+ million. I don't think he would be. But what it did was it kept Nico from even looking to get into the Jalen Waddle range off of the table. Jalen Waddle's in that $28 million, Nico's in that $24 million. And the other thing it does is this market is still going to do this again next year, especially if Jamar Chase is still out there looking for a deal. T. Higgins is going to be a free agent next year because he'll be off the franchise tag. There'll be one or two other guys. I think it keeps you away from all this mess this season, or even with Nico butting up against it remotely, and then it keeps you out of it altogether next year with Nico. Like he's locked in now. You don't have to worry about it.
Okay, if the Texans hadn't signed Stephon Diggs, is there any chance that the Texans would have been in on a Brandon Ayuk trade?
No, because I think Ayuk is going to cost you more than Diggs would have cost you.
Oh no, I know.
Yeah.
But it's but like it does open an avenue where, like, okay, now it would be just insanity to go after Ayuk.
Yeah, and that Ayuk contract, that's a long-term commitment.
Right.
Diggs is, that's my answer. I'm saying, no, I don't think they would have with Ayuk because
I'm not trying to compare them like they're the same player or the same contract or anything, but it's just they would be in the they obviously at that time they were in the market for adding a third wide receiver.
Yeah, I
just don't think they would be into that long-term deal.
I think philosophically, I don't think Nick would have done that deal. I don't think he would. I think Nick is into. It's less about the draft capital and more about the contract. I think the contract they would give Ayuk, and granted, D'Amico knows Ayuk from being in the building with the 49ers, but Nick doesn't know him. And I think Nick is more inclined to give an Ayuk-type contract out to somebody who's in the building already.
Yeah.
Like that's big. We're talking, that's big money,
And that also, like, ideally you want to be that team that's like the 49ers, where they've just drafted really, really well.
Exactly.
Especially on their mid-round picks, and the combination of scheme and talent has worked very well for the 49ers. Yeah.
Bingo. All right. The baseball is doing something here that the Astros really could have used last night. In fact, if they had this last night, Joe Espada might not have gotten ejected. What is baseball getting very, very close to doing? We will tell you coming up next.
If you have been in a car accident, call Mokaram Law. It's as simple as that. You don't have
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That's it. Joe Espada's gone.
Well, let him have it.
That pitch was well within the strike zone. Altuve was saying something, and the second base umpire, Brendan Miller, told him to knock it off. And Joe Espada backing up his player.
Oh, you got to.
That's not a consistent strike zone from the top of the inning to the bottom of the inning. Altuve was upset about that pitch being called a ball.
That's a ball right there to the top of the zone. That actually catches the zone. Jose Altuve's was 3 or 4 inches above the zone.
Okay, that was last night. Joe Espada gets ejected. The strike zone was all over the map. It was bad.
In that third inning, Altuve had a strikeout with 2 glaring balls.
Yeah.
And the home plate umpire really put a lot of oomph into the strikeout call on the third strike, which was about 4 inches above Jose Altuve's diminutive zone. And then so Altuve, I mean, that's how mad. It's as mad as you've ever seen Altuve walking away from home plate. And then later in that inning was apparently still angry about it and was talking to the second base umpire about just how bad the strike zone was.
I'm watching Altuve cursing as he's taking the field to play defense.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I don't know if I've ever seen Altuve angry, period, let alone this angry. Like clear F-bombs. Ben, were you laughing when you said that Seth said Altuve struck out with 2 huge glaring balls? Was that what you were laughing at?
No, but that is funny.
Yeah, okay.
That is
I
good.
saw you smiling in there. Yeah,
that statement is true. However you construe it.
Yeah. It's multiple meanings for that statement,
and they're all true.
Yes, 100%. Here was Joe Espada Here was Joe Espada on getting ejected from the game last night.
I just didn't agree with the strike zone there. I asked what that pitch was, and he said it was up in the zone. I disagreed. I thought Altuve's pitch, the previous inning, was up in the zone. That led to the ejection.
We'll get back to the umps in a second and what baseball is doing that might have helped out Jose Altuve or Joe Espada last night. But I saw that ejection, Seth, for Joe Espada as progress last night. It was not a cordial ejection. He looked legitimately angry. He was vehemently pointing at things and gesturing and gesticulating and saying curse words. My only recommendation, and look, Joe, I'm giving you a solid B+ for that ejection, as opposed to the F- that you got when you politely asked for one earlier this year in your first ever ejection. Stay out there a little longer. It was not a long enough argument for me. Stay out there a little bit longer. You're going to get a fine either way. You're ejected.
Dusty's sit-in in the playoffs last year it was pretty epic.
That's next.
I did that was pretty cool, where he was staging a silent protest by refusing to leave the dugout. Mm-hmm. That was pretty badass, Dusty. I'll put that in my annals of awesome moves by managers and getting ejected.
So
that was the very moment where Espada might have earned himself the job this year, by the way, ironically enough.
Yeah, he was the one pushing all those buttons.
Pinch hit Singleton. And
Yep. And Altuve gets the dinger in Game 5. Yeah. Probably played a role. So we know that baseball uses the minor leagues as kind of its petri dish for a lot of its rules changes or automating things in the game, whatever the case may be. We saw it with the shift and the pitch clock. Those were all things that they were doing for a few years in minor league baseball before they finally incorporated them in Major League Baseball. The next thing that's coming is some way to fix what we saw last night. Last night was just an egregious violation of balls and strike calls at home plate. It was bad. Framber was getting squeezed. Altuve got screwed. And so they've been experimenting with 2 things down in the minor leagues. It's interesting. During the week, during Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they've been doing it one way, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they've been doing it another way. But during the week, they've been using the ABS, the automated balls and strike system, basically a computer telling the umpires whether or not it's a ball or a strike. And the umps just have to go with that call there. Like, so it's literally like robot umps. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, they've incorporated a challenge system for teams to where they each get, in the league the Space Cowboys are in, they've been doing 3 challenges, and you get to you lose your challenges as you get them wrong. So if you challenge it and it's right, you get to keep the challenge in perpetuity. So it has slowed down some of these games. That's something that they're going to have to examine. But they've made a decision in minor league baseball, because since they've been doing it both ways, that starting on June 25th, AAA baseball is going to go full bore with the challenge system, not the robot umpires. And the thinking is like, okay, well, this is what's coming in Major League Baseball soon. Now, Rob Manfred, the commissioner, said that they're at least a season away in Major League Baseball from doing a challenge system. If they do it, they're at least 2 years away from incorporating a robot ump system if they choose to do that. But they've polled fans and things like that, Seth, and they've polled personnel from teams. And the overwhelming winner in all this is a system that allows teams a few challenges of balls and strikes during a game.
Yeah. So 61% of people
team personnel
want the challenge to be the system. 47% of fans want the team challenge system. The human umps, only 30% of fans want human umps. 28% of the team want human umps. But by far the teams do not want full robot ABS. Right. They only have 11% wanting full robots. 23% of fans do. So I would say the fans are more on the fans seem a little bit more split about all of it compared to the teams themselves.
Are you surprised that the robot umps are such an overwhelming last place, especially with the team personnel?
No, I'm not 100% surprised about it, because I think a lot of that has to do with like with self-driving cars. You can look at all the statistics you want. There's still an inherent distrust of the computer doing all the driving. Even like you can point out various situations and everything where you can look at over millions of instances, the self-driving car is safer than humans, but there's a part of our human nature that just doesn't want to relinquish that control. Yeah. Or you think about the specific instances, and I think people in their minds go to like, oh, their team gets screwed by the robot screwing up in the World Series or something, and they just don't want that.
Yeah.
Or it's just and I think it's just a combination of the tradition of baseball and just the feel of baseball. Like, I want somebody to get angry at least. Can I yell at the fat man standing behind home plate?
What's your preference?
I'm not talking about Maldonado. I'm talking about the umpire.
What's your preference?
I like the challenge system.
You do?
Yeah, I like that. I think it injects some strategy into it.
Yeah.
When are you gonna
using them?
When do you burn it? How are you're starting to get a feel for this ump and how erratic he is on any given day, and when do I actually choose to? Am I going to burn all these up in one inning when I'm angry? I don't know.
Yeah, that is true strategy, man. Because I can tell you right now, if you're a manager that's kind of on the fringe with your fan base, and there's a close, important game where you're out of challenges on balls and strikes, and your best I could see where teams would, as a rule, like leave one in their back pocket for the ninth inning. Like they would let some really egregious stuff go in the 6th, 7th, and 8th innings just to hold on to the one in the 9th inning that you might need.
Well, and there's a part of it too where I like the idea of the way it's supposed to be, where an ump's got his strike zone for that day and that's how he's calling them. It's just that so many of them are really bad at that part of it, where they're not consistent with it. I'd almost rather be all or nothing, like nothing but human umps, but you got to get rid of the electronic strike zone, because that makes it tough too. Like when you're watching on television, you can see just how off he is. Where if a guy's calling his own strike zone and you're watching and you're getting a feel for it that day, and you don't have the graphic up there, it's a little bit more. It's more appetizing that way, or it's less objectionable. But otherwise, yeah, as long as I have the electronic box there, just go ahead and do it all. Make it a robot. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, if the box, that was my question, is the box that they show on TV, is that the same system that they're using for the robot umps? Because the box on TV is pretty accurate in so much as when umps make bad calls as pertains to the box on TV, like if they get one wrong, if they call a strike that's actually a ball, according to the box, more often than not, the players are turning around and looking at the ump like, hey, man, what the hell? Yeah. So it makes me feel like that box is actually pretty accurate.
The only thing about the box is it doesn't have the depth of the plate. So when just something, so I think the one that they're using in the actual games, the graphic would probably be 3D. Because if something just catches the back of the back corner of the plate or something, I don't know how accurate or how much nuance it shows on the televised.
Yeah, I'm just saying if the one on the TV is the one that is like if that's the same strike zone the robot umps have, I'm cool with the robot umps. The box on TV, it's feels like more often than not that thing's pretty accurate.
The thing the robot can do that the human umpire can't do is always have a really good view of the actual strike zone.
Yeah, that's
from
true.
the right perspective. Instead of being off, you're off a few inches. Yeah. It's not swayed by where the catcher's glove is. Pitch framing and everything doesn't matter as much. Like that's what I like about that.
Yeah.
I guess there's also a part of it too, and I wonder if our listeners feel this way. There is something about adding something that can be implemented at the major league level that can't be implemented in the youth leagues or high school. Like it changes the game somewhat. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it makes it into such a completely different game from what they're playing at the lower levels.
You're right.
That it just feels a little bit off.
You're right. It does. When technology that's only available to the tippy-top levels of the game are incorporated, and that's what you're watching most of the time in that sport, it does affect things. And I say that because, as you know, me and Clint and Ron were honorary coaches in the East-West Bayou Bowl a couple weekends ago. Clint and Ron were the coach of the East team. I was the honorary coach of the West team. I'm not going to tell you the final score. You can go look it up. We got trounced. But it was funny because there was a call that was made during the game, and I'm on the sidelines, right? I'm staying out of the way. I'm not doing anything. I don't have a headset on or anything like that. I'm just staying out of the way. But there was a bad call against my West squad, and I'm like,
you guys are always getting screwed.
In my mind, I'm going, well, that's all right. Replay will take a look at that one. And I'm like,
yeah, well, no.
Or not.
Did you check the iPad afterwards? You didn't.
Well, the game was and it turns out the game was actually on TV. It was on Space City Home Network, but I don't think there was a replay official for this high school all-star game in June out in Mont Bellevue at Barbers Hill High School. But yeah, you get used to the accoutrements that come with the technology that watching.
There's got to be. I mean, they do have a lot of technology. I wonder how far off they are from having it at the lower levels, where you could just do it with an iPhone.
Yeah,
probably 5 years from now, you can do it with your iPhone. They've got all the pitch speed thing that they use that kids use now. They got some tools.
Yeah, they do. It's probably tricky. It's probably. It's like in some school districts, they probably have the money to do it, and other school districts don't have the money to do it,
Before anybody says anything about, Seth, it's a radar gun. Like, no, they've got apps now that give you a lot of data just off of your iPhone.
Because it's coming.
Yeah.
Did you happen to see Tari Eason's mom was on Twitter last night, kind of in the wake of the Celtics championship, opining on her son's basketball team?
Yeah, she was. She gets after it.
She does. She does. The momster.
She's not. She does not. She's very supportive of her son.
Yeah.
She documents his recovery from injury, all that stuff, and everything. But she's not afraid to just put her opinion out there.
No, not at all. She is the self-proclaimed momster, Taroya Eason, mother of Tari. And this was the first one I saw. I guess there were multiple tweets, but there's two that stood out to me.
Yeah.
This was a picture, and I should mention too, she's a huge Celtics fan. So I'm putting that out there. So she probably loved that Ime Udoka got hired to coach her son. But this is the day after the Celtics win the championship. She posts a picture of Ime in a coaching moment with her son, Tari Eason, arm around him, gesturing out towards the court, clearly giving him direction on something. And she says in this tweet, quote, and this is Ime.
So
Quote
it's supposed
Ime.
to be, it's supposed to be, she's putting words into Ime's mouth.
Yeah, so Ime, that was supposed to be my ring, man. Them MFs fired me up, and most MFs don't appreciate you, do they? You're my new JB now, meaning Jaylen Brown. We're in our revenge era together. You ready? End quote. And then it's Tari. Born.
The way you read that, by the way, though, you said fired up. She said them MFs fired me. Talking about the Celtics.
Fired me. Sorry, fired me. Them MFs. Oh, fired. Yeah, fired. Sorry. Yeah, they fired Udoka. Right. He's pointing at the Celtics saying, them MFs fired me, and most MFs don't appreciate you, do they, Tari? You my new JB now. We in our revenge era together. You ready? Then Tari, in her world, says, born ready, coach.
Yeah. That I'll tell you what. If I'm Udoka, this would be one of those moments in life where somebody is trying to support you and they're not helping the situation. I would just say, listen, let's just let's not call the team that fired me for very valid reasons MFs about that or anything. I don't think anybody's out there. I don't think anybody is out there saying like, wow, the Celtics really did Udoka wrong. Are they? Right. I don't think it's right. I don't think
Udoka's not saying it.
I would be surprised if Udoka felt that way. It was an ugly interpersonal situation with the Celtics. It was just an ugly situation. It wasn't anything illegal or anything like that. It was just a very ugly interpersonal situation. Yeah. But I would be really surprised if Udoka blames the Celtics for needing to step away from that situation.
At all. Yeah.
And he probably doesn't like somebody trying to support him by bringing that up again.
Or declaring that her son, who has yet to average 10 points a game in a season, is the next Jaylen Brown. What are we doing?
Yeah, I don't know if I don't.
What's going on? So some people came after her on Twitter last night. Yeah. And I don't know what all was said, so I'm not going to say rightfully so. I do think she should probably refrain from tweeting things like that. She says, you could blame it on the alcohol. I'm not. Screenshot this bleep. Bookmark this bleep. My son is going to know this feeling a lot sooner than any single one of you MFs think. And then there's a clover emoji, and there's a rocket emoji
okay.
there.
So when she says you could blame it on the alcohol, I'm not. Is she conceding that, yes, she might be drinking a little bit, but she's not blaming it on the alcohol? Or is she saying, oh, no, I'm not drinking. It's just me, and these are my pure and sober words.
I gave her the benefit of the doubt in my mind and said, all right, so maybe she's not drinking. Because she's tweeted a lot of things at a lot of times, although she's drinking a lot of times. Who knows?
I don't know if of people that are people that have harmed themselves through social media behavior. Right now at the top of my list locally is Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
I don't know if Steven Nelson would or would not have gotten a better offer if he hadn't chosen to publicly mock both the GM and the head coach of the Houston Texans over the course of the last year. Yep. Mocked Nick Caserio while he was still working for Nick Caserio, and mocked D'Amico Ryans not while he was working for him, but while he's still living in the city and everything. There's got to be people that if they're looking at Steven Nelson, they're going to give a call up to the Texans and be like, so, what do you think of Steven Nelson? And I don't know. I'd be less likely if I were D'Amico Ryans or Nick Caserio at this point to give a glowing endorsement. Yeah. I'd be a whole lot of he played real well last year, but my God, I don't know. I don't know why because they're going to ask Nick and they're going to ask D'Amico about hey, what was up with this? And they just got to say, Steven Nelson is Steven Nelson. There's my endorsement.
See, now I'm picturing having to give 3 references when you're applying for a job, and Steven Nelson gave them D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio.
Yeah. He called me a milk dud man.
Yes.
He called me milk dud.
Right. He called me a clown for wearing a vest. Yeah.
Good luck with that, Matt LaFleur.
Right.
Seriously, think about the head coaches in the NFL. If Steven Nelson is gonna go after D'Amico Ryans, who's beloved by everybody universally in the NFL, and who looks like he could still play linebacker, if Steven Nelson is gonna go after him, you can be damn sure he's gonna go after Matt LaFleur.
100%. 100%. 100%. All right, I had a good question to the Utopia podcast yesterday. I want to bring on to the show. What if C.J. Stroud had Pat Mahomes' cap hit this year? Which of the deals that Nick Caserio did gets shoved off to the side if C.J. had the vet quarterback hit? And is this really an activity that people are doing in Houston? naked. That's next.
Bayway Ram. You don't have to do this naked. You can do this, please, fully clothed.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Stay safe out there. Tough sledding out there right now. A lot of rain coming in today. So I got a question, Seth, to the Utopia Football Podcast yesterday to my mailbag. If you want to email my podcast, houmailbag@gmail.com, if you want to send in a question. I get good questions from people, man. This was an interesting one from Joe Q, who's a loyal emailer. And it is interesting to think about the Texans. You know, there's going to be a time where they can't be as aggressive as they were this offseason making moves. You know, in a few years, it's going to be a little harder to do that because CJ is going to get paid. If Stroud had Mahomes' cap number this season, and Mahomes' cap number is only $37 million, which I think also points out, like, okay, once you get one of these guys and you know that they're good, you can't kick the can down the road with a lot of their money. You know, just know that there's a day of reckoning coming. Ask the New Orleans Saints, who did it for years with Drew Brees and had great success doing so, but now they sit in cap hell for a few years after that. But anyways, if the Texans had to deal with a Mahomes-like cap hit this year for Stroud, instead of $8 million, it's $37 million. So they have $30 million less to make the moves that they made. Which of the moves that they did make do you think would have gone by the wayside? Which one would they not have made if they had $30 million less to spend?
Immediately, 100%, they wouldn't have made the Diggs trade, and this is why. The reason that you make the Diggs trade is that this rookie quarterback contract window, I think sometimes people make it a little too much about trying to win a Super Bowl while your rookie quarterback is in his rookie quarterback contract, so you've got all this extra room. The fact of the matter is that's very rare that it happens, that a rookie wins a Super Bowl on his rookie contract. I think the way you should look at it, and I think the way teams look at it, is this is an opportunity to surround our young quarterback with and put him in the best environment in which to grow and become that quarterback who can do more with less. And it's unfair to expect a guy to do more with less when he's in his first 3 years in the league as a quarterback. But by year 4, and this is the way the Chiefs did it with Mahomes, and it's worked out masterfully. You know, by the time they traded away Tyreek Hill, Mahomes was at that spot where all of a sudden he's turning the guys around him into much better players than they actually are. And he's able to do more, even struggling through a regular season this year with some of the issues they had on the offensive line and the wide receiving core and at tight end, frankly. He was able to do what he did in the playoffs. So the Diggs wouldn't happen. Like, once CJ gets paid that money, that's where you've got to be like, okay, yep, we're paying him this money because he can do more with less. We don't need to add an extra wide receiver. So I think that's there. And then I don't think they wouldn't have spent as aggressively on, let's say, okay, the defensive acquisitions, Danielle Hunter, Danico Autry, Alshire. Danielle Hunter is the big luxury spend that I think you wouldn't have right now if the Texans were in a dicier spot with their salary cap.
My answer was Diggs, and it was for like 99% what you just said. Like, the extra point you make about the real purpose of putting weapons around a guy on his rookie contract is not something I brought up. You brought that up before. I think it's a really good point. I just didn't bring it up when I answered it on the podcast. I think like it's one of those things, like if you have a quarterback that is a big cap hit like that, then ideally it's a quarterback who's raising the level of guys around him, not having to go get guys for him. Yeah. And so I think it's almost like a chicken and egg thing when it comes down to it. Like, to me, the Diggs trade is the easiest answer out of all that. But yeah, the Hunter signing would have probably been next because it was pretty exorbitant.
It's a 2-year, almost fully guaranteed contract
for about $50 million. Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to look at the teams that have done well, like consistently over the last few years, if you look at the model to emulate, and it's going to sound like a stupid model, it's basically do things really well. But the San Francisco 49ers and the Kansas City Chiefs, they've drafted very, very well. You look at the Chiefs, for all of the stars that they've had and everything, their roster is just chock full of second through sixth rounders or second through seventh rounders who are starting for them. You know, their defensive backfield, they felt pretty good letting what's his name go? Snead, because they've drafted a couple young cornerbacks that they like and that they feel good about. So I think that's where with Daniil Hunter, it's Will. You've drafted Will Anderson. You're going to be giving him a contract. You draft somebody else along the way. And once you're at that spot, you got to be a good enough organization that drafts well enough that by the time you get to that spot, you're not having to go out and import Daniil Hunter to bolster your pass rush.
Yeah, and I think the Texans are doing a pretty good job of drafting. I feel like that mode, that blueprint, that plan, the Texans are doing a good job of executing that right now.
Yeah.
I think they've done a good job of drafting by and large over the last few years.
I always forget that Chris Jones, the defensive tackle, was a second-round pick. Like, you talk about drafting well. That's, a premier defensive tackle in the league that was a second-round pick.
Yeah, maybe the best. I think they still probably make the Autry signing. I think they still make an Alshire signing. I think they still trade for Joe Mixon, maybe even extend him the way that they did. I think they probably extend Nico also. Like, I think you're right. The two big-ticket things, honestly, the two things that made everybody outside of Houston sit up and go, oh, so this is who the Texans are this offseason.
Yeah,
it was Hunter and it was Diggs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And boy, it's funny to think back to the first 12 hours of free agency when people were jumping out of office building windows because the Texans weren't doing anything. There were 78 people plunged to their death because they were just so distraught over the Texans being inactive in the first 12 hours.
It was crazy. Yeah. I got to go back and find some of the tweets from Texan fans I know from those first 24 hours. I got to go back. And I know, and you know who you are.
You don't have to go too far, Sean. Just stay in the studio for a while.
And you know who you are. Well, there's that one. There's that one. I got a few others in mind. And I know you listen and you know who you are, and I love all of you. But, boy, some of you were going insane the first day of free agency.
Caserio is fired in a lot of people's minds.
Yes. Yeah, because D'Amico did his part. Now it's your turn, Nick. And you've only got 3 hours to get it done. It's like for some of you, it was an episode of 24. Like, Nick better dismantle this bomb by the time midnight rolls around.
I got to now to be completely transparent about it all. My opinion has always been I get very nervous whenever my team wins free agency.
Yeah.
Because free agency money is that's inefficient money you're throwing out there. You're paying the top of the market. Pretty much usually, unless a guy's taking a discount, you're paying the top of the market for all the guys that you bring in, and it's not a 100% hit rate. But the first day of free agency especially is when it's really fraught with peril.
Yep.
Because those are the huge dollars, and they tend not to be any more successful than the more subdued signings that are made later on.
Absolutely. Text message. So Steven Nelson, who we just talked about in the previous segment, as an athlete who maybe social media'd his way out of a job in the NFL.
Yeah.
Texter points out, the middle screen actually points this out. Steven Nelson switched to Athletes First with Mulugeta in June of last year. Follows the Athletes First freak the hell out playbook to get a slight raise, but then he's out of the league and retired. The lesson, the Mulugeta playbook only works if you're talented enough to make teams put up with it.
My number one rule in life, everybody, if you're going to be a a-hole, then you better be a genius.
Yeah.
Or you better be superbly talented. Whenever in the office, on the playing field, whatever it might be, go ahead, be an a-hole. If you are supremely talented or a genius.
Yep.
It'd be better if you weren't, but you can get away with it for a while. But man, you can't get away with that behavior when you're just a bit above average. It doesn't work that way. That's the way life is. I'm sorry, it's not fair, but that's the way it is.
Think CJ has it in him? He's a Mulugeta guy. Does he have that? Does that club in his bag, do you think?
He would be way more understated about it, I think. I don't think he would ever get to that point where you're creating publicly uncomfortable situations.
Yeah.
I think that's just his personality. I think it doesn't. I would be surprised. I'd be surprised.
If CJ keeps playing the way he is, if he plays the way he did his rookie year, the next 2 years, even if this is who he is, it should be the easiest contract negotiation of all time.
Yeah.
This isn't Trevor Lawrence where he's been bad, then he was good, now he's bad again. Oh, he's banged up, he's this, he's that. I mean, a lot of these big contracts that have gone to these quarterbacks, there is a debate to be had. There's been very few.
Oh, yeah.
There's been very few where it's just cut and dry. Even Joe Burrow, you could argue the injuries. You know what I mean?
The injuries, and he's had a very advantageous wide receiver situation too.
Yeah.
All of the things that you're exactly right, and I'm stuck in this spot where I'm not fighting it anymore that each new quarterback contract is the record-breaking contract, because I understand the pickle that teams are in, just because the quarterback position is so important in the modern NFL. It's just so outsized and big in terms of how many games you win or lose and whether you have a legitimate chance, a realistic chance at a Super Bowl and everything else like that. That's the way the market is. But, man, there's better situations and there's worse situations. Like the Jaguars, I will defend the Jaguars giving Trevor Lawrence that contract, but it's not like they feel like it's the ideal situation.
No, they can say what they want, but
they gotta right. They're hoping for the best, which is okay. If Trevor Lawrence improves with better circumstances and one more year in health, then that deal will be a bargain compared to some of the contracts that'll be given out over the next couple of years. And the downside for them is, all right, well, if he doesn't work out, either way we're screwed, because it's really like you got to start back from square one. So we're just going to hedge and try to just keep this where we feel there's a chance he might be that guy, so we're going to try to keep him in a situation where a couple years from now it's a manageable contract.
Yep. All right, I had no idea this was an activity. I had no idea that Houston was rated such a good city for this activity. Y'all are really doing this naked? We'll tell you what it is coming up next. The Yellow Rose Distillery is what I want to talk about right.
or condition.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So we talked earlier, real quick, and we'll get to the naked activity that I teased coming into the segment. The Texans are practicing up in Ohio the week in between the Hall of Fame game and the first real preseason game. You know, like they have the Hall of Fame game, then the first of their other 3 preseason games is in Pittsburgh. So the team is not coming back that week. They're going to stay up there and practice. It turns out, Seth, the venue that they're practicing at is, I'm told by Mark Vandermeer, he texted me, he's listening on the app, but he's a couple hours behind. Nick Casario's old high school is where they're practicing at. Yeah.
It's a Catholic school?
Yeah, University School is what it's called. So yeah, Vandy says fast times at Casario High. Give me a break.
It's an all-boys private school in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah. I just texted Nick to see if they're going to do like a reality tour, you know, like pile all the guys on a bus and Nick can show all the places where all the fun stuff happened back in high school for him.
Yeah. All the, the different, the hijinks they got up to.
Right.
Now, before anybody thinks that, Nick was born with a silver spoon in his mouth or anything, he worked construction and his dad worked construction. So they did well enough to send him to university school in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah.
It's a place where boys in junior kindergarten to grade 12 are inspired and empowered to let their true selves thrive. That sounds like a place that's good for the Texans, Sean.
Absolutely.
They'll have the freedom to explore, create, compete, and play.
Where is Titus?
Our boys will build on their personal strengths, harness their natural talents, and blaze their own paths to excellence with joy, confidence, and integrity.
Strouser, where is Titus? He's in a ceramics class, Coach. I don't know.
He's exploring right now.
Yeah.
He'll compete and play later. First he has to explore, then he has to create. We know this is look at your syllabus, okay? That's where Titus is. He's on the syllabus.
They wrote a book about that school, and they mentioned Nick in the book. Like it's like a history of the school kind of thing, I think.
Yeah.
And they mentioned the hardworking quarterback of the football team who was really grinding to get his SAT scores up.
His
standardized
Nick test scores didn't match what they felt his actual aptitude and potential was. Yeah.
Yep. So they get to relive that at practice up in Ohio.
What was the name of that book?
I don't know.
You got to read that book. Nick sent me his book list. I'm reading one of his books right now.
Did he?
That he had recommended, yeah.
Okay, I bet
it was like one of 4 books that he had read in the last month or something.
Okay, you guys
really trying to make up for those poor test scores.
You're starting your own little 2-man book club with Nick Casario.
It's a Morgan Housel book, same as ever.
Okay,
which I like this Morgan Housel. He's written a few. He has good books about basically the fallibility of your first the standard way humans think and how you can catch yourself with some of the own fallacies you might live by. It's really good stuff.
Yeah.
It's quick read, too. Quick read.
That's
one of those books where you get to feel smart, but you don't have to think about a whole bunch of numbers and everything.
Love it.
Dumb it down for me, Morgan. Thank you.
Love it. So I see a tweet yesterday, and it's got an article in the Chronicle that tells us one more reason to be proud of Houston, that we are ranked the 13th best city for naked biking.
Mm-hmm.
Naked, but now I'm not a big fan of clothed biking to begin with, but boy, naked biking sounds like could be a pretty treacherous thing in some parts of the body.
Which esteemed company? Was this one of the big polling companies? No, it was Lawn Starter. Lawn Starter compared 500 of the largest U.S. cities by analyzing the naked biking popularity, cyclist friendliness, nudist friendliness, climate, and safety.
Yeah.
And apparently, we're not doing as well as Austin. Big surprise there.
Naked biking. Yeah,
naked biking, Austin is higher than Houston, but Houston is 9th for naked biking popularity.
13th. Oh, for popularity of naked biking, they're 13th best city to naked bike in. 9th in terms of the popularity
of naked biking, of which I've yet to see a single naked cyclist on meth or without.
Right.
I'm talking about the cyclists being on meth, not me.
Yeah.
There's lots of things I've seen on meth. So I'm skeptical, Sean. I'm a little bit skeptical. We did, by the way, everybody. It's not all good news. Houston ranked 479th for climate.
How many cities do they? Yeah, so this is where the score that made us the 13th best city to naked bike in comes from. Yes, it's the 9th for how popular the activity is amongst its constituents. It's 53rd for cyclist friendliness. I feel like that's pretty good, right? If they're doing 500 cities, that puts you in the top, like near 10% right there. 53rd for cyclist friendliness. 90th for nudist friendliness. We need to get better with that, okay? We need to be more friendly to nudists here. I
think some of the bike lanes are more just like suggestions
Token?
more so than actual. Yeah, I don't know how friendly it is for biking in Houston. As a guy who's been hit on his bike twice while riding my bike in Houston, I don't feel that way.
Have
personally.
you really?
Yeah.
You've been hit twice?
Mm-hmm. They were both my fault, I think. Once I was riding on the sidewalk and somebody pulled out into a one-way street. They were looking the direction they should have been looking, and I was coming from, it was my fault. They didn't hit me hard.
Okay.
The next time it wasn't my fault. I got sideswiped by a lady who was on her phone, and I knew she was on her phone because she kept driving after she sideswiped me as I was checking for broken bones, and I looked up and I could see 100 yards down the way.
Yeah.
She put her phone down off of her ear.
Oh, fraud.
And she got, to her credit, she got out of the car, but it was right in front of a construction site, and it was very embarrassing.
Yeah.
I was I just waved her on. I could tell I was doing all right, but yeah.
Oh, man. Ben, why
that
you
one hurt. That one hurt. I hit the pavement hard on that one.
Yeah, why are you laughing so hard at that, Ben? Why is that so funny to you? I'm just kidding. I'm totally hanging Ben out to dry. He wasn't laughing that hard.
I don't have to dignify myself in response to that.
Fair enough. This
is where I don't trust the methodology, Sean. Yeah. I think what they did is they looked at actual popularity or availability for nudists in general.
Yeah.
And then they took, how much do people like biking or enjoy biking? And then they just juxtaposed those two and created something that doesn't exist, even amongst nudists, I would guess, which is naked cycling.
Okay.
There's nothing enjoyable about I can't imagine there's anything enjoyable about riding around in 95-degree weather with your bare ass on a bicycle seat.
Well,
not to mention everything else that might be dangling onto the bicycle seat.
Well, mark your calendar because Saturday, September 14th at 8 p.m., so it's at night, the 13th annual World Naked Bike Ride here in Houston.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
When?
The
Saturday, September 14th.
September 14th, the day before the Texans home opener. I think it's here in Houston. I'll have to double check, but the way I read the article, it made it sound like it was here in Houston.
By the fact.
And if not, we should start one.
Since I think that they just jammed a few categories together and pretended that naked bike riding was a thing that people routinely do in Houston.
Okay.
I feel like we should also be high up on the list of naked urban horseback riding. Because, as we know, we have little pockets here in Houston where people inside the city limits have little horse ranches. They have little horse ranches. Not to say nothing of, the rodeo time or anything. Leave that out of it, but just year by year. But they're not doing it naked.
Are there people listening to our show naked right now, do you think?
10%.
Okay. Then I rate us 8.
Now, 90% of that 10% is at home.
Yeah.
The other 10% are in their office with the door closed. That's the 10%
right.
of that 10% that I want to know.
So where do you think we rank in naked sports radio listening? Houston.
Since we're a morning show, probably a lot higher than any other day part.
Yeah.
I'd say the morning shows have the big advantage there. People are just cruising around in the morning, listening to us in the shower or whatever, thinking about Sean and Seth while they're in the shower.
Right,
That goes on a lot.
Every morning. Yeah, I'm looking at it here. 13th annual World Naked Bike Ride in Houston is scheduled for Saturday, September 14th at 8 p.m. Bite your tongue, Seth. These people are out there. They're out there.
The location is still being determined. I don't believe that that's a real event.
Really? Okay,
No.
well, I plan on attending wherever it is, just so you know.
Let's see. Houston's 13th World
13th
Naked
annual.
Bike Ride?
Yeah.
They've done it 13 times?
Yes. If you've been part of the annual World Naked Bike Ride, text in 713-572-4610. But, yeah, man, naked bike riding, coming to Houston for at least the 13th time. So you seem disappointed that this is going to be happening in our city. I can read it on your face.
I don't like it.
It doesn't sound fun to me. Why? Why?
They've got a website. It's it's worldnakedbikeride.org.
Okay.
So it's apparently not for profit, if that's what you're worried about.
Okay. I was very worried that they're profiting from
I was
this.
worried, like don't be profiting off of my scrotum like so many others have before.
Okay, we can't do any better than that, this segment. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We were talking earlier in the show. To me, I've never felt closer than last night to let's just go ahead and start selling. Let's get eBay going and start the auction, baby. How are you guys feeling about that? I put up a poll. It got a ton of activity for being the first 2 hours of the morning here. How are Astro fans feeling, and do we think the Astros feel the same way? Do you think they should be a seller? I've got the early results. You can go to my Twitter feed at Sean T. Pendergast if you want to weigh in with your vote. That is coming up next. Now, even when the Astros are doing poorly,
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That one's towards first. Glove by Andrew Vaughn, and the White Sox are going to shut out the Astros in the first game of this 3-game series, 2-0. The White Sox get the final out on a John Brebbia after Jonathan Cannon went 8 2/3 of brilliant baseball. The White Sox best start of the year.
2-0. The Astros lose to the worst team in baseball last night. This is rock bottom. This is the furthest out that the Astros have been in the standings since the end of the last season in which they didn't make the playoffs in 2016. They are double digits now. They're 10 games back. No Jordan in the lineup last night. He had a family issue he was attending to. Kyle Tucker is still hurt. We don't know when the end is coming for that stint on the IL for Kyle Tucker. Here was Joe Espada on last night's anemic performance with no Jordan and no Kyle Tucker in the lineup.
You know, we all wish we could have them here, but you know, they're just not. So we just got to find a way to grind through it and find a way to score runs when those guys are not in the lineup. We're very much capable of scoring runs with those guys not in the lineup. You know, we have some guys that can get it done, and we just did not get it done today.
I'm there, Seth, when it comes to is it time to start shopping the Bregmans and the Frombers and maybe even the Kyle Tuckers of the world and go see what you can get? I'm there. I'm not vehemently shaking my fist that they need to do it, but if a trade came down today involving somebody that clearly, like a trade that clearly damages you in the short term for the benefit of the long term, then I'm not going to be angry about it. You know, like we're almost halfway through the season and this team's not good. They have the 6th worst record in baseball right now.
Right.
It's a bad baseball team.
The most impressive hitter for you last night was Trey Cabbage, who also managed to come up 3 feet short on stealing second. Did he ever reach second base? Did he ever? Did he touch second base on the slide? I don't know.
I can't remember the last time. That was with Altuve up with a 3-1 count, by the way, and 2 outs.
Yeah.
and Trey Cab, I'm sure Altuve is like, hey man, thanks a lot. I get to start over with a brand new count in the next inning because of you. So 2 outs, and if you missed it, Seth's not exaggerating. Trey Cabbage tried to steal second and wasn't in the screen when whoever, I think it was the shortstop, caught the ball at second base, caught the relay throw, the throw from the catcher down to second. Trey Cabbage wasn't in the shot when the ball got there. He was like 4 steps shy of second base.
Yeah. It was a rough watch.
Yeah.
That was a boring baseball game. And look, the Astros out-hit the White Sox by a big margin, but it was a lot of soft contact. Or, you know, and Jake Myers had one really well-hit ball that could have almost created an error to get him to first, but that was in the 9th inning, wasn't it? No. It was a close game, and yet felt like a non-compete because the team is so bad that you're facing.
Between the lineup and the wind, you're like, okay, runs are going to be hard to come by tonight, and it was terrible. It was awful. And even the White Sox 2 runs, it's not like it was 2 solo bombs. Ground balls with the bases loaded. You know, they couldn't get the double play. Like, it was a boring game, man.
Do you like the little wind graphic thing they use there on the broadcast?
Where
they show all the arrows going?
I missed that. I didn't see that.
Yeah, they do it. It feels like they do it in Chicago more often than not, just because it's the Windy City, and then somebody has to point out it's not called the Windy City. Whatever. It's a really cool little graphic where they show the airflow and where the wind is going.
Okay.
But then Blum pointed out that the flags are pointing in a different direction from where they're showing the wind blowing. It paints a picture of just how crazy and swirling and weird the winds are there.
Yeah, wind chaos going on in Chicago yesterday.
I blame the wind.
Yeah.
For last night's loss,
yeah.
Okay? You hear me?
You could see it, man. The uniforms were rippling like crazy last night. All right, so I put up a poll earlier, Seth, and I don't know, are you at the same spot I'm at right now that I just said where it's like, all right, well, if we see a trade for somebody that goes down today that's clearly a reset trade, are you cool with that right now? Are you cool with the Astros getting into
you know what? This is one of those things where the rubber meets the road, because in my brain at 3 a.m. this morning, I thought, yep, tear it all down, sell it, what the hell? But That's but if their trade were to come right now, I feel like that's premature.
Okay.
I think you gotta. That's how I feel right now. Well, I'm kind of assuming, all right, this is what this team is, and we're not going to see any movement. But if they go on a tear and they look like a team that is worth actually trying to improve to make a run, if the players themselves do something before July 30th, then I'm not going to feel that way. But in the moment, this is how I feel. So right now, if I had to choose, yes. If I had to make the decision right now with no way of letting the rest of these next several weeks play out, I would say be sellers. Be sellers right now.
So it sounds like to me your answer to the poll that I put up 3 hours ago, or a little under 3 hours ago. There's 21 hours left if you want to vote. Where I said, are you cool with the Astros being a seller and trading away big names for good prospects at the trade deadline? Are you cool with that? The three choices I give are yes, I'm cool with trading away big names for good prospects. No, I'm not. Or the third choice is give it more time. And it sounds like to me you would be in the give it more time category.
I would be in the give it more time era for right now, yeah.
What do you think?
But I'm not optimistic.
What do you think? Right, if it were just yes or no, you'd vote yes. So yes, no, give it more time, you'd vote give it more time. 767 votes so far. What do you think the winner is? Are you cool with the Astros being a seller and trading away big names for prospects at the trade deadline?
I think it's three ways. So not with a clear majority, not with like an over 50% majority, but I'm going to say the winner is give it more time, but with like 40%.
Give it more time is actually third. People feel...
Oh, really?
Really? Yeah, and people are...
I've misgauged the fan base.
Well,
Damn it.
I think... only 10% said give it more time, which tells me, this is definitely a poll given after what should be considered one of the worst losses of the year. A shutout loss to the Chicago White Sox that puts you 10 games back in a series that you really need to sweep against teams like this. Yes is a runaway winner. Yes, 72% of the vote.
Oh,
yes, we would be good with that.
Wow.
Okay, now let's dissect this a little bit. This is the internet. This is Twitter.
Yeah.
The fans, I'm going to say the fans that tend to be on Twitter are a little more baseball nerdy and probably have a more pragmatic view of what the Astros actually are right now.
Yeah.
Whereas,
and I think this is I think too, the way you phrased this, you say prospects at the trade deadline. So they're doing looking off into the future.
Crap.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So being honest, if I look at the way you phrased the question, then I probably would have said that, I'm cool with it. Because I'm kind of just projecting out like, all right, if this is what they are at the trade deadline, then 100% yes.
Yeah, the phrasing was a little clunky, you're right. I think it captures what I wanted it to capture, which is a vast majority of the Astro fans, at least the now 780 that have voted in this thing, 12 more in the last minute. The vast majority of people are at a stage where they're like, it ain't happening this year. You don't answer yes to that question if you think it's happening this year. So 72% of the people answering this thing are like, I'm cool with this. Let's roll.
Yeah, there's a deep discomfort right now with the way people feel about this baseball team.
Yeah, no doubt. I was thinking about this too. Like, who are the untouchables on this team? Like, who are the ones that just Dana Brown, you hang up if they're asking about? I think there's very few untouchables. Right.
Well,
on this team.
There's Jordan.
Yes.
Only Dana Brown knows exactly how they might go about a Kyle Tucker extension. So that would depend on whether they're willing to pony up. If they are indeed willing to offer an 8-year deal to Kyle Tucker, and I think Kyle Tucker will have 10-year and 11-year and 12-year offers out there potentially. But at the very least, if they're genuinely going to make a competitive bid for Kyle Tucker, then he's untouchable.
Yes.
If they're not, then he's not untouchable. Like, you got to be realistic about this. Like, you are in the growth. You're in a transitional phase where you're going to try to hit a growth mode while still trying to win baseball games. But man, if you guys genuinely, maybe Dana Brown has to have this conversation with Jim Creighton, like a serious. I'm sure they've discussed it, maybe, but not like maybe they have. Like, what exactly are we going to do with Kyle Tucker? Because if I can't offer him a 10-year deal, I'll say a 10-year deal. Then we'll trade him right now. Well, he's got as much value as possible.
I would say that I think there's only 3 untouchables, maybe 5, and maybe 6. I would say the 3 definitive untouchables, 3 that I don't even think it's worth having a conversation about. Yordan Alvarez, especially given his contract. He's cheap for the next. I mean, that might be the guy you could get the most for, just given what his contract is. But you don't do that. Yordan is untouchable. Altuve's untouchable. Like, you didn't sign Altuve to a 5-year extension that hasn't started yet. Have a press conference where you literally call him an Astro for life and then trade him 4 months later. You just don't do that. So he's
right.
He's untouchable. I'm not saying he's untouchable forever. In 2024, he's untouchable. I would put Hunter Brown in that category. Given how he's pitched recently, I would put Hunter Brown in that category. And I know people are going to go, Sean, he's got a 5 ERA. He stunk at the beginning of the year. Hunter Brown is considered a prime prospect in this organization. He's he is a, I'm not going to say frontline starter yet. He's a starting pitcher with frontline starter stuff who's trending in the right direction, who, by the way, is still on a minimum deal next year. He doesn't hit arbitration for another 2 seasons. Hunter Brown is who you're trying to get in trades like this.
Yeah, exactly. You hope you get somebody like a Hunter Brown back in a trade for some stud that you have.
Yes.
Right? Like, and most likely it's probably going to be prospects. But this is the one thing that's holding me back, Sean.
Okay.
In terms of just, all right, like right now saying I would want to trade away. Just one of the weird oddities of the Astros so far is that they're 6th in OPS right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're 1st in batting average for whatever that's worth.
Mm-hmm.
There are some reasons to think, okay, this team can go on a run at some point. Pitching, they're 21st in ERA. The pitching, as we know, there have been various headaches, but so many of them are just some of it was slow starts by your horses, and then a big boatload of it is injuries. And that's just another huge question mark. That's the part that makes me wonder. That's the thing that makes me hold back and think, all right, yeah, but is a turnaround more possible than it feels right now in the moment?
Yeah. Admittedly, we're going through this exercise 12 hours after one of the most frustrating losses of the year. The other 3 names, Seth, in this untouchable debate that are all young guys on cheap contracts, but do I hang up the phone when I get a phone call about these guys? There's 3 others. Because I think Yordan, Hunter Brown, and Altuve are unequivocally untouchable. The other 3, and I'm curious your thoughts, Yainer Diaz, young catcher, cheap deal, hit 20-whatever home runs last year, started to hit again. Like a young hitting catcher, probably untouchable.
He just doesn't seem to do both of them well at the same time is the only problem. Yeah, the catching side is taking a little bit of a hit.
But he might be your solution at first base eventually, too.
Yeah.
So Yainer's probably untouchable. Is Jeremy Pena untouchable to you? Young shortstop, still on a minimum contract, Gold Glover, but I don't know. Like, for the right deal, would you trade Pena?
Can we go back to when you could be a beloved shortstop who is really good defensively and hits 200? Is that,
Those days are gone.
Still a thing?
Dude, have you looked at shortstops in the American League? Holy crap.
I know. And now
Pena's never making an all-star game ever.
Kids, there used to be a time where you could be a beloved figure on your team while being a complete drain on the plate, but by God, he's a hoover at shortstop.
Dude, when Pena was hitting like 310 and leading the league in hits, I'm like, dang. Bro is going to make the All-Star game this year. This is going to be amazing.
Not even close.
No, that was during the phase of the Astros where I was paying no attention to the rest of the league. And I went and looked at the All-Star ballot. When it came out, I'm like, oh, crap, he's got no chance. There's like 6 guys. Corey Seager, Gunnar Henderson. Like, it's crazy.
I would still put Pena at untouchable because he is still so young and he's shown.
He's cheap.
I think he's still at a stage in his career where I think people look at the better stretches and think, okay, we can replicate that and make it more consistent.
Yeah,
and it's just a lot of it is just he just goes through these phases where he just completely loses the ability to elevate the ball.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. The last one was Brian Abreu, who was incredible last year. He's been getting back to the old Abreu this year. He's cheap for another couple years. Which again might make him even more valuable right now to another team looking for a bullpen arm. Like, I think Abreu could close games for a team. He's got that kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, I don't. There's no part of me that feels like he's untouchable, though.
Yeah.
Very few untouchables on this.
I think.
Although, but I always have to remind myself, there was a time when I was very frustrated that Kyle Tucker was deemed untouchable. Like, what the hell? How? Why? What? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just give it a few years, Seth. Give it a few years.
Yeah, I mean, granted, some of it with these guys, a lot of it with these guys is where they are contractually as much as how good they are as players right now.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot. The guy, other than Jordan and Altuve, all the guys I named are all cheap labor guys. They're all minimum.
I think, and that is why I think for that reason you might get a nice haul for Abreu. And if you're in a transitional phase, then you can go out and you can find your relievers.
Find other arms, yeah.
You don't have to go out and spend a small fortune on Josh Hader, I'll tell you that much.
Would you trade Ronel Blanco? I would trade Ronel Blanco. I would sell high on Ronel Blanco right now.
He's 30?
Yes. And he's cheap for another few years.
I know. Yeah. You would trade. I kind of almost put him, even though the age gap is the huge difference there, but because he's under team control for so long, and this team right now needs pitchers, and I'm not right now, but I mean on into the future.
Sure, always.
I would keep him just because of the contract.
For the right deal, I'd trade him. I don't think he's untouchable. To play into this conversation, I don't think he's untouchable. But
Boy, that's the worst I've done on a poll in a long time in terms of guessing the results.
You're still thinking about that, huh?
Yeah. Two things are going to haunt me for the rest of the week. One was that, and then the other, Sean, when I didn't have you as my wingman yesterday on my live stream, I called, I was trying to talk about Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
I said Jalen Ramsey no fewer than 8 times.
Oh, really?
Before I bothered to look at the comments and see the 48 comments, like either trying to correct me, threatening to take away my bell, or asking me if the team had traded for Jalen Ramsey. It was a very rough, very low moment for me. I'm proud of myself that I was able to move beyond it, though. I did like 45 more minutes without. A previous version of myself would have shut it down immediately, deleted the live stream, tried to wipe it from existence. But that's who I am. I screw up names badly sometimes.
Man, that's yeah.
It starts with a J and it ends with a vowel sound.
It's Jalen. It's two Jalens. It's the same name.
You guys knew I was talking about a guy who doesn't even play the same position, but still, come on.
What was the topic? Why were you talking about Jalen Petrie?
I was talking about Jalen Petrie. I think I was just talking about there's lingering issues, lingering potential road blocks for the Texans this year, and the development of Jalen Petrie and what version of him we get this year. That was a big one.
Good deal.
And Jalen Ramsey as well. Who knows? He might be a thorn in our side.
You never know. Hey, man, trade deadline. He could become a Texan. You never know. And then all of a sudden your podcast is accurate.
It's prescient.
Retroactively accurate, yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Pete Prisco put out his top 100 NFL players. I was surprised. Is this guy the best player on the Houston Texans? He might be. Pete Prisco says so. We'll tell you who it is. How many did they get into the top 100? That is next.
Is this guy going to give you the best deal in the city of Houston on a brand new Chevrolet? Trice Ham, the GM at Bayway.
Start packing.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, man, it's just painful. Space City Home Network is on in the studio here, and Julia, Bases Loaded is on, and Julia Morales is doing a sit-down with Yordan Alvarez. And, dude, they're showing his home run against Seattle to walk it off in that comeback win in the divisional round 2 years ago. They just showed his home run to turn things upside down against the Phillies.
Yeah.
And you watch it. God, it's so sad right now. You watch that Phillies home run, Seth, everybody's standing. Everybody in the stadium is standing and waiting for a moment, and the moment hits, and Yordan's tossing the bat, and the place is going crazy, and yada, yada, yada. Yordan had a family issue, and they lost to the White Sox last night to fall 10 games back. Like, oh, man, how the hell did we get here? I understand if you go off the beaten path a little bit and you're on a road trip and you're like, all right, we were expecting to go to Austin, but we wound up in Amarillo. Okay, but like, how did we wind up like in the desert? You know what I mean? Like with very little rations and things. Well, I
think that part of it. Okay, so there's a problem. You can't excuse the complete collapse, which is what it is at this point. I mean, they're as you pointed out, they've got the 6th worst record in baseball right now. As of right now, they're the worst. Just like they're the 6th worst team in baseball. Just like everybody loves to say the team with the best record is the best team in baseball, which isn't always accurate. They're the worst team in baseball. I guess if you went back to that roster and then you looked at it, and let's see. If you were to go back to that moment and then say, okay, off in the future in 2024, your catcher will be Yainer Diaz. Your first baseman will be John Singleton. That'll be the first, like, what?
Yeah. Oh, wait a second.
Second base, Jose Altuve, so far so good. Alex Bregman, Jeremy Pena would have raised some eyebrows, but it would have still been Chas McCormick in left field, Jake Myers in center. That's where you start to be like, oh, that's interesting. That's a little bit different. Where are all your starting pitchers? They're pretty much dead. For all we know, they might actually be dead. We don't know. They're in rehab somewhere.
Yeah.
That's basically where we are right now. So there's a little bit of it that makes sense. But it's not like you were just loaded from top to bottom with all-stars on that team either. But still, the pitching, I think, is probably the thing that you could have weathered these injuries a lot better if so many of your starting pitchers had not started off so horrendously. That's where it really went from looking at it in hindsight. If there's one thing that could have at least made it look like a team that wasn't going to be sellers at the trade deadline, it's if you guys hadn't just been so horrendous early on with the pitching staff.
Yeah, to me, the two biggest things, you brought it up before, like how some of the high level, like some of the surface level stats just don't match up with a team that has the 6th worst record in baseball. Like how good they are in terms of OPS and batting average, how good they are in terms of ERA.
Yeah.
And so then I go, okay.
Well, they're not good in terms of ERA. They're 21st.
Oh, they're 21st in ERA. Okay, yeah. But they've been better lately.
They've been a lot better lately, but just the sum total of how we got here.
That makes sense then.
The early pitching struggles were huge.
Yeah, I think to me the biggest thing is situational hitting is still not great, and the back end of the bullpen has handed wins over that in previous years are cash 'em in wins. You know, like all these blown saves. Like mean, seriously, like if you flip the blown, I don't know how many saves they've blown as a team. I think it's like 10. It's really bad. Like if they just don't blow half of those, then you flip things around here and you're in the mix. So yeah, it just sucks watching those old highlights and to think like that was less than 2 years ago that's going on.
Right now the Astros have 12 blown saves.
Okay.
That ties them for 8th most blown saves in the league.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, don't blow 7 of those 12 and you're 40 and 33 instead of 33 and 40, And in previous years, they're not blowing 12 saves before July,
Hey, by the way, the White Sox, a team that could have 20 blown saves.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Luckily, their starter went 8 2/3 innings last night.
Yeah.
So that made it better, yeah.
They still got a couple guys on. I was like, man, are the White Sox going to White Sox this thing right back over the Astros? And nope, Caratini grounded out. Good exit velo, but he grounded out. Is Daniil Hunter the best player on the Houston Texans? According to Pete Prisco, he is. Pete Prisco put out his top 100 players in the NFL. Greasing the skids for my favorite time of year, the actual NFL top 100 voted on by players in late July.
Yes, I know you love that.
I love that.
I do like it because they put together nice little vignettes on each
vignettes
guy.
are amazing.
Some high-quality photography on there.
It is great. It's great content. It really is. The validity of the list is what it is. But I was surprised. I wasn't surprised to wait till 35 to get to a Houston Texan because I feel like most of the Texans' good players are either vets who have just been above average, solid vets for several years, like Tunsil, like Daniil Hunter, Jimmy Ward when he's healthy, guys like that, or they're young guys who still need to prove themselves. But Daniil Hunter, as you run your finger down the list, the first one you get to, Daniil Hunter, 35th, and he's the 7th best edge rusher. I'm including Micah Parsons as an edge rusher just because he's a sack artist. TJ Watt, Micah Parsons, Nick Bosa, Max Crosby, all in the top 11 overall. Josh Allen, Trey Hendrickson, and then Daniil Hunter. Is Daniil Hunter the best player on the Houston Texans, Seth?
I could see, that might be. That's fair enough. I was kind of wondering where Laramie Tunsil fell on this list in relation to other offensive tackles. Trent Williams is above him. I don't think we'll get one of those side-eye emoji things from Laramie Tunsil on Twitter about this. Where was Laramie Tunsil on it?
57th overall.
So he's behind Penei Sewell as well. Trent Williams. Maybe Laramie Tunsil should have been higher than that. A lot of Texans fans understandably get very, very frustrated with Laramie Tunsil because of his false starts. And they're bad. They're not just like his false starts tend to be drive killers. It's like you can almost set your watch by it. Like, that drive's killed because there was a false start, and for whatever reason that was one that turned it into third and 9 instead of 3rd and 4 or whatever it might be. Who else? Let's see. Like CJ's
38.
CJ's not up there yet.
He's 38.
CJ. I think CJ. It'll be really interesting to see where CJ is on these lists at the end of the year. But you got to always remind yourself that, all right, he's still, based on his rookie season, he's on an incredible trajectory. But in relation to the season that he put in, there's the sum total isn't up in that very high category yet. You just hope that it continues, and he will be if he continues on this trajectory.
Tunsil's 6th among tackles, so he's behind, as you mentioned, Trent Williams, Penei Sewell, Tristan Wirfs. Lane Johnson is 52. Christian Darrisaw of the Vikings is 54, and then Tunsil comes in at 57th on the list.
I would put him a little bit higher than that. So Daniil Hunter compared to Laramie Tunsil, I think Daniil is more of fear is not the right word, but I think when you're game planning for Daniil Hunter, it's more of a headache than game planning for Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah. You know what's going to be fun? Those two guys going against each other in practice.
Yeah, that'll be good.
That'll
be some really good stuff. They're both really good technicians.
Yeah.
So they'll have some chess match moves. Was Will Anderson on this list at all?
99th.
99th on the list. Okay,
Yep.
That's fair. That's very, very fair. Okay, like in the same vein as with CJ, you have to remember if you're basing it on a lot of what did they show last season? Will had a very, very good year by rookie standards, but he still has some improving and some growth to do and to put in a year that actually puts him into that upper echelon. He's just going to have to produce more consistently like he was at the second half of last season.
I think Prisco did a good job with this list. I really do. There was nothing Texan-wise that jumped out at me. There's 6 Texans that made the list. Daniil Hunter, 35th on the list. He's tops among the Texans. CJ right behind him at 38. Tunsil, 57. And then they had Nico. Pete Prisco had Nico at 77th on the list. Stingley at 80th. And then Will Anderson at 99th. I have no complaints about any of those.
Stingley's another one, too, that he just needs to play a whole season. If he plays the entire season the way he did in the 11 games that he played this year, then, yes, he'll be very, very high up on the list. There's a lot of reasons to be optimistic about a lot of these guys, but you have to remind yourself, all right, yeah, but they haven't actually done it yet. They've had very good rookie years, but a very good rookie year is not the same as having an all-pro caliber season. And so it's an awesome beginning, but as those guys themselves know, they gotta go out and do it for an entire season at the level that they showed towards the end of the season. They got to do that for 17 games.
CJ, a couple things here that are interesting. CJ, well, one thing that's interesting, and then one prediction I'm going to make. But CJ is 6th among all quarterbacks. He's 38th overall on Prisco's top 100. He's the 6th quarterback on the list. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers, who he has 20th. That might be my only quibble, is Rodgers at 20th. Those are all the guys ahead of CJ. The next quarterback after CJ is Justin Herbert at 41. You don't get to an NFC quarterback till you get to Dak Prescott in the 50s somewhere. Those guys are all in the AFC. Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, Jackson, Rodgers, Stroud, Justin Herbert, all in the AFC. That's crazy.
That's right. We still haven't seen Aaron Rodgers over in the American Football Conference yet, really, other than for those four plays.
Yeah.
How did he do in those 4 plays? I can't even remember at this point.
I don't remember.
Did it look like, oh, wow, he's going to be an MVP this year?
Yeah. Well, I know one of them was bad because he got hit in the backfield and tore his Achilles. I don't know how the other 3 were. So yeah, the other thing is if I had to pick a Texan, Seth, who's not on this list, who didn't make the top 100, who will be on here next year for Prisco, mine would be Tank. I just think Tank's going to have a monster season this year. I think he's going to lead them in receiving yards. And I think the way he does it, too, he's so striking because of his he's so small. And yet he gets so open. There's nothing you can do at the line of scrimmage. That in training camp last year, they were jamming him at the line of scrimmage a lot, but he made a lot of adjustments in his game. He gets open, man. Like, he's got this connection with CJ. His stats were every bit as good as Nico's stats when he went down with the broken leg. It could have been just as easily been Tank Dell with 80 catches for 1,300 yards as it was Nico Collins if he had stayed healthy last year.
Of all the guys who have ongoing injury concerns and might be like you could worry about perhaps whether they are indeed injury prone or not, I would put it at Nico Collins. So of these guys, Nico Collins, Derek Stingley, Tank Dell. Is there anybody obvious that I'm forgetting about there? Titus Howard.
I put Titus in there, yeah.
Yeah, Titus Howard.
Yeah.
Which of those guys do you feel best about staying healthy for an entire season?
Not Stingley, just because he's, it's been this way. I know he's healthy at the end of last year. Not Stingley. Not Tank, just because of his size. Probably not Titus. Probably Nico. Yeah. And because Nico was largely healthy last year. He was
right. He was largely healthy and
made some adjustments.
There's a certain part of the eyeball test there too, where you just look at him. He's just such a big, strong guy.
Yeah,
look at him. He's big and he's strong.
Yes.
He shouldn't be getting injured.
Yeah,
Stingley is the one that I worry the most about because that's the biggest. I think that's the biggest gap too when you talk about how good he is when he's healthy. And versus what do the Texans have at cornerback when Derek Stingley's not out there right now? And it gets a lot dicier for the team. If Tank Dell gets injured, then look, you still have Stephon Diggs, you still have Nico Collins, you still have you still have Dalton Schultz and potentially Cade Stover or Brevin Jordan. You've got other options. Where at cornerback, they're way thinner than I am comfortable right now, and it's a lot's really banking on Kamari Lassiter coming along. So that's my biggest concern from an injury standpoint.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If the concern is trying to replace the guy, then it's for Stingley for sure. For sure. All right.
And then Stingley just hasn't been healthy since 2019.
Yeah, I was just answering it within the context of like the most likely to get hurt kind of thing. But the Stingley,
That's why you were wrong. That's why you were wrong and I was right. Sean.
No, we had the same answer. It was Stingley for both of us, but for different reasons.
No, this is like a math test. Yeah, you didn't show your work.
I didn't
properly.
show my work. Yeah, you didn't arrive at the answer. It's how you arrive at the answer. Antonio Brown was on the Pivot podcast. Boy, did Antonio Brown have some things to say. Seth, you got to listen to this. One of your former teammates tries to level with Antonio Brown, tries to talk some sense into him. It can't be done. If this guy can't do it, nobody can. We will hear from Antonio Brown coming up next. But I want to talk to you guys right now that
applicable in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So Antonio Brown was on the Pivot podcast. That's the podcast with Ryan Clark, Fred Taylor, and Shannon Crowder. Good podcast. CJ's been on there. We've had a lot of local representation on that podcast. They were at Texans training camp last year, the guys were.
They were. We had chatted. I got to chat with Fred about it, and it's impressive what they do. They travel around all these different cities and get some really good interviews.
They do. They interviewed Laramie last year at training camp. That was cool. They interviewed Antonio Brown this week. Here was Antonio Brown saying, "This guy is the only reason I became a starter."
Ryan Clark know my relationship with Bruce Arians. How many years you know Bruce Arians to hold me back? It was a while. Ben Roethlisberger, the only reason I even starting for the Steelers. Literally, he had to go tell Bruce Arians, like, yo, I need AB at the X. Like, let me have him run these plays. So you guys don't understand, like, you know what I'm saying, when something happened, what was the build-up moment? What was the build-up moment? What was it like when Ryan Clark was hurt and doctors coming to see him and half his arm don't work, but nobody know? What was the trauma, RC? Not then, like, bro, you know what I'm saying, people want to focus on, when it happened. No, what happened in the midst of that caused that? And you know what I mean? We got to not take stuff so serious.
Wait, okay, so he's defending the way he acted in Tampa when he walked off the field under a Bruce Arians coach team. Am I to guess that's what he's talking about?
I don't know.
You got to understand the buildup, and yet you also have to not take things so seriously.
Right.
So apparently he was remembering Bruce Arians being hesitant to play him 10 years in the past.
Yeah.
But don't take it too seriously when he took that super seriously.
Yeah.
Okay. I can only guess that's why he was bringing up the Bruce Arians stuff and about why there was a buildup.
I saw a 4-minute clip, and I was interested. The part I teased we're going to get to here. I just thought it was interesting. Like he seems like he feels somewhat indebted to Ben Roethlisberger. Big Ben had to go to Bruce Arians and get him unsideways with Antonio. I could see where Bruce Arians might not completely vibe with a young Antonio Brown.
I'm sure if you're Ben Roethlisberger, there's no time that your mouth that your name is in Antonio Brown's mouth where you feel good about it.
No,
like you just like, oh boy. We've seen him say awful nice things about Tom Brady and then go make jokes about Antonio Brown maybe having slept with Giselle or just drag Tom Brady under the bus in various ways. I would imagine Ben Roethlisberger might hear all that and be like, okay, well, A, I can't accept the compliment because you're criticizing Bruce Arians at the same time, and then B, crap. Antonio Brown's thinking about me. It's only a matter of time. Either I get a phone call or he thinks more about me and remembers how I screwed him over somehow in his mind. Yeah.
Yep. So Fred Taylor is one of the 3 hosts of this podcast. Seth, you played your Jacksonville time with Fred Taylor. You were teammates with him in Jacksonville. Here was Fred Taylor. Fred Taylor at one point in this podcast, you could tell, kind of wanted to level with Antonio Brown about all the chicanery that's gone on the last few years with him.
AB, because I'm always keep it 1,000 with you.
Yeah.
Because of how great you were, in a lot of sense, you let a lot of people down. And it's not it's not on you.
No, I'm going to say, like, I would ask you, like, how to... Yeah,
and I probably
let him down
at some point, right? But it goes from that to disbelief to concern. And I think that's where we are now. Like, you have a lot of people that love you, and they're concerned about you, and they want to see you excel.
I don't think they're concerned. I am excelling. I just feel like people don't understand. It's always when people don't understand, you crazy. Or you're not from where I'm from, so you don't get the understanding. Yo, I'm from Liberty City, bro. My mom, I caught a jitney to go play football or go to school when I was 6 years old. So I raised myself. You know what I mean? I willed myself in this position. We play football to change our lives, you know what I mean, to keep our health. We don't play football to just keep entertaining people, to walk off the field and they're like, how did I let somebody down? I did what I was supposed to do.
How did I let people down? Let me offer up some excuses for why I let people down. But how did I let them down? Yeah. Hey, you got to understand, there's reasons I let people down, but why would you say that I let people down?
Dude,
yeah.
Antonio Brown.
I honestly, I guess maybe Fred could have I would say don't lead with, you've let people down, but whatever. Like, he was trying to be very, very respectful, and he brought up all the people that have loved him and everything. And Antonio Brown is just at this point, there's no tone of voice or anything you can use to get Antonio Brown to take accountability for just acting like, honestly, this is where Antonio Brown falls short with his explanation or his excuses. Do you know how many other guys in the NFL have had very, very similar upbringings to you, Antonio Brown? Like, it's just, yes, those are all valid reasons that people act the way they do or don't do. And a lot of times it does lead to antisocial behavior. Recognize the antisocial part of it. Like, okay, all right, I 100% can sympathize or empathize with how childhoods like that affect you later in life, but recognizing and acknowledging that you're still acting that way at the very least. Like, at the very least, can you acknowledge it? Nope.
He was having none of Fred Taylor's intervention with him right there. Yeah. None of it. Here's one more from Antonio Brown. If you don't get him, stay tuned.
Things may not go the way other people want, or the people may not think that I may have not done things the way they would have done it, but that's why they're not me. It's okay to not understand AB. It's okay to not, you know what I mean? It's okay to not understand why I make those moves. But sometimes it takes time for people to understand. I don't want you guys to, if you don't understand now, then keep, you know what I mean? Keep tuned. You know what I mean? I'm sure a lot of people didn't understand 6th-round pick. I mean, a lot of people thought I was crazy. RC, 6th-round pick, this guy always run to the end zone, right, RC?
So all these things, Seth, all these things where he's assaulting people, throwing furniture out of balconies, not paying people, filing for bankruptcy, all these broken relationships. It's all going to come back around, man. There's a bigger thing at play here. Just stay tuned. Just stay tuned.
That's what he said, stay tuned.
Yeah, just stay tuned. Man, here was the most distracting thing. Seth, here was the most distracting thing about that interview is the video. I mean, the video production of the Pivot Podcast is outstanding. It's very well produced. He had that damn diamond-encrusted finger thing on the whole time that we know he hasn't paid for. That was one of the items that was $500,000, and he borrowed it, and he kept it reportally. And the whole time he's doing this interview, and he's talking with his hands, and I can't take my eyes off it. I'm like, you don't even own that thing on your hand right there.
I know, that thing's got a lien on it.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah. You left a kidney there for collateral for that damn thing. Yeah.
My favorite underreported Antonio Brown story, like in the light of all the other ones that there have been so many crazy Antonio Brown stories, was the time that he farted in the face of Pittsburgh doctor Victor Prisk.
Okay, I haven't heard this one.
Prisk described the event as childish. Sean, I'll give you a guess. Did he pay the bill? Has he yet paid Dr. Prisk's bill?
I don't know, Ben. Get the ding and the buzz ready. I'm gonna say Dr. Prisk has not gotten paid yet.
$11,500 in unpaid bills.
Okay, there we go.
Allegedly.
And a fart in the face. I mean, that's insult to injury right there. Did he pay you? No.
Okay, so he once repeatedly farted in his face during a consultation. The doctor claims that Antonio Brown still owes him $11,500. Everybody, I have to say claims because of, but yeah. Brown turned up 3 hours late for a body fat check in 2018 before proceeding to pass gas in his face and leave without paying.
Oh, my God. That is incredible. That is incredible.
I think the problem with Antonio Brown, though, is, I think he's obviously, I'm not a psychologist, and if I were, it would be irresponsible for me to do this, but, he's got mental health challenges,
Oh, yeah, big time.
There's something broken in him. I'd be curious, when they run that test on people and basically, have them do things to, count backwards from 100 by sevens, and you start to get, some people just get to a point where it's not just a math challenge. They'll go from, 93 to, 32 to, there's something wrong in his brain.
Okay.
I feel like Antonio Brown would be, he would try to pronounce the unpronounceable Prince symbol before he got to, before we got to 86.
86.
Yeah.
Brandon Scott is laughing his ass off at this right now.
Because it's so accurate and so appropriate, like inappropriate and appropriate at the same time. My grandfather would just say it. He would put it simply and say, that boy ain't right.
Yeah.
Or say that his elevator doesn't go all the way up to the top floor or something like that. But this is basically the same thing.
Yeah.
That is hilarious. I could absolutely see Antonio Brown struggling to count backwards.
Man.
I can see myself doing it. I'm a fairly intelligent person, so I can just imagine Antonio Brown struggling with that.
You know what, Brandon? I'm glad you brought up your grandfather, because it reminds me there's a guy, like a grandfather-age guy in my wife's hometown, who's this guy. He's like super brilliant, can fix anything. You know, he like goes around like everybody. He'll come and he'll fix your old Chevy. He'll fix your combine, all this stuff. But he's this tall tale teller who believes his tall tales. And one of his tall tales is that he was a replacement player for the Bills during the strike year back in the 80s. And the guy weighs like maybe $132, you know, soaking wet.
Yeah.
But I could see if Antonio Brown were 70 years old, sitting around, and I didn't know anything about the history of the NFL, I would think that he was this guy.
Yeah.
That he was just like, this guy's telling me all these stories about things he did in the NFL, and there's not a chance in hell. This guy's way too crazy. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
You've got to find out where that guy is actually from, because I can promise you there's probably legendary stories of him wherever. Like, he clearly wasn't a big-time pro.
Yeah.
But I bet you in high school or whatever his background is, he was probably a legit badass.
Oh, no. He's from that town. Like, everybody, like people know for sure that he didn't play for the Bills. Like, he wasn't a good athlete. I didn't play high school football or anything.
Oh, wow.
But he tells the story so well that there are some people in that town that have it explained to them. No,
did I miss that?
Well,
That's
belief
funny.
is half the battle. Sometimes
That's funny
belief is half the battle.
Because that was 87. Like, you know, there was TV back then. Like, it's not like it was the 40s, and you're like, you know, the only proof is newspapers and microfiche.
Yeah. It is a core part of his identity, and it never happened.
Hey, let me workshop this question real quick, because this goes back to something early in the show that Seth and I were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any memories of Willie Mays?
Yes, but not much as a player.
Yeah.
Just pretty much sitting in my living room as my dad oohed and awed. But I got to interview Willie Mays for about 30, 40 minutes one day.
Oh, wow.
When he was a consultant with the Giants back in the 80s.
How was that?
Because, you know, he was a really nice guy, gentleman, all that. But wasn't really into, like, I'm going to do a big sit-down interview. Somehow, some way, I got one, and it was, like, his thoughts on hitting.
Wow.
And it was a highlight of the career.
Okay.
Definitely a highlight of the career.
The reason I ask is the lead-in to me and Seth this morning on CBS Sports Radio, or Infinity Sports Radio.
Yeah.
Their topic, you know, in the 5 o'clock hour, our 5 o'clock hour, their 6 o'clock hour, was give us a call with your best Willie Mays memories.
Oh.
And I'm like,
yo,
you need to be like 65 years old to even have had a Willie Mays memory.
I barely remember him as a player.
Right. Yours would have been I interviewed him, which is a cool story and everything, but that's not what they were looking for. I'm like, man, thanks for partitioning off the audience to 60-plus before we get the baton handed.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know what's wild about that question? To me, like, one of the big takeaways is how we're losing our legends.
Yes.
Like, the people from that era
Jerry West
are slowly aging, and we're losing them. Like, that's the takeaway. Jerry West, Bill Walton a couple of weeks ago. Like, that is the takeaway, is how we're losing legends.
We're biting into the cross here, but I came in with a project of asking Seth to do something for me.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Because I think it's right in his wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Have you heard of the 1% Club game show?
No.
You have to watch it, because I'm watching this 1% game show. It's only been 2 episodes, and it's like 80% of the country got this right, 30% of the country, 20% of it goes all the way down to 1%.
Okay.
And I missed, you know, I was trying to be honest with myself. I wish it was lower, but I missed at the 30% question.
Yeah.
I bet you Seth could get to the 1%.
Really?
Yeah, it's logic.
What?
It's a logic-based game show. It's awesome.
I'm sitting right here, John.
But Seth Seth has logic.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah.
He's calling us a lot.
Hey, Bill Belichick took a course in logic from a hot 21-year-old sitting next to him on a plane. I took an actual logic class my freshman year in college, and it's been both the best and the worst thing that ever happened to me.
I'm not saying
there's one thing I've learned in life, it's most times people don't actually want logic.
I'm not saying Sean and B. Scott wouldn't be in my 20 to 30%. I thought I'd be better, but I was out at 30%.
It's in Seth's wheelhouse. What channel?
I believe it's Hulu.
Okay.
It's called the
Hulu.
1% what?
The 1% Club game show.
The 1% Club.
Okay.
It's really good.
I'm
off to a rollicking start now that I haven't even been able to remember the name of that show. The 1% show.
There's no logic involved in that.
Yeah, exactly. That's just memory.
That's it. That's memory. All right, we are done. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to, not you, just the 1%.
I knew that was coming. All right, Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
So speaking of logic, what is the next logical conclusion with the Houston Astros? Where are we really doing this right now? Like, that is the takeaway. That is the feeling watching them yesterday. I know listening to Sean this morning, he's like, thanks a lot for essentially wasting our times last night.
Yeah.
But for me, it's an inflection point, Lopez. I feel like that's where we are right now. Are we really doing this, losing to the Chicago White Sox, the worst team in baseball by a mile, and doing so when your pitcher, while not perfect, while skittish at times, gave you a chance to win, pitched well enough and gave you a chance to win, and you couldn't even beat the White Sox? I mean, is this really where we are? To me, it's an inflection point, Lopez. I feel like before last night, I was in an in-between phase.
Yeah.
I felt like the Astros were in between. They were tweeners from pretender and contender, right? Like seller and buyer when we talk about the trade deadline. I thought it was silly for Dana Brown to say publicly, hey, we're not going to be sellers at the trade deadline. But I thought it would have been equally silly for him to be like, hey, we're going to be aggressive.
Yeah.
We're going to go all in. We're going to go get somebody at the trade deadline, because you really could not say they were in that in-between phase. Last night, watching them lose to the White Sox, when previously in the day or earlier in the day they put Justin Verlander on the 15-day IL, and Yordan Alvarez wasn't available for personal reasons, and it's 3 days after you gave up 19 hits to the Detroit Tigers. Like, this is an inflection point for me, Lopez, of switching gears from being on the fence, from being in the middle about where the Astros are and what the reality is. You and I have both said on this air that they're done, that the season is over, but they've had these moments since then where it's like, okay, maybe there's a chance. After last night, it's an inflection point for me where the momentum shifts, the opinion changes, and this team is now firmly planted on the other side for me.
Look, inflection point is a good way to put it, and you also brought up something. I went back and looked this morning. So it was April 28th and that's early. And I said it was early at the time when I said this squad is done. Like it might have been the next week, but I'm pretty sure it was April 28th. But right thereabouts, I said this squad is done. They don't have the parts. They don't have the farm system. We know the story, right?
I can remember it because I clipped the video so we could go viral.
And so I understood that there was a long season. There was a long way to go. But what I was looking at just wasn't it. It wasn't the same Astros that I've seen. So on that date, the Astros were 6.5 games back, and I want to say 10 games under 500. I think they were 9-19. All right? Have you seen the standings today?
Oh, man.
Yeah, have you seen the standings today?
When you want to talk about an inflection point,
yes.
Like, forget exactly what they look like. Think about this as context, just this number. And I know this is what you're getting at. 10 games out for the first time, and I think Chandler Rome from The Athletic might have been the first person to point this out as a nugget. But after last night's loss to the White Sox, the lowly White Sox, again, by a mile, the worst team in baseball, the Astros are now 10 games out of the division lead for the first time in 8 years, for the first time since the 2016 season, which, as we know, predates this run that we all hold so near and dear to our hearts, the reason why we think so highly of the Astros to begin with. It predates that.
Yes.
So it's been a long time, and it predates your success.
So going on 2 months ago, they were 6.5 games out and 10 games under 500. Today, they're 10 games out and 7.5 games under 500. 7.5 games, 10 games back and 7 games under 500. They've gained no ground. Nothing. And they've lost players. It is an inflection point. And I don't even know, as much as I like that term because they got to make some decisions, I don't even know if there is another option at this point. Like the inflection point would indicate, well, they can do this or they can do this. You really want them to be buyers? You really want them to go for it? Nah, man. Like.
Well, no, Lopez. The inflection point for me, at least, is that they ain't buyers. They're not.
That's what I'm saying.
They're not buying anything. And this idea going back to Dana Brown saying, "Hey, we're not going to be sellers."
Yeah.
Maybe you're not, or maybe you're not going to be major sellers. Maybe you just don't have a whole lot to sell. Maybe what you've got here and the reason why you're so bad in the standings and your record is going to reflect itself in the market. Obviously, you got Alex Bregman as an expiring contract, but the idea that you just would not be sellers, we're above that. You ain't. You're not.
You're not.
You're not based off of last night.
You're not. And let's get to the reality of it, of why that's the decision that needs to be made. You're losing pitchers again. You've got two with Tommy John surgery, as we know. Justin Verlander. We sat right here yesterday about this time and certainly later in the show and said there is no reason to believe anything the Astros say. We get off the air, and they proved to us again there was no reason to believe anything they said.
Hey, we had a little bit of foresight on the show, huh?
Yeah, how about that?
Hey, we were talking about this just yesterday. Justin Verlander not really trusting. From Lopez's perspective, it was a lack of trust and belief in what they say.
Yeah.
For me, there was like an automatic assumption that whatever – so it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they say, it's got to be worse. Like just automatically assuming the worst in what they say. And then what do we find out?
Yeah.
Contrary to what they would have you to believe right after announcing that Justin Verlander was going to be scratched from his start, that he was going to miss his start against the Tigers on Saturday, they sound like on that day and at the time, they didn't feel like he was going to be on the injured list.
Yeah.
Fast forward a few days later, sure enough, he's on the 15-day, still with the neck discomfort. Is that still what we're calling it too?
I guess. I guess that's what they're calling it.
How you feel about that description, Lopez?
Well, there's no reason to believe it. There's absolutely – keep in mind, it's not a bone. I get that. But just to use the analogy, the neck bone connected to the shoulder bone. And he, why was he on the IL earlier this year? Shoulder.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to believe them at all. That's not picking on them. That's just the way it's been, to the point that I felt mad at myself. I got mad at myself yesterday when I saw Yordan Alvarez was going to miss the game for a family matter, or whatever it might be.
They called it either a personal or a family matter, but it was something like that.
And by the way, Baseball Explained is going to join us at 10:40. But I got mad at myself because part of me, just to be clear, the biggest part of me believed it. Something happened, he needs to go take care of it. But part of me, because the Astros are the Astros, was like, is it?
It's that earned skepticism.
Exactly.
It's that earned skepticism, because once they said it was a personal matter, I did give them the benefit of the doubt, or feel like, okay, I don't know, especially with Yordan Alvarez of all people, like if anybody, really all of these guys,
and with Tucker out,
deserve it, but Yordan Alvarez of all people, okay, if he's got a personal matter, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. But to your point, earned skepticism.
Yeah.
What if it is something? And okay, to your point, you got Tucker out. You got Verlander going on the IL. A couple of weeks ago, you had two starting pitchers have Tommy John surgery on back-to-back days. And you just don't feel like you can take another Astros injury headline that includes a name as big as Yordan Alvarez, and we say, like, I see that. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not actually questioning it, but I understand how that could come up, right? How that could, rightfully come up. And then also, before we found out that it was a personal matter, just the, oh, my God, here we go again. What are we doing? Yordan Alvarez is not available to play against the White Sox. Games that you've got to have against a team where you would say, hey, here's a gettable game. Here's a gettable series. We don't sweep folks no more.
No.
We don't sweep teams no more. And here come the White Sox, or here we come to them, and Yordan's not in the lineup.
Yeah.
That's earned skepticism.
Yeah, and you're not going to sweep the worst team in baseball now because you lost that game. But, that's another part of the thing that I said early on in this season. They don't look like a team that can win 4 games in a row consistently. They don't have the parts. Well, they've done it once, and that's it. They ain't going to do it right now. I mean, they're going to have to win the next 4 if they're going to do it. So I just feel like, yes, it is absolutely an inflection point. And the other part of this is not only is it an inflection point, it's an inflection point now. They need pitching now, not just for this. I mean, not for this season, but for moving forward, getting some of these pieces going.
In the moment, I was also thinking about watching Fromber kind of scuffle a little bit, but also give them enough to win. I was thinking about that point you were making yesterday about the young pitchers and how much they've relied on them and how this is going to be like a dark year or a wasted year.
Yeah.
And if they continue on their workload, it'll feel like it's all for naught. Because as Astros fans, you feel entitled to some kind of real consequential season at the very least. Even if it doesn't end in a World Series, you're expecting a season of consequence. And these young pitchers are just going to get, experience for the sake of experience?
Let them get some innings under their belt and then shut them down when they get a little bit over their career high, because there's no reason to do anything else other than that. There's none.
It's disappointing that it would be this way when the younger guys are giving you something. And then last night specifically, when Framber Valdez gives you something, like I understand they were in the position they were in because he was walking guys.
Wild pitch.
He had the wild pitch. He had traffic.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, as they say, he did go 6 and only give up 2.
It was a quality start.
It was only a quality start by definition.
Yeah, but did it look like a quality start?
Because I didn't feel like it looked like a quality start, which is its own conversation. Like the fact that Fromber has turned into, and we talked about this yesterday. I've talked about this a lot over the last week.
Yeah.
He's gone from reliable, workhorse, bulldog, you're kind of like your tank.
Yeah.
So like, you know what? I don't know what I'm gonna get from Fromber today. What exactly am I supposed to expect? When we were having that conversation about him not being an ace yesterday, that wasn't an ace performance. That was a get you by performance.
What did I call him? He's a major league pitcher.
That was a major league performance.
Yeah, he was a major league pitcher. He deserves to be there. He has some good moments, but he isn't an ace. He's not an ace.
And it was a damn shame. I thought that the Astros at the very least couldn't support it because, while they did not have Tucker, while they did not have Yordan Alvarez, I did feel like they had at least enough. At least maybe nobody else in baseball, Lopez. Maybe no other team in baseball would I have felt this way. But against the White Sox, I felt like the Astros should have been able to go out there with a skeleton crew, with a bare bones lineup like it was. One guy out there with an OPS over 800 and Jose Altuve, and aside from that, just a bunch of guys out there and still beat the White Sox, and they couldn't do it.
I'm glad you mentioned Jose Altuve, because this is the moment that kind of did it for me too. And you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. It was maybe the only and most interesting thing that happened in the game.
And what it was, I always call it my empty the dishwasher theory. Like, let's say there's a couple, and they break up. There's a married couple, and they break up, and they file for divorce. And someone asks, let's say the wife, well, what really did it? Well, we got in a big argument because he wouldn't empty the dishwasher. Well, the reality is, not emptying the dishwasher is not why they're getting a divorce. It was the inflection point.
Yep.
It was the last straw that put a ton of issues to the forefront and had them bubbling to the top. Like, people could say, well, yeah, we got in a big fight because he didn't empty the dishwasher. No, that's not it. There's a bunch of stuff underneath that led to the breakup. So Jose Altuve popped off like we've never seen him pop off, truly, ever. Because they missed a strike call on his previous at bat,
and he struck out.
That wasn't what he was mad about. That was the dishwasher theory. That was him boiling over, cursing, yelling into his glove, very animated because of everything else going on. They're sitting there losing or playing the White Sox, about to lose a game. And they're in complete disarray. They got Verlander on the IL, 2 guys with Tommy John. They can't muster a run. Jose Altuve was yelling at everything. He was mad.
That's cool.
He was mad at everything. It wasn't that strike,
It was not, but Joe Espada was ejected yesterday, and I did not know how much I needed
that now.
But the reason why I'm connecting this is because the reason why Espada is ejected is because he's defending Altuve. The first thing we see coming out of that, or in the mid part of that inning, going into the bottom half, is Altuve, like you said, looking like we've never seen him before, madder than hell than we've ever seen him before.
Yeah.
And then what happens after that? Fromber gets hosed on a call where he hits the top part of the zone and doesn't get the call.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, now what the bleep?
Yeah.
And then Joe Espada finally, I didn't know how badly I needed to, but finally he does this.
I just didn't agree with the strike zone there. I asked where what that.
That's it. Joe Espada's gone.
Well, let him have it.
That pitch was well within the strike zone. Altuve was saying something, and the second base umpire, Brendan Miller, told him to knock it off. And Joe Espada backing up his player.
No, you got to.
That's not a consistent strike zone from the top of the inning to the bottom of the inning. Altuve was upset about that pitch being called a ball.
That's ball right there to the top of the zone. That actually catches the zone. Jose Altuve's was 3 or 4 inches above the zone.
Yeah, so they feel like they're getting hosed, and finally we get some personality from Joe Espada. And would you believe it, Lopez? It's too late. It's too late, because even then it's like, you know what?
Yeah.
We've seen this before, and we kind of know. We kind of know what this is already.
Yeah.
And we just don't believe. It was the right thing to do. Joe Espada did the right thing in that moment, and I'll defend him defending his player.
Yeah.
But the response, I wrote about this last night online, posted it on our Facebook page. The response was like,
Yeah.
we don't even believe you, Joe.
Yeah.
We don't even believe you.
I got to tell you, I thought it fell a little flat.
Yeah. For most people, it did.
I'm glad he did it.
Yeah, it was the right thing to do.
And he was defending his player. But, dude, you've been called on this show like soft and everything else. Kick some dirt or something,
He ain't
man.
got it in him.
Throw
Lopez.
your hat.
He ain't got it in him. Like, that actually looked a lot more demonstrative, and he looked legitimately mad.
He was.
But his mad,
yeah.
it just didn't look all that mad, did it?
Do you think the players laugh at his mad?
Yes, he's that guy. Yeah, he is that guy.
I'll tell you this.
Have you ever laughed at your mama yelling at you?
Yeah,
and
once.
you almost got in trouble.
Once.
And she almost slapped the daylight out of you.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, when you get big enough and you're like, I can take
when
this.
she make a face and you kind of laugh.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I'll give you something to laugh about.
I'll tell you this. When he walked away, when he was walking back toward the dugout, based off of how it ended, I know we heard the call there where TK says that Todd Callis says that he's been tossed, but I wasn't positive.
Yeah.
Based off of the interaction, I was like, okay, so did they?
Did they?
It looks like they talked about it, but they hash it out. Is he going to get to stay in the game for how polite he was and getting ejected? Like, I didn't know. I wasn't sure. Yeah. Astros, man. Frustrating. All right, so Nico Collins talked to ESPN's DJ Bijani, and he's got some goals that I feel like conflict with one of Lopez's assumptions about this team. That's next on In the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. free Odyssey app.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
CJ Stroud has called him a generational talent, and it sounds like dude believes it. And belief is half the battle. You don't believe in yourself, why should anybody else?
Yeah.
And clearly, one Nico Collins, Texans wide receiver, recently paid. Got a 4-year, $72 million extension, something like $50 million guaranteed, freshly paid.
Freshly paid.
Doing well, talking to the media. And he says he's got goals, Lopez.
Yeah.
You think that Stephon Diggs is the number one wide receiver on this team?
I do.
I agree with you. I think that's mostly based off of what he has done, and what's going to happen in the future, obviously, has not happened yet. So we'll see how it goes down. But they got 3 guys that have potential to go for well over 1,000 yards between Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell. But what's Nico Collins' goal? And we've heard a little bit from Tank Dell earlier in the offseason, and now Nico Collins, man, he's chasing the greats. He believes in what C.J. Stroud says about him, being a generational talent, because what is Nico Collins trying to do? He's trying to chase the greats like Julio Jones, like Megatron, like Larry Fitzgerald. These are the guys.
Hey man, tap the brakes on that, man.
These are the guys that Nico Collins patents his game after. These are the guys that he sees himself as. What say you, Lopez? Can Nico Collins go for 1,500 receiving yards the way his heart desires? Clearly, as he spoke to DJ Bijani. How much of a believer are you, sir?
So that's what he's saying.
That's his goal. That's his personal goal this year. I think earlier in the offseason we heard Tank say it was around 1,300.
Yeah.
That would obviously be an improvement because he only played 8, however many games it was because of the injury.
Yeah.
But Nico Collins had a big year. Something like 13, closer to 1,300.
Yeah.
And wants to get 1,500 this time. They've added Stephon Diggs. Tank Dell, you're anticipating is going to be healthy. But Nico Collins, like I said, freshly paid and freshly hyped as a generational talent by his own teammate and quarterback C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Believing in himself, and he's got high hopes.
All right, couple questions. First on your point, can he get to 1,500 yards? Sure. I mean, go for it, man.
Oh, come on, man. No, I sense sarcasm.
No.
I sense your sarcasm. Sure,
no, it's not sarcasm.
Okay,
I'm gonna back it up with a question.
Sure, you could be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
As long as you apply yourself.
Yeah.
Just like Grandma used to say.
Exactly.
Just make a dream and pursue that dream. No, I'm not being facetious. I'm really not. If he goes for 1,500 yards, it's on the table for a guy like that if he stays healthy and continues to improve. 3 dudes had 1,500 yards last year. And that was Amon-Ra St. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, and Tyreek Hill. That's some lofty company. But they did do it. As a number one wide receiver, you can do it. Here's my question, because my answer is no. Even if he has that kind of year and becomes, just next level type of receiver, do you want him to have 1,500 yards with the other 2 dudes?
I like this question.
Right?
No.
I don't.
Because the answer is no.
Yes.
I like the question because the answer is no.
I'd love for him to have 1,000, 1,100, and then another dude with 1,000 or 1,100, and maybe another dude with 900, over him having 1,500, because that's going to directly eat into how they're spreading the ball with their wide receivers.
Yeah, Nico Collins is without question, I think, capable of achieving that. I think what we saw last year was kind of like an indicator of what Nico Collins could be. And I think that's also why they paid him, because we talked about this, man, 1 year. I mean, really one elite year, and you pay him that kind of money.
Yeah.
Well, it's based off of the 1 year that you've seen, but the belief that he can replicate that and maybe even perhaps be better.
Right.
So I think it's totally in play in that, like, individually, if you just take each one of these guys in a vacuum, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, and Stephon Diggs. Maybe Tank Dell to a lesser degree because you have seen lesser of it, right?
Yeah.
But all of them, if you're just going off of potential, you could say, yeah, any one of those guys.
Hey, could Stephon go for 1,500? Sure.
Why not?
I don't want him to.
but why would you want them to?
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at, is kind of like having the caution.
Yeah.
You know, like I like the confidence.
Mm-hmm.
I like the swagger. I like the fact that they're kind of stepping out there. They got the chest out there. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I want the team to have that kind of confidence, to not back away from the challenge or from the hype or from the expectation, or to even have a loftier expectation of themselves. I can appreciate that. But I do want to pump the brakes a little bit. I want to pump the brakes a little bit, Lopez, because to your point, this spreading the ball around thing, I think
that's how they're good.
That's how they're good.
Yeah.
It's important that they do that. That's how they're good. CJ is wired that way. And to have that many, an abundance of weapons, that makes that even better.
Because if he gets 1,500 yards, that probably means that one of the other receivers is either not productive, heaven forbid, injured, or ticked off. Like because if he has 1,500 yards, that means either Stephon Diggs and or Tank Dell are not doing what we thought they would do.
Yeah, something went wrong.
Or one of them is ticked off because they're not getting the ball enough, or one of them is injured. Like all three options of him getting 1,500 yards are not good for the team.
Yeah.
And so that's why I would settle for 1,150, man. And then Stephon goes for 1,200 and Tank goes for 900. That's a great team.
It also makes you wonder if they're going to be running the ball well. Like, and that to me is a lesser, a kind of a backseat issue. Because if they're throwing the ball across the yard and these guys are all going for 1,000, 1,100 plus, and one of them's got 1,500, and the passing offense is prolific and they're scoring points and they're winning games, I don't think I'm going to complain as much about the run game, but I do feel like those things could end up being related if one guy's getting 1,500 yards or say another guy's not healthy, and all of a sudden that position group doesn't look as strong and as deep as it did in the offseason.
I mean, you've got tight ends to feed. You've got Mixon out of the backfield to feed. You got other receivers in four wide sets that you got to feed. If he gets 1,500 yards, I mean, hey, welcome to the All-Pro Club. But how good is this squad? How good is this offense? Because they can't all have 1,500 yards. I mean, that's 4,500 yards right there from three dudes. And a lot of quarterbacks don't throw for 4,500 yards.
I like something that Seth said this morning. I was listening in, and he mentioned, I would prefer that they have different and maybe more specific goals of things that they can actually control. Because, like, Tank's goal was something like 100 catches and 10 touchdowns and 1,300, something like that.
Yeah.
But those are things that he's not really in charge of and can't really control. He needs to obviously he has to be open. CJ has to see him. It has to be a part. Like, it has to all work, right?
Yeah.
You can't throw the ball to yourself. But things that you can control that Seth mentioned were like, hey, how about I want to have this many broken tackles? I want to have this many yards after the catch. And especially for a guy like Nico, really all of them to a degree.
Yeah.
But Nico with that size and that big play ability.
Down the middle.
I would much prefer that be more like what his goals are than, say, just like a cumulative number of receiving yards.
How about I want to start and finish at least 15 games? Guys are going to get nicked up.
I want a second straight healthy season.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to start and finish at least 15, 16 games. If you do that, you're going to have 1,200 yards or 1,100 or whatever.
I could appreciate that. Another thing that stood out to me about this whole Nico Collins wanting to get 1,500 receiving yards is this juxtaposition to the way the defense talks and operates, and really more so DeMeco and that whole like Alabama background of the rat poison and not eating the cheese and all of that. We've got two different, I wouldn't say conflicting, but they are different philosophies in terms of how we talk about ourselves and view ourselves and behave publicly, or just present publicly. Not behave, but present publicly, I should say. And it seems like the defense, guys like Christian Harris, guys like DeMeco Ryans are kind of like, don't eat the rat poison, don't eat the cheese. We're not worried about of course, Nick Caserio.
Of course.
We don't want to focus too much on what the outside noise is. But I don't really want to hear that anymore now, because you got two high-profile players, one a young guy who hasn't been paid yet, but a young, exciting player in Tank Dell,
and
another one who you have now invested in and is, I won't say a household name, but
here he is.
A household name here, and just flat out a lot more famous than he used to be in Nico Collins. Two guys now high-profile going out there and publicly stating what their individual goals are.
I do like
team.
it. Don't get me wrong.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love the attitude. I love what it represents.
Yeah.
I just I feel like I want to hear less of the the cliche, hey, we're just going to keep our heads down and we're not worried about the outside noise or we're not worried about these specific things. No, maybe not the outside noise, but it's internal. It's also internal where the hype is, where the expectation is, and the way that you're viewing yourselves and what you're saying about yourselves. That's internal. We know it because you got guys that are coming out here and saying it.
Yeah, and I think it also trickles down from their quarterback. Like their quarterback has been famously kind of cocky, this offseason.
Yeah.
I think it's just trickling down.
Yeah, I didn't even mention CJ.
They're taking cues.
I didn't even mention CJ.
Yeah, they're taking cues.
Yeah, I'm totally with it. He is John Lopez. I am Brandon Scott, here with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up, we got Baseball Spo. What does Adam Spillane think about the Houston Astros losing to the lowly Chicago White Sox and Justin Verlander going on the 15-day injured list? We'll talk to him next on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
The thing you
Radio 610.
Who they want, who they want, who they want, who they want. Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball.
Adam Spillane is in with us on the interlude. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig here in the building. And Spo, we got to get to it, man. The Astros, I felt like this is like a low moment and maybe even an inflection point. That's the way I characterize it to start the show. But I got to get from you. What do you make of the Astros losing to the White Sox in the fashion that they did? Is it something that maybe we should have expected given the skeleton crew that they had out there? Or is it as inexcusable as I felt it was in the moment?
I mean, you're going to lose games. And even to the White Sox have, what are they at now, 19 wins or something? So they're capable of winning. Any big league team is capable of winning games. They've been a little bit better recently. It's still an awful loss. Not that they lost the game, but that you can only basically manage together, 7 hits, and all of them were singles. And you look, 2 of those came in the 9th inning, and they were complete accidents. I mean, you have the little check swing by, I can't even remember who it was. Yeah, Singleton had one, and then whoever was hitting after him yesterday, had a little flare.
And Dubon.
Yeah, I mean, those are some of your hits. So the fact that there really wasn't any sort of loud contact, that's where it's disappointing. And they know where they're at. You could see it, just the frustration with Jose Altuve with that strikeout whenever that was. I guess it was in the 3rd inning where he really didn't get it much of a chance with a guy on base. They know where they're at. They know they need to start piling up wins. This was an opportunity, especially when you consider who's coming in over the weekend. They need to be, if you can't win this series, if you can't win the next 2 games, then that's when the questions really have to start to be asked, more so than we've already been asking.
Yeah. Have you ever seen, and we'll talk more about the team, but on the Altuve point, have you ever seen or remember anything like that? That was unique, and we've been watching him for a long time.
You don't see emotion from him really ever, whether it's positive emotion or negative. You saw the home run that he hit against the Rangers in Game 5, especially when you contrast it to the reaction that Adolis Garcia had, where Adolis Garcia, when he hit the home run off of Verlander a couple innings before, he's pimping it. He's standing, waiting, down the first baseline, just bringing all the attention on him. And Altuve just puts his head down and runs the bases. That's just who he is. He's not the type of guy that's going to, I don't think he's ever been ejected, probably. So, I mean, just the fact the fact that he reacted the way that he did last night just kind of shows you that stuff is kind of bubbling over, and they know that they need to start piling up wins. And when you miss an opportunity like Altuve did, where he had the bat essentially taken out of his hands by the home plate umpire, you're going to get frustrated and it's going to boil over.
It really wasn't about the strike. Is my point. It really was not about the strike.
It was, but
it was that was a tipping point.
Yes, that's what really set him off, was the fact that he needed he needed an opportunity to come through in that at bat, and he wasn't given the opportunity by the home plate.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you this, because we talked about it yesterday. I've mentioned it some with you. There's truly nothing that you can believe the Astros say when it comes to injuries. And lo and behold, right after we got off air yesterday, we're talking about, I hope he's right. I hope it's just that, he slept funny, but we know how the previous one, ended up. So Verlander, I'm thinking maybe it's my fault. I'm thinking it's a shoulder, because that's what he was out on earlier in the year. And I think it's going to be something that is going to be lingering. It has nothing to do with neck discomfort.
I'm going to take them at their word. And
why? Based on what?
I don't think that teams are going to lie. And I don't think that it was an elbow with Javier either the first time. I think that it was actually his neck, and maybe that impacted his elbow somewhere. I don't know. But listen, the Astros don't. For you to second guess the Astros and for you to not believe them, that's just kind of, I can't blame you for that.
Yeah.
That's just the way that they've operated under this secrecy. And so you're going to, when you operate the way that they have operated, you are going to draw your own conclusions with this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think, and because Verlander, it's not like Verlander hadn't talked to the media. And Verlander talked to the media the other day, and he basically said it was the neck. And so I'm going to take him at his word for that. I get why some people aren't, but I'm not going to take that approach.
How worrisome, though, is the injury? Give us the SPO bullet points on why or what to be concerned about with the injury and what it all means.
I don't know exactly what you should be worried about, but the fact that this has been going on for a little while, this wasn't just, he didn't just wake up with it. This was something that had been lingering for a little bit, and it just got bad to the point to where he had to shut down a bullpen. And the fact that it's not getting better the way that they thought that it would, I think that's a little bit concerning. But I can't imagine. And listen, I probably would have. I mean, Javier wound up missing a whole lot more time than they thought that he would when he had the neck thing. I mean, they thought that he needed a rehab start after his neck thing, and then he made that start, and then a couple starts after that. Then he had the elbow flare up. If he needs if he's not ready to go on July 1st when he's ready to be activated, then I think that would be a little bit concerning. But I think it's also concerning just for their future, because I think that they were counting on Justin Verlander to be in that rotation next year. And if he doesn't reach 140 innings, all of a sudden that gets thrown into question.
And that's very much in question.
Yes, because just the way for those that aren't clear, Verlander has a $35 million option for next year that vests if he gets to 140 innings. Now, the Mets are on the hook for half that. So basically, you'd be paying Justin Verlander $17.5. He needs 83 more innings the rest of this season in order to get to 140. Let's say he comes back right on July 1st. That would give him around 15 starts. It would be 15 starts if he goes every other day or every 5 days. Now, you can manipulate that to get to 16, maybe even 17. But if you make 15 starts and you need 3 innings, or you need 83 innings, you would need to go 5.5 innings, an average of 5.5 innings per start. He's been averaging 5.7 innings per start so far this season. So if he has any less, if he makes anything less than those 15 starts, then that gets thrown into question. And I've heard some people say, well, they need to move on from Justin Verlander. If they're trying to win next year, they need Justin Verlander because
next year?
Yes. Well, because first of all, who else you got? Like the idea that you're going to get somebody better than Justin Verlander for $17.5 million on the open market, that's foolish to think. And you look at just the depth in the organization, it's not there. You have Christian Javier and Jose Urquidy will miss most of next season because of the Tommy John surgery. So you have the guys that are healthy now, and are you really going to count on Lance McCullers and Luis Garcia next year if something happens, if Verlander can't come back? So I think that's a little bit of a question mark. So if they want to
But isn't that true if you're assuming you're going to be a contender next year and not trying to get better long term? Because if you're trying to get better long term, then Verlander might have a say in this.
My thing is, Bo, is like if you're trying to win next year, how much is this year? Like we can look at all of the different ways that they've been unlucky and the reasons, and explain the reasons why things have gone the way they have this year. And a lot of it has been poor injury luck and just some underperformance. But like long term, bird's eye view here, how much does this year inform what the strategy for next year should even be?
Well, we're going to find that out here in the next month.
Yeah.
And now you've heard Dana Brown say this multiple times just over the course of this season, and he reiterated it on Friday. Like, they're not going to sell. Like, they don't think that they are going to sell. They think that they are too good to be sellers. Now, I would be surprised if they change that stance. Maybe they trade a guy here or a guy there if they can't get back into this thing. But I don't expect them to go and trade Kyle Tucker before the trade deadline. I wouldn't expect them to go trade Framber Valdez before the trade deadline or anyone else that would be important for them next year. So I think that right now they are planning on being contenders again next year. And Justin Verlander isn't the same guy. He's not a 1. He's not a 2. But he's been an average starting pitcher this season. But when he's pitched, and if you can get an average starting pitcher for $17.5 million, you'll take that because those guys are hard to find.
Yeah, there's just something about, I don't know if it's like knee jerk or something about in the immediacy, watching them lose to the White Sox a few days after they give up a season high 19 hits to the Tigers in the midst of Justin Verlander going on the injured list, and Yordan Alvarez is out for a personal matter, which is just unrelated, but it's like a pile on, and you're like, man, this feels like an avalanche and like the beginning of the end. That's like the feeling. Maybe it's a more logical view to say, hey, we can revamp or restart this thing next year, but it does feel like things are going downhill.
No, it certainly is, but they've got, for the most part, aside from Alex Bregman, basically everyone important is under contract for next season. So I can't imagine. I'm just telling you, I can't imagine that they do some wholesale fire sale at the trade deadline. I just don't think that's how they're going to operate. I just don't think that we've never seen them in this kind of a situation before. So I would be shocked if something like that were to happen. I don't necessarily think that it would be like the dumbest decision, especially with the way that things kind of sit and the fact that I would be surprised at this point if they bring back the guys who are going to be free agents after next season, but I just don't see them taking that approach.
Quickly before we go, how worried should we be about Kyle Tucker?
I mean, I don't know. they keep saying that it's just healing slow, and I think sometimes,
is they?
Yeah, I think.
Are they?
I think sometimes that just but that just happens with a deep bone bruise. Now maybe they undersold how bad it was when it happened. Because remember, they were thinking that he'd be able to come back, in a couple days after it happened, and it's been 2 weeks. So maybe that's something that they've got to stop kind of underselling some of these injuries. And they were pretty bullish on Verlander being able to make this start in Chicago this week.
Yeah.
So
Talk about
I do think that they probably need to stop underselling the severity of these injuries right now. But we'll wait and see. I mean, John, we talked about this when it happened. It looked bad when the injury happened with Tucker. Like I thought he had broken his leg when it happened. So
maybe he did.
They say that he hasn't.
Maybe he did.
They say he hasn't.
Espada reiterated this yesterday.
They say he hasn't.
That
but
it's just a
did.
bone bruise that's just healing slow.
It is worth pointing out because it feels like their first or most significant injury to a position player, and it's Kyle Tucker out of all guys. So that is why it is worth noting. That is Baseball Spo. B. Scott, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig in the building on In the Loop. Coming up next. What is coming up next? Anyway? That's funny.
Some more Astros.
More Astros. No. Actually, this is a Lopez thing.
Yeah.
The Texans have had the best offseason per Lopez, but he says it could be even better.
It could.
We're going to hope that next segment is better than that tease. Coming up next on In the Loop.
God, I hope so. No. Hey, guys, maybe you're working outside.
Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop.
John Lopez thinks that the Texans had the best offseason in the NFL.
I do. Now, we touched on this yesterday.
We touched on that yesterday. However, you take a step further and say, you know what? It wasn't just the best in the NFL, but it could have been even better. So this is a branch off of an idea from yesterday.
Yeah.
You think that the Texans offseason could have been even better. What could make the Texans offseason better on and off the
Well,
field
it's also a
per
question.
John Lopez.
I'm looking for feedback here because I want you and Figgy, loophole 713-572-4610, help me out here because I was stating the case yesterday. I get it. Bears, a lot of hype. Caleb Williams, they were ranked as the number one best offseason. I think the Cardinals were up there. Who was the other one? I forget.
I don't understand the Cardinals.
I don't. It's all based on Marvin Harrison Jr. That's why I think the Texans, when you look at everything, from the defensive acquisitions,
it feels like a participation trophy though, Lopez.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, we had to get the Cardinals. We had to get somebody in here that don't make no kind of list.
Yeah.
So it feels like Major
Yeah.
League Baseball letting all the teams have a all-star representative. Like, why do the Cardinals got to be on any kind of list?
Exactly. So
I don't get that.
So my baseline is I think the Texans had the best offseason of any team in the NFL, and I think a lot of people would argue that. How would you make it better? Like how? And some of this is on field. And some of it is off field, and let me kind of sort of pique your interest here.
Yeah, let's get the juices flowing.
Kind of juice. Yeah, get the juices flowing here a little bit. I've got a few things on the field that could make it even better, and a few things off the field.
All right,
that could make it even better. Because part of the reason that this is a good offseason is we're seeing the dynamic work beautifully between D'Amico and Nick Caserio. We're seeing Cal and Hannah continue what they started last offseason by leading the charge to hire D'Amico and being out front and participate. So it's not all on the field. Now, here's the things on the field. Number one, Justin Simmons. Just do it.
Just do it.
Just do it.
Go Nike on it.
Just do it. Why not?
That's a good one. It feels like, man, y'all remember a few months back when there was this like a surge on safeties that were being released. Guys,
a lot of talk
that had been all pros, and just it was like, man, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
All of these guys are being released. Justin Simmons, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And like that conversation just completely died down, and we never really heard much about there being this super robust market for these guys. The Texans didn't really seem like they were super interested in these guys. They went out and drafted a dude that was just a couple of days shy of his 21st birthday. And we haven't heard a whole lot of it. But so it does make me question. I say all that to say, it makes me question how much energy there really is around that and how much it is just us as pundits, fans, spectators, or whatever it is, just projecting that. But it feels like an easy answer to me.
Well, they love Jalen Petrie.
Which is cool.
Especially D'Amico. That's cool.
That's cool.
And they feel pretty good, about the safety position. They drafted one, of course. They have their reasons to want to stand pat. But if you're considering, obviously, Jimmy Ward and all that, but if you consider yourself a legit contender, you got to check all the boxes, man. Just do it. Just get Justin Simmons. At this point, it won't be as much. To bring him in.
They don't have, I know, like they love Jalen Petrie, and, Jalen Petrie's from the crib right up the street in Stafford. I'm rooting for him. Yeah. But they don't have a dude at that position that is, like, above being replaced or bringing somebody in. Like, they don't have, even Derek Stingley, who needs to stay healthy, and we all know, like, the conversation and storylines around him. But, like, nobody's coming in to compete with Derek Stingley or unseat Derek Stingley. They're coming to play opposite side of him.
Yeah.
Same thing with like a Will Anderson Jr. Go down the list of some guys. Christian Harris, for example. But they don't have a safety, I feel like, who has, at least for them, performed at a level that is above dude being replaced.
We're all saying, and they're acting like it, we're a contender. Just bring in that safety. What's it going to hurt?
Yeah. It does make me wonder, though, what's going on with that?
What's going on?
Why wouldn't that have happened yet? But maybe they're just waiting until training camp.
Here's another one. Add another running back. We know you're going to. Like it's no secret. You're going to add another running back. I get.
Are they?
Yeah, I get you got too many young guys. I mean, if you look at their depth chart, I was looking at it earlier.
I'm not going to disagree with you about the need.
Yeah.
I just don't sense the urgency.
I feel like this is similar to the safety position, man.
Yeah, very much.
They like Damian Pierce a lot as much as they like Jalen Petrie.
So you're ready to go with your third back of Dare, special teams guy, Jawar Jordan, and British Brooks? Mm-hmm. I think they're going to add another guy.
Nah, man, I think this one is even like similar.
Less likely?
Like Figgy said, similar to the safety thing, but I would say less likely than the safety thing because, first of all, there ain't no Justin Simmons counterfactual with the running back situation.
Yeah.
So you don't have that. But then also, they at least do have two guys that have either performed well in a Texans uniform before or his name is Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
So, like I agree with the quality of the position. The quality of their depth chart at that position, they could stand to add.
They absolutely
but
could.
I think that they believe in what they have there more.
What would a championship team do? Championship teams have 3 running backs that can get on the field.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we probably have to wait until like preseason when somebody unexpectedly get cut, like a running back get cut.
I think that could happen
or something like that.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm not trying to sell you on this, Lopez, but I do think that they believe more in, say, a Damian Pierce and even Jawar Jordan than you or I do.
Oh, no, and I'm not picking on those guys, but championship contending teams have 3 running backs that they know, even if they like younger guys, can get on the field. The Texans have 1.5. If we're talking about Damian Pierce.
I would not be mad to see running back depth. Just give me all the backs, and especially with the way that they're valued, you could get them for cheap, especially at this time of year. You're not going to be paying a whole lot of money for a back.
Yeah.
I'm not going to cry about it if they do it.
Yeah, and the last thing on the field, and we'll get to some off-the-field stuff. You know it, I know it, they know it, and J.J. Watt knows it. He's going to come back. He's going to come back. They're saying it. They're talking around it. They're sort of posturing for it. Just freaking bring him back. Let's go. He doesn't have to be active. He doesn't have to practice. He doesn't do everything. Just bring J.J. Watt back. We know you're going to do it.
This is the most unnecessary thing out of all of the things that we'll probably discuss.
But you know they're going to do it.
But I'm with Lopez in terms of leaning toward them doing it. Like, you're putting your foot all in there and saying that they're going to do it.
Yeah.
I think that there's a pretty – what did I put the chances at? Greater than 20%.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's a real possibility and something that JJ's thinking about.
Yeah.
And the organization would welcome it. I understand that. It's probably the last. I think he told me just straight up, this is the last year I'm going to even train this way.
Yeah.
And so it might even be like a specific time thing of like, hey, we got to take advantage of this moment.
Mm-hmm.
But the buzz too, man.
Yeah.
Like I know you're talking about on the field.
Yeah.
But that's one that dips into both. You're giving us on the field and off the field ways to make the Texans offseason even better.
Yeah.
I think that is one that crosses over.
And Figgy, even if you disagree that you know they're going to do it, you know they want to do it and they're thinking about it.
I think so.
Right?
I think I don't think they just looking past it. It's like, nah, it's not going to happen. Nah, I think it is. I think it's really up to JJ.
Yeah.
Because I know JJ said he waiting on D'Amico to call him. If he called, then he going to pop up, but
yeah.
I don't think D'Amico is going to call JJ out of respect. I think JJ got to come in that office and be like, hey.
And he will.
I'm ready to go.
Well, the whole, and I was there, the whole, if D'Amico calls thing, that was that was posturing.
Yeah.
I think more of, maybe not even posturing, but figure of speech.
Yeah.
Because he made it clear to us that this is something that they have communicated about already.
You know they're going to do it or want to.
And assuming that there is a relationship there, which obviously there is one, then there ain't got to be a, hey, just call me.
I'm just waiting on them to call me.
Yeah. No. And then they say, well, we might call him.
If this is in the works, so if this is something that has any chance of happening, which we all agree that there is a chance, there is, I think a clear, open line of communication and maybe even some degree, not maybe weekly, even a degree of planning. Yeah, there you go. Weekly.
Yeah.
There is a degree of planning and organization around, hey, what's this going to look like?
Yeah.
What's how's it best for you? More importantly, how is it best for the team?
Yeah.
How are we going to handle it because you're a celebrity?
Yeah.
And we're throwing you into the mix of a team that is gaining its own new celebrity. Like there are a lot of kind of weird things that are going to be factoring into this and happening at the same time that they probably want to navigate before they actually do it. There's no chance that D'Amico or JJ is just like all of a sudden going to look at
you want me?
Look at the clock and say, you know what? At 11:11 on today, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, we're just going to call up our
JJ,
friends and
I
say,
need
you know what?
you.
You know what? I need you.
Come on.
Or you know what,
We
Cal?
know it.
I'm ready to come back. Oh, man.
We know they're going to do it.
And with D'Amico being a former player, man, I think he have a lot of respect for not calling JJ and saying, hey, I need you.
Yeah.
This is all on JJ. If you want to come back, the door is open.
Yeah. All right, off the field. I got 4 things off the field that
Let's
can
do it.
make the best offseason the Texans have ever had even better. Number 1 is just kind of a personal thing because it kind of hurts my heart. Bring Arian Foster back in the fold, man. Bring Arian Foster. He's the greatest running back this organization has ever had. They've kind of just gone their own ways. Didn't they have some sort of, not nasty breakup, but some sort of differences or something?
He was there, I want to say, a year ago, right?
Yeah, he was caught.
He was in a suite.
One of the
with
suites.
Andre
maybe
Johnson.
That's different, but I mean,
No, I understand what you mean.
But you want him part of the team.
But this
bring
is
him back.
This is the point I'm making, though, Lopez. I think that's laying the foundation. Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe Andre or some group of teammates or just common figures are like the conduit between wherever Arian Foster's at and his feeling about the team and wherever the team is and their feeling about Arian Foster. I agree with you. I just wonder what all needs to happen to make that happen, and also how much interest, because that's another thing about Arian. It's like he seems to be not just less interested, but like he needs that less.
Reach out. Throw
as a
that
part
olive
of his
branch
life.
out there, man.
Yeah.
Bring him in, put him out front.
So I wonder if they did reach out to him at any point and he just chose not to.
Maybe, but reach out, talk to him.
Because he is not invested in the NFL at all like that.
But he's still, this was his squad, man. This is where he made his money.
I agree. I think this would have to be an Andre Johnson thing.
Maybe.
I think Andre Johnson got to make that call. I don't think Cal could just make the call and then he come through, but I think Andre, who's close with him, have to make that call.
Yeah, I think it could be both, though. I think it could start with Andre, and then you progress to a point where Cal's making the call, and maybe Andre's built enough
equity
credibility and equity in about Cal and the organization, or whatever. I said
that
Cal,
can work,
but whatever it is that needs to be built, like whatever it is specific, and then go from there. Oh, Cal's calling?
Yeah.
That goes a long way, I think.
Hey, I got Cal on the line with me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Cal and Hannah want to chop it up.
Yeah.
You know how they like to, do phone calls together.
Oh, yeah.
They're
I'm going to be on one with them tomorrow.
There you go. They're a good pairing. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah. All right.
I would love it.
This is one that I feel pretty strongly about, and I feel like with all the good PR they have, this would be a kind of a low-key, excellent PR move. Open the damn roof if it's under 70 degrees. Open the roof. That's an old Gary Kubiak thing that Bill O'Brien kept going. And, the October and November games here are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. And I think it's just it's one of the things that the fans will appreciate. Doesn't seem like that big a deal, but it'd be some good vibes in there with the sky showing and all that.
You think it's a possibility with one of their primetime games that could happen?
I hope.
So I got a theory here.
Yeah?
Or it's less of a theory and more of an approach. I'm conspiracy theory guy when they don't do what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like if all the reasons exist in the world to open the roof, and it just makes all the sense in the world. It's gorgeous outside. The weather's beautiful. It's not even muggy. Say we don't have one of those atypical Houston humid days.
Yeah.
Like it's sunny out. The temperature's nice, but the air is just smacking you in the face.
Yeah.
I don't really like those days. But say it's just like an October day.
Yeah.
Whatever. My conspiracy theory, and maybe this is me being too chronically online, but when they don't do that, I just automatically assume the roof doesn't open. and that it doesn't work.
Well, that's a possibility. It's been rumored.
Whether that's
or it's difficult or takes a long time, whatever.
Whether it's NRG, whether it's Minute Maid, I'm not making it team or organization specific, stadium facility specific. To me, just based on that, like it doesn't make much more sense or any sense at all to not do it. If you ain't opening your roof with 70-degree weather in H-Town, that thing must not work.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Now, these next two probably couldn't happen until the regular season or maybe even after this coming season. But you got to make the alternate home jerseys, uniforms, the regular home jerseys. You would go so far in this city. You would have this city in the palm of your hand.
So wait, remind the people which one are the alternate
The dark
home?
blue with the H-Town blue logo, little H-Town blue on the jersey. I think the number's right.
Yeah, that's the one with the helmet that they introduced, the new helmet.
Yeah, just
or one of
freaking
the new helmets.
People by far, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'll bet you that jersey and logo is selling more than anything else. Just make those the actual home jerseys and make the good ones that Cal likes. You know, Cal likes the old, allegedly, likes the old uniforms and really wanted that old H-Town uniform.
They like it on behalf of Bob.
Yeah, make that the alternate.
Yeah, but Bob loved it, and so
And see, for
Cal likes it by
that
proxy.
reason, I feel like that won't happen.
Well,
I feel like Bob and Cal isn't the only ones that like that jersey. There's a lot of people that didn't even want to change the jersey too much. That's why the new jerseys don't kind of look similar.
Those alternate homes are badass.
So the only change I will make, and I ain't got nothing against the H, but I want that blue.
A little more?
That blue horn or the new bull.
Yeah.
But in the H-Town blue.
Oh, okay.
I want that on the helmet.
Yeah,
more than the
that
H.
too.
I would be with you on this if the helmet included that. I would be 100%.
I like the H.
So
I like the H.
like the H. I'm a fan of the H. I am a huge fan of that blue bull for whatever.
Yeah.
It was also like the adjustment to the uniform that I didn't realize I needed. I didn't realize I was going to like that as much as I did until I saw it.
And then the last thing, and I think there's been a push here in the last month or so. You would know this, B. Scott. Like they're starting to gain traction to renovate NRG, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't there something in, I don't know if it was the county commissioners, they're starting to try to either researching or looking into it or have approved first initial things or whatever.
Yeah, I think there is something going on with it.
Renovate NRG, you could make that with one very important element. Blow
the Astrodome.
Blow up. You could kick Dallas's ass.
Yeah,
in terms of facility.
But this is what makes the conversation about renovating NRG just difficult.
Yeah,
because there's not. I'm not going to say an appetite to knock the dome down because you've got an appetite for it. I've got an appetite for it.
I think the majority of people have.
We know a lot of people that pass by it and think that it's an eyesore and can't believe that it's still standing there after all of these years. Like, I graduated high school from the arena. It was Reliant at the time.
Yeah.
And that was still like a couple of years after the dome had been used the last time.
Yeah.
And that itself was 17 years ago.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about like generations upon generations that thing has been standing there. But it doesn't feel like there's the appetite with the right people, the ones that can actually get it done. Everybody that want it knocked down are the people that can't knock it down.
It's people that are soft. I was going to say something else. People that are soft.
Speak your mind, Lopez.
Don't. Well, it might not have been for air.
Okay, I got you. We'll talk about it in the break. We'll talk about it in the break.
It's people that don't want to be the person that pulls the lever. But here's why I think it could work. If you say, listen, this is going to be the premier. It could be the best, the absolute best. And we've seen some fantastic stadiums, Vegas, Dallas, all these new stadiums that are being built and Los Angeles and all that stuff. It could be better than all of those if you just turn that area right there that's just a black hole, literally, into a great event center, windows, parties, restaurants, water features, flowing right into the stadium with a new stadium renovation and all that. You would kick everybody's butt.
Not gonna happen. Man, I had a cousin in town last week. She was like, wait, why is that still up? She couldn't believe it was still up.
How many people have had that conversation? I have that conversation all the time.
You know what it looks like when you pass by it, especially from afar?
A boil.
Well, you ever see when the weather folks are talking about the Saharan dust.
Yeah.
It looks perpetually like Saharan dust is just falling on it.
Yeah.
It's like, why was somebody airbrush that thing or
NRG
power wash that thing?
NRG look like a new sock, and the Astros don't look like an old dim sock.
They're mismatched socks, one clean, one dirty.
It looks like a seeping boil.
Look like a dirty sock.
Like Pimple Popper MD doesn't want anything to do with it.
Joe Espada got ejected last night, and he did so defending Framber Valdez and Jose Altuve. But did that do anything to impact his Q rating among Astros fans? We'll talk about that next on In the Loop.
The Drive with presents In the Loop.
That's it. Joe Espada's gone.
Well, let him have it.
That pitch was well within the strike zone. Altuve was saying something, and the second base umpire, Brendan Miller, told him to knock it off. And Joe Espada backing up his player.
Oh, you got to.
That's not a consistent strike zone from the top of the inning to the bottom of the inning. Altuve was upset about that pitch being called a ball.
That's ball right there to the top of the zone. That actually catches the zone. Jose Altuve's was 3 or 4 inches above the zone.
Joe Espada, his second ejection in his first season as the Astros manager.
He's racking them up, y'all.
Showing some backbone.
He's fiery.
He's about to be the next Aaron Boone.
Yeah, he's
going
fiery.
out there and defending his players, standing up for his guys. And I think, you know what? Look, we're going to joke plenty about the lack thereof passion or like the lack of edge, lacking edge. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Dude don't have no riz, don't have no edge, lacking of aura, swaggerless, however you might want to put it. We're going to get to all of that. But I want to start by at least giving him credit for doing the right thing. And also, more importantly, and maybe more kind of like nuanced here, I think he was protecting Jose Altuve. I think he was really
maybe
because we saw how Jose Altuve came out of that inning, how he left the dugout, went onto the field, and just was. We had Baseball Spo in here. We've watched Jose Altuve his whole career, have never seen him act like that or as demonstrative as he was in that moment. And we understand that was a boiling point, or it had reached a boiling point at that point. It was more than just the strike zone.
Yeah.
More frustration built there. But it was manifesting itself in that very moment. And Jose Altuve was out there barking. He was out there frustrated. He was out there cussing. He was out there fighting mad about how poor that strike zone looked and just how it was impacting the team.
Yeah.
And so I think we were reaching a point where, I don't know if we actually looked this up, but Spo mentioned that he doesn't think Jose Altuve has been ejected in his career. If he hasn't, he was looking like he was like about that life.
About
like
as close as he could.
Oh, like he was ready to get ejected. Like he was ready to get rung himself.
Yeah.
And so to me, that is when a manager is supposed to step up and say, you know what?
Yeah.
I am not as consequential to this overall operation, especially me, Joe Espada, as say one Jose Altuve is. If we're going to win this game, it's much more likely with Jose Altuve doing something special than it is with me doing something special. I'm just as ticked off about the strike zone as he is. I feel mad about it. I'm going to go out there and defend the player. I will give him credit for that, even if it was as swaggerless as it was. Because it did lack a lot.
You know what? I will give him credit for that, because I think that was a factor. But put some backbone into it, brother. I mean,
he's progressing, Lopez. That was better. Look, both ejections coming in Chicago. The last one in April, the first one and the last one in April.
Yeah.
At Wrigley Field against the Cubs. This one at Guaranteed, they're not calling it Comiskey anymore. So whatever they call, whatever they call the White Sox field on the South Side.
Yeah.
But it looked better. It looked maybe by the end of the year he's actually kicking and screaming and spitting and hollering and hooting and everything you need to do.
Yeah, but show a little backbone. And the whole Altuve thing, I really felt bad for him because this was not about the strike zone, man. This was about the Astros and the season that is just going off the rails.
Yeah. And
frustration with we don't have any pitching. We're not hitting the ball. We're not scoring runs. We got a manager that's because see, that's the other thing. Altuve's in that clubhouse and has as much access to the brass in the organization as anyone. I mean, he can walk into Jim Crane's office anytime he wants. So he knows what the story is in terms of, kind of pecking order. So he's probably just blew up like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Like, this is awful.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things, Lopez, where it's more the moment is bigger than the moment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like this what you're seeing and watching is actually bigger than this one particular moment. Because I got on here earlier and was just mad and embarrassed about them losing to the White Sox, the worst team in baseball, even with their own skeleton crew, especially on a night when Framber Valdez was not great but good enough for you to win.
Yeah.
But the reality is it is one of 62 or whatever it is. And this season might have been lost even before now.
Yeah.
but it is the culmination of it all, and feeling like it's a waste, I think, is what is really getting out to, like, feeling like you don't have moments to waste or time to waste, but yet still having your time. You've been wasting time, and now you're having your time wasted by a shaky strike
You've
zone.
had some bad losses.
Yeah.
This might have been the most eye-opening loss. Like some bad losses that you're like, okay, maybe this isn't the year. This isn't the year. Last night to me was like, no, this is not the year.
I'm with you.
This is not the year. When this happens, it ain't gonna happen. You know,
a bad loss was Saturday when Justin Verlander gets scratched from his start. Spencer Arrighetti has to start in this place, and almost immediately
19 hits, something like that.
Oh man, well, 19 hits, but like two, like I want to say back-to-back home runs in the first. I mean, he didn't last longer than one in the third, I think.
Yeah.
So like he didn't even have a whole lot of time to give up all them runs that he gave, and he did it anyway.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, by the end of the game, by the end of it all, you tally it up, and it's a season high in hits.
That's a bad loss.
Oh my God, season high in hits for the Tigers, and a season high in hits given up for the Astros.
Yeah.
That's a bad loss. This loss last night, I would classify differently and say not just bad, but sobering. Obviously bad because of the opponent.
That's a good way to put it.
But sobering, you're like, oh, like the way I opened the show.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing? This is what we're doing, Lopez?
Yeah,
that's what's sobering about it, because it makes you sit back and say, oh, this is who we are now.
Yeah, because we're sitting here going, I'm saying they're done. Some people saying, no, they're not done. And then in between, you got guys like, it might not be the year. I don't know. It might be the year. They could do this. It might not. It might not. It might. Last night was like, it ain't going to happen.
You want to hear that?
It ain't going to happen.
You want to hear that fire in Joe Espada's belly? You want to hear that?
Yeah, man. Let's hear that.
Here's that fire.
Joe Pinella Espada.
Here is that fire in his belly after arguing balls and strikes with the umps in the game last night against the White Sox.
I just didn't agree with the strike zone there.
You don't say.
I asked where what that pitch was, and he said it was up in the zone. I disagreed.
Spit it out, Joe.
To his pitch, the previous inning was up in the zone. So that led to the ejection.
Oh, well, way to tell him. That'll teach him, Joe. Hey,
fire this team up, Joe.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Hey, I tell you what. Bet you they won't mess with that guy again.
Run through a wall for him.
Dude. That was him ticked off, Lopez.
That was him mad.
Like, that does not.
Mr. Umpire, I strongly disagree with your call there.
I didn't like it. Spit it out.
Mr. Umpire.
Say it with your chest, Joe.
Yeah.
And you know what? He did look like he was at least arguing it with some backbone. But, man, let me be able to tell how mad you are. Let me be able to sense it, man. It did not. I asked the question ahead of this segment. Did it change his Q rating? Not convincing.
No, it might have hurt his Q rating.
It might have.
Yeah.
All of the comments, everybody on Facebook, like everybody that responded to this in real time, they're like, this is not convincing.
Like, that's it?
That's it.
That's it.
Like this is the leader.
Mm-hmm.
This is the guy that you've chosen. This is the substitute teacher, the bench coach who is now running the team. Like no wonder the Astros look like a shell of themselves, because leadership looks that way as well.
Yeah.
He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott here with Figgy Fig. Coming up next on In the Loop, the hits. Don't miss it.
Play ball! All right, Sean.
These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
B. Scott in with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. And the first hit is a sad hit, a somber hit, but a well-lived life here, like a full life here with Willie Mays. Died yesterday at the age of 93. This was news that came out, I think, after our show. Or maybe late, but definitely.
No, it was after our show.
It was after our show because I feel like we would have hit on this. But Willie Mays, obviously, before my time, he was already a mythical figure by the time I got here. But my connection to Willie Mays, I feel like as a fan, is really like the whole Barry Bonds pipeline. I feel like it's cool that Barry Bonds is a
godfather.
Yeah, this is godfather. Yeah. He's a protege. One of the photos circulating yesterday after his passing was a young, small child, Barry Bonds, sitting in the dugout next to Willie Mays.
Yeah.
And, like, what that was foreshadowing, of course, at the time you could never know. But to me, it's just a cool pipeline. Of course, I'm more of the Barry Bonds era of baseball fandom, but I can appreciate the Willie Mays background and the tie to it. And obviously, it's much, 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 much bigger than that. And you can speak to that.
Yeah, look, Willie Mays, I feel like in a lot of ways, and people will still argue this with me, and I get it. It's a good argument. In baseball, he's like Wilt Chamberlain to me in basketball.
I get that. I could see that.
Like I always argue. I used to argue with Nick Wright, who used to sit right there all the time about greatest player ever. Of course, he was a big LeBron guy early on.
You don't say.
Early on, even.
You don't
early
say.
on,
No,
even.
when
there was a good argument between LeBron and Jordan, he was still on Team LeBron.
I would have never guessed that Nick had practiced some of these arguments.
But people can argue, Michael, LeBron. I always add Wilt Chamberlain as the greatest player in NBA history, and it's fine to argue the other side. I just know what he was and how awesome he was, and averaging 50 points and averaging triple doubles and all this other stuff. But I get the argument. To me, Willie Mays is that in baseball. People always say Babe Ruth, Ted Williams, maybe Barry Bonds, greatest player ever. I think Willie Mays should be in the discussion as the greatest baseball player ever. I think, 24 All-Star teams?
Yeah, how does he get left out of it?
24? No, he's always at the top. But people are rarely, some would. I do. He's the best player that's ever lived in baseball. But he's usually like 2, 3, 5, whatever. 24 All-Star teams, 12 Gold Gloves, and however many seasons he played all the way until he was 40-something years old. I barely remember him as a player. I was a child when he was already fading, in the early 70s. But I do have a great Willie Mays experience, probably one of my personal highlights. So I went up to the old Arlington Stadium to do some sort of feature story. And I actually got to eat in the media cafeteria with Mickey Mantle because one of the Texans, the Rangers riders was a good friend of Mickey Mantle, and I was sitting with him, and Mickey came to sat. So I chatted. It wasn't an interview, so I chatted with him. The next day, I had an interview set up with Willie Mays, which was kind of rare at the time. This is late 80s. He was a consultant with the Giants, and I don't know why he was in Arlington, but he was. And so I met him there.
Not known for doing a lot of interviews.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Not his thing.
Yeah, we organized it, and I ended up sitting with Willie Mays for about a half hour and did the interview. And I remember this is when my dad was still alive. And I remember talking to my dad on the phone saying, guess who I interviewed the last 2 days? Like, guess who I spoke with the last 2 days? I said, Mickey Mantle and Willie Mays.
Man.
And he said,
crowd pop
what?
Or jealous.
What? Yeah. Yeah. So that was truly a highlight of my career. And Willie Mays, obviously everybody remembers the great catch and in the World Series and all that, but just arguably the greatest baseball player that ever lived.
Yeah, the thing that stood out to me, obviously I don't have a recollection of his career because it just predates me, but the timing of it, having just come off of Jerry West passing away last week, and I guess Bill Walton the week before that. So within the last couple of weeks here, we've lost 3 like real titans in the sports industry, or athletes, former athletes, legends that I didn't watch them play, but was never unaware of their significance and that they played, and again why their names rang out the way that they did.
I'll tell you what, you go to a barbershop and it's no argument. It's Willie Mays.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it's Willie Mays.
Willie Mays. Well, this kind of speaks to the progression, the aging of people. I think now it's for a lot of people Barry Bonds.
Maybe Barry Bonds.
Because for a lot of the people that it would have been Willie Mays, they are starting to, and Willie Mays dies at the age of 93.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that to say there are a lot of people much younger than Willie Mays who we're losing now.
Yeah.
Like we're losing the generation even before Willie Mays.
Yeah.
The folks that are in their 70s and things like that, the ones that were big fans. And so a lot of times you're hearing about the younger player or, guys from since that era, we're losing the recipes. We're losing the people that remember how great Willie Mays actually was.
Yeah.
And so, it is just a reminder of how, precious the time is when you have a Willie Mays, a Jerry West, a Bill Walton still among you. Somehow on my phone, a picture popped up of Clinton Ron interviewing Bill Walton maybe 2 years ago at some event that we were doing. It just popped, you get those random memories on your phone.
That's pretty cool.
And I'm like, man, well, I wish I had realized this or remembered this a couple of weeks ago when he
Could've
passed.
called it up.
Yeah, I could have called it up or, I remembered them talking to him, just didn't remember that I had the photo. But these are precious moments, I agree. You gotta kind of savor them because, man, that generation is leaving us. Also on the hits, man. We got to talk about this. The Pistons, at least we don't root for the Pistons.
No, we don't.
Okay, at least whatever you think about what's going on with the Rockets, whether you believe in their future, whether you're bored by it, maybe you're down, whatever it is, at least you don't have to be embarrassed by what your NBA team is doing because the Pistons. And this was weird. I thought this was a weird story, Lopez, last year when they even hired Monty Williams and gave him all that money,
$65 million.
He was like the highest paid coach.
But who are they betting against? It was the part that was strange, and I didn't understand. It's I understand he's got some experience, but who's desperate to hire Monty Williams?
Yeah, who are they bidding against?
Who are they bidding against where they got to give him this much money? Well, after 1 year, the Detroit Pistons have decided that they are going to part ways with Monty Williams. They no longer want him to be their coach, but they're on the hook for a $65 million tab over 5 years.
That brother getting paid a lot, man.
Hey, he's getting 65 from the Pistons and 20
the Suns.
And 20 from the Suns. He's getting.
And by the way, didn't he get fired from or did he leave? I think he left New Orleans. Was he in New Orleans?
I don't know
if he's still
I don't know if he
getting paid
left,
there.
but
I do know he's getting $85 million to not coach two teams.
That by the way, he's better off not coaching.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Think about it. Which would you rather do? I don't care what your ambition is or how badly you want to be a coach.
Yeah.
Which would you rather do? Coach the Pistons?
Yeah.
Be sitting up there with James Wiseman?
Yeah.
And Kay Cunningham and the wrong Thompson twin? You want that life, or to be trying to revive Kevin Durant, the skeletal remains of Kevin Durant? They done gave them Bradley Beal. Would you rather coach the Suns and the Pistons or sit your ass at home and count that money?
Yeah, from two teams.
Dude, what would stop if somebody gave you $85 million and told you to take your ass home?
Mm-hmm.
What would stop you from just buying a private island and creating your own society?
Creating your own
society. I would officially become a ruler.
Yeah.
but I would be there would be 5 people in the nation. Whoever I could stand that day is allowed to be on my island. Oh my God. I'd throw parties.
And you tell them when to leave. All right, that's enough. That's enough.
What?
Go on home now.
He'll be fine, man. Just go to ESPN, be an analyst or something, man.
It would be Epstein.
Hell no.
If you get bored, I'm sure you're going to probably get bored. Jump on ESPN from time to time.
Bored.
I wouldn't.
I would have Epstein Island without the creepy stuff, with none of the illegal, creepy, predatorial stuff.
Yeah.
Just a private island, everything on the up and up, and you don't ever have to hear or see me again.
Never,
ever again. Also on the hits, man. Did y'all see C.J. Stroud?
I love this.
Had his youth football camp.
Now the stuff at the youth football camp was kind of whatever. Predictable.
Yeah, of course.
Cheesy, whatever. But that's fine. That's what the kids want to hear. Give the kids what they want and their parents and all that. But it was the peripheral stuff that I was impressed with.
Yeah.
Terrell Owens showed up.
Had some guests. Had some who.
Tank Dell showed up.
It was a who's who, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What'd you think about that?
Yeah, that was
the fact.
Cal and Hannah showed up.
The fact that the Texans, and we know C.J. Stroud's good. We watched him. We understand. We've been talking about him nonstop all offseason, all during the season.
Yeah.
But the fact that the Texans do have a quarterback with the kind of cachet that brings out, obviously, his teammates. Tank Dell, you know, they're attached at the hip. You expect him to come.
Yeah.
But a Terrell Owens, the owner, or, you know, ownership.
Tank. That's his boy, though.
And the media going not just out of necessity and obligation, but true interest in wanting access to the quarterback. Not just like, hey, we got to check off this box. This is an assignment.
Yeah.
We're writing on deadline, whatever it might be. But like, we really want to go out there because there might be something there. Who knows? Yeah. Like, that's a different feeling, and that's a good place.
By the way, did you hear his mama?
Man, so
yeah, I mean, his mama with one line, had the best interview of the day.
I want y'all to hear from C.J. Stroud's. I want y'all to hear from C.J. Stroud's mom, though, because no wonder this is such an impressive young dude. This is C.J. Stroud's mom at the football camp yesterday.
My first bit of advice would be let it be your child's dream, not your own, because the passion and the work ethic and everything that it entails to be an elite athlete or an athlete period or whatever they do. You know, they could be great at, you know, just a scholar. It has to be a passion that's within the child. And then you just enhance it and bring it out and encourage it and, you know, support it.
And that's a question of, hey, what advice would you give to the parent of a young athlete?
You can't get better than that one sentence.
What?
Let it be your child's dream, not yours.
Because for so many, how many when you coached, obviously, like kids,
it's the hardest part.
How many, like the percentage of how many of them they're living vicariously through their kid?
Yeah,
it's 100% the kid's dream and not their own. This is one thing I feel like I've gotten right.
Joe Jacksons.
Yeah, exactly.
One thing I feel like I've gotten right as a parent. All right, and I'm not gonna pretend to be like I'm the greatest dad ever to exist. I'm doing my best. But one thing I have never, ever done, and I'm proud of it, is project my own ambition or failures onto my children.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to do this or I want to do this, but I can't, so you're going to do it.
Yeah, but it did wake them up when they didn't need to be woken up.
I tried to do this and I failed. Now you got to do this. But as Lopez said, I
did. Woke them all up this morning. They're like,
oh, man.
Hey,
it's Juneteenth, man.
A tease for confessions. My kids were not too happy feeling like they had a holiday this morning, and their father, the one who's supposed to be in charge and have everything together, plumb forgot about it.
Yeah.
Plumb forgot the essence of the schedule. So that did happen. That's going to come up at 12:20 again in Lunchtime Confessions. You're not going to want to miss that. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Brandon Scott here with you on In the Loop. We just got done talking about C.J. Stroud, and we heard from his mother. Let's stay on Stroud for a second. Because Pete Prisco has a top 100 list, and it begs the question, and I want to throw this to the audience, 713-572-4610 is how you get in within the loop, and you can also catch us on YouTube and Twitch. Is C.J. Stroud the Texans' best player, really? We'll discuss next.
The Drive with Stoerner. 610 presents In the Loop.
C.J. Stroud, I thought, or at least if you were to ask, man, who's the best player on the Texans?
Oh, come on, that's easy, man.
Easy answer. Are you?
No, I'm not
joking?
a homer.
Are you serious? Are you yanking my chain? What kind of question is that?
Come on now.
The answer is one C.J. Stroud, franchise quarterback, reigning NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year, one of the all-time best rookie seasons turned in by a quarterback, has completely changed, flipped the conversation about the Texans, for one, more importantly for our audience, the Houston Texans and what they are and what they can be.
Yeah.
So let's start there. But also change the standard or heighten up the ante on what a rookie quarterback you can expect from a rookie quarterback and turning around a franchise. Hey, good luck, Caleb Williams.
Playoff wins. Hey, you want to keep it simple?
All
Stats.
of that. Hey, there's a lot.
Stats, everything. Everything.
Mean, eye test. Can I give you the old eye test?
Yeah, eye test.
All of that.
All of it. It's C.J. Stroud. But wait.
That's what I thought.
But wait.
But one Pete Prisco, who, look at him, still at CBS Sports. I know he's got the newspaper background, but he's been at CBS Sports.
Yeah.
Where I feel like since I've been in college or since I left college or something like that. Like nobody keeps an internet job that long, so shout out to him. But he's got his top 100 NFL players.
Does it every year.
Does it every year.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you expect C.J. Stroud to be or think that he's the top player on the Texans, you would expect him to be the first player named on this list or the highest ranked player on this list for the Texans.
Be wrong.
You would be wrong. He ain't.
You would be wrong.
So my question to you, Lopez.
Yeah.
And my question to the audience, 713-572-4610. That's how you text in.
Yeah.
Also get involved with the YouTube and Twitch chats at Sports Radio 610. Is C.J. Stroud not the Texans' best player? And if he ain't, who is?
Well, first of all, of course he is.
He is? Okay. I'm just checking.
Of course he is.
Trying to get a finger on the pulse because, Pete Prisco says that he's not.
And I'm glad you brought up Pete's name. I've known him for decades. And I love a good, bitter, surly old sports writer. There's just not a lot of them left.
They're good.
I love surly, angry, bitter, and Pete will tell you he is. I like Pete Prisco because he's surly and bitter. Ray Ratto over in San Francisco, he hates everything.
Are these the guys who also still carry the little spiral notepad in their back pocket?
For sure, the little thin one. Yeah,
man, I miss those days.
So first of all, I'm glad he did this because I think it's sparking a good conversation. And secondly, who doesn't love a good, bitter, surly, mad, angry sports writer? So, but here's what he did. And by the way, he's really good at evaluating talent. Like his pre-draft stuff is pretty good. Year in, year out. His top 100 list is generally pretty good, but he does throw some curveballs in there, I'm sure, to spark conversation and such like this. So the best player in Prisco's top 100 list is Danielle Hunter. And
the best Texans player.
The best Texans player.
Yeah.
He's ranked number 35 overall. 16.5 sacks for the Vikings last year, continuing to be a force off the edge. In Houston, he will team with Will Anderson to give the Texans a nice duo of pass rushers. Last season was not ranked. Now put a pin in that because I got a point on that too.
Okay.
But Danielle Hunter
last season, Danielle Hunter was not ranked
in the top 100
in Prisco's top 100. Okay.
This year he's 35. So part of me is like, well, good for Danielle Hunter. I think we've all been sleeping on him a little bit and how great he is. You know how great he could be and has been last year, but he's still not the best player. You know, the best player is C.J. Stroud, who comes in at 38. Now, other Texans on this list. Laramie Tunsil, 57. I'm cool with that. That's about right?
Yeah, I just find it interesting that Danielle Hunter would be that far ahead of Laramie Tunsil.
Yes.
Now, that is – and I don't even necessarily have a problem with – I understand what you're saying.
He's 19 spots ahead of him.
And we led this with C.J. Stroud being the best player. I don't even necessarily have
19.
a problem with Danielle Hunter being considered their best player. I kind of get the idea of somebody that's got that much of a track record being ahead of somebody that just has one season in the NFL. But Laramie Tunsil and Danielle Hunter are, I would say, at least similarly situated as players.
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter has – I think at least one, you know, Laramie Tunsil doesn't have any All-Pros, which is a kind of a thing of his.
Sore spot.
Yes, a sore spot for him. Danielle Hunter does. But I would expect them to be closer to neck and neck than, what did you say is the difference?
23, right? It goes from 35, 22. 30, was 35? 35
to 57. Yeah, I would not expect that large of a gap, no.
Next Texan. This is where it gets interesting, too.
Okay.
Nico Collins is 77. And you're thinking, all right, I get that. What he said was 70 catches his first 2 seasons, breakout season with 80 in 2023. Big play threat, should continue to grow with C.J. Stroud. Man, Brandon, Nico Collins is 77. Stephon Diggs, not on the list. Not on the list, according to Pete Prisco. That's where I was like,
So what do we make of this?
Yeah.
This is interesting. Let's talk through this, fellas.
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs not on his top 100.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that a handful of Texans are Daniil Hunter, Laramie, obviously C.J. Stroud, Laramie Tunsil, Nico Collins, but no Stephon Diggs.
No Stephon Diggs.
Not on this list. Do you think Pete is giving too much thought to the end of the Buffalo Bills season, which we talked a lot about it here at the station? Hey, there might be some nuance there of why that was different.
His
approach.
Scouting eye, his analyst. I mean,
he should know this. Like, none of the things that we're talking about, we should be revealing to Pete Prisco. He should know that they became more run heavy. The offensive coordinator switch changed things for how they use Stephon Diggs, but he still got him out to the top 100. Do we look at this as Prisco calling Stephon Diggs a declining player?
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Should we be considering more? Because you and I have both agreed that going in, maybe it's different by the end of the season.
Yeah.
But going into the season, Stephon Diggs is their number 1 receiver.
Yeah.
Should we question that a little bit more?
Yeah. Yes. This is one of 2 that I had the biggest kind of argument with. I will say, if you want to put Daniil Hunter 3 spots ahead of C.J. Stroud, that's cool. I get it. A little more proven record and all that. But you put Nico Collins on there and no Stephon Diggs, that's a little interesting. I think that's Pete Prisco, his inherent bias of, I don't think he's going to be very good. Or I think he's declining, to put it a little more fairly. Number 80 overall, Derek Stingley. Now, you might be saying, because I know I did at first until I looked at something else. That's about right. I mean, maybe even he should be a little higher. In fact, he probably should be a little higher, and let me explain why.
But before you do, I just want to point out, at 80, that has him, according to Pete Prisco's list, sandwiched in between one Khalil Mack and Deebo Samuel.
Yes.
Names you know.
Yes.
Hey, if I'm Derek Stingley, I don't mind. If this is what the list is going to look like, I don't mind being sandwiched in between those 2 names.
All right. Do you still feel that way when I tell you that Derek Stingley was 80? Sauce Gardner was 12. Sauce Gardner was 12 overall.
What am I supposed to object to, Lopez? What am I supposed to do?
That's a big gap.
What am I supposed to do? I can't go out there and make the truth happen. I can't play.
Yeah.
I can't coach. I can't control anything. I was a Derek Stingley guy, remain a Derek Stingley guy, and am happy that he's on the team. Even if I could go back, I feel like I would still make I would do the same thing that the Texans did. I believe in Derek Stingley.
Yeah, so he's 68 spots behind Sauce.
But the evidence, the proof is in the pudding, as to use a cliche.
But he
can
was
get my
not
cliche
that much better.
Hey,
he just
man.
had 2 years of it.
Results.
Maybe that's it.
Be the results.
Yeah, maybe
the
that's
truth
it.
Be the truth, Lopez.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, okay?
Yeah.
This dude came in the league and has been all pro since the moment he stepped in the league.
I get it. That's a big gap. And I think Derek Stingley's closer to Sauce Gardner than that.
But it's also setting a standard. See, the difference is Sauce Gardner's gone out there and done it.
Yeah.
And Derek Stingley has done it a little bit. We've seen a little bit of
less.
But it's also more of a projection.
Yeah.
We're still projecting with Derek Stingley because we see enough of it to believe in it, but still haven't seen enough of it to say, hey, he belongs up there in the top 15,
well, then you kind of
20,
have to
30.
question. Then you kind of have to question the Nico thing because that's projection. He's done it 1 year. You got Nico 77 and Stephon Diggs out of the top 100.
Well, he's done it 1 year, but if he does it 2 years, I bet you he climbs up the way that Sauce Gardner did. I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
He's back there with Derek Stingley.
Yeah.
The guys that have done it for 1 year or less. Or you have to piece it together over their 2 years to make a 1 year, whatever the case may be.
Yeah.
Like, it's not all results. It's a lot projection. Whereas Sauce Gardner, he gets the benefit of both.
Yeah.
He's Derek Stingley's peer, so you can project him out the same way you're projecting Derek Stingley. But, oh, yeah, by the way, ever since he came in the league, he's been an all-pro. I'd like for it to be flipped.
Yeah.
And again, I'm a believer, so I'm not saying that the guy isn't an actual peer just based off of what we've seen and just like how you can credibly do this. I see how you could come to that gap. I don't think that's the actual gap.
Yeah.
I get how Pete Prisco did that.
And then the final one is Will Anderson at 99. I'm cool with that. But a couple of other thoughts that I wanted to get your thoughts on. 5 quarterbacks above C.J. Stroud. 5 quarterbacks above C.J. Stroud.
I got to hear their names.
Yeah, I got them.
Because I don't mind him being 6th, but I got to hear their names because to me,
one is gonna stand out, and I'll let you.
Well, I just want to make the point. It feels like we only agree on maybe the top, like the top quarterback, and maybe the top 3.
Yeah.
But if you get the top 5, 6, 7, 8 quarterbacks, the list goes all over the place.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is number 1, obviously.
Yes.
Josh Allen is 6. I'm cool with that. I think the Bills are going to take a step back.
6 overall, but the second quarterback on the list.
Second quarterback, yes. Then you have after that, you have Joe Burrow, 15. Okay, I mean, okay. Lamar Jackson, 16.
These are all appropriate.
And then Aaron Rodgers, 20. 18 spots above C.J. Stroud. If we're that's the problem.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
If we're going to project, shouldn't we project all of them?
Yeah. So this is the one I can't get with.
I project Aaron Rodgers to not be an MVP. Aaron Rodgers.
Yes,
because this goes against the logic that I just stated.
It's like
projecting. I'm projecting exactly what Figgy said of going the other way. Is he 40 yet? The 40-year-old. Close to 40,
Father Time is catching up.
But with the Achilles snap, like if he's 35 and his Achilles snaps, if he's 32 and his Achilles snaps, I'm going to be worried.
That's why I'm saying, and this is more of a Pete Prisco problem. Like what are you using to make this list? Are you projecting or not? Because if you're projecting with Nico Collins, cool. If you're not, then Aaron Rodgers should not be on there. I mean, yeah.
Let me ask you this. As a longtime sports writer yourself, let me ask you this, because you know kind of how these guys think. I do as well.
Yeah.
But do you think there is some corny or cliche level of respect for the game and its legends in not having him outside of?
But pick a lane. What are you doing on your list? Are you projecting
but
or
what
are
I'm
you
saying
respecting?
What I'm saying is the other guys that we're talking about don't fall under this respect the game category.
Yeah.
Like, to me,
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley, C.J. Stroud, Laramie Tunsil. These guys, really good to great players, but not legends by any stretch yet.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers is that. I can say whatever I want, but I'd be lying if I tried to pretend like he ain't who he is.
Yeah.
He's Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
So I wonder how much this is Pete Prisco kind of having his guard down a little bit, or having a blind side to the legends of the game and not being able to separate
I get that.
Rodgers from his legend.
But he's not. If you're projecting, he shouldn't be there. But he's respecting.
Projecting the non-legends and then respecting the legends. I wonder if that's part of it.
Now, last thing. I talked about Daniil Hunter and 35 overall, which is pretty dang lofty, man, of the top 100 players in the entire league. And last season, he was not ranked. So it made me think, all right, which Texans that are not ranked could be as high or could be on the list?
Oh, I mean,
two names came to mind.
Yeah, aside from Stephon Diggs, because he's not on the list.
Yeah, aside from Stephon Diggs.
Because we already touched on that one. I got one specific.
Go ahead. It's probably one of mine.
Tank Dell.
That's one.
Okay.
And Christian Harris.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm with that.
Yeah, Christian Harris.
Christian Harris, I'm with that. How many linebackers are even on the list, though?
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be the issue for Christian Harris is not that he's not important or that he's not good.
Yeah.
But I do wonder, maybe not for somebody like Prisco, who, again, respects the game and has been around for forever.
Yeah.
But I do wonder over time how much that position is going to be valued. And if he's
it's valued very much. T.J. Watt is 5. Micah Parsons is 9.
But those are edge rushers, though.
I know, but they're also linebackers. Fred Warner. Is 20.
So, like, does Christian Harris have to be Fred Warner to get on this list? You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting at.
Roquan Smith.
Okay, there you go. Roquan Smith is a very good player.
He's 40. Demario Davis.
Okay.
50. Yeah. Khalil Mack. Yeah, there's a lot of line. Brian Burns, 96. There's a lot of linebackers on here.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. So Tank Dell's the one for me.
Yeah, Tank and Christian Harris.
Who I feel like, man, he's the one because of his size. And now we've had, the injury and the offseason thing that happened.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's been easy to just like focus on the trade for Stephon Diggs. Focus on the extension for Nico Collins, the hype around Nico Collins. C.J. Stroud calling him a generational talent.
Mm-hmm.
And Tank Dell is kind of just like, the dude that hangs around C.J. Stroud all the time.
On his shoulder.
And he's smaller, and it's this gimmick, and it's like, nah, y'all need to watch this. Texans fans know. I'm not. So this part, listeners, audience, everybody that can hear the sound of my voice, I'm not necessarily talking to you, but I wonder if the overall football public does not realize this is a legitimate dude. Legitimate dude. Don't let the size and the whole C.J. Stroud sidekick thing fool you into thinking that he's just some kind of sideshow. I absolutely could see him being on this list. But we agree that C.J. Stroud is the best player.
Yeah. I mean, I mad respect for Danielle Hunter, but C.J. Stroud is the best player.
And see, I feel like ever since they came back for, let's call it, mandatory minicamp, when we heard from Will Anderson Jr., and we've had a chance to talk about this, the impact that being around Danielle Hunter can have on Will Anderson Jr. Also, he worked a little bit with Myles Garrett. Like him taking in advice from more experienced and more accomplished pass rushers than himself and having the humility to do so.
Big time.
And now one of those dudes, obviously with Danielle Hunter, is on his team.
Yeah.
Like I think there is an on the field and a between the lines, or inside the lines, but in the locker room kind of effect that's going to exist there, and it's going to mean a lot with Danielle Hunter. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. Figgy Fig is with us. And coming up is Lunchtime Confessions on In the Loop. Don't miss it.
All right, Low T Center right now. You guys, if you're feeling
judgment-free zone.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Y'all know what time it is. This is where we let them hang, confess our sins. It is Confessions. Let's kick it off.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I am very in tune with the history of this country, black folks in this country, and even here locally, what Juneteenth means to people, okay? Mm-hmm. And I understand Juneteenth. I've known about it long before it was a national holiday. Matter of fact, there is not a day in my life that I can remember where I was not aware of Juneteenth. Mm-hmm. And maybe because I'm uniquely situated to care about Juneteenth as a black Texan, okay? And happy Black Texan Day to all who celebrate. But my confession is, I forgot it was Juneteenth this morning. Absolutely forgot. And maybe that's because it is a holiday now, and we're working on it. Mm-hmm. And so I didn't really process it being a holiday to the point where this morning I get up, waking up my kids.
This is so good.
Yelling at them.
The hell are you doing, Dad?
Time to get ready. Y'all get up at 7:30.
Mm-hmm. Oh man,
we gotta be at your summer program in 30. Yeah. I want y'all ready in
30 minutes.
In 30 minutes. Right now. Get up. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Let's get it done.
Yeah.
And to add insult to injury, when I got upstairs, my son's on the couch. So there's like a little living room space, loft area upstairs. They all operate up there.
Yeah.
So I just kind of go up there and police the place. But I obviously didn't police it well enough last night, because I get up there this morning and there's a freaking cheeseburger, half on a plate and half on the floor. We got hardwood floors up there, so it wasn't on carpet.
Yeah.
But half on the plate and half on the floor.
That would drive me nuts.
I was mortified. I said, yo, has that cheeseburger been on my floor since all night, overnight? A cheeseburger was on my floor?
Yeah.
Get your ass up and let's get ready to go to this summer program, and don't you ever bring food up here ever again in your life.
But wait, Dad.
But wait. Why are you waking me up in the first? Why did you come up here in the first place?
Yeah.
It's the holiday. We not going nowhere. It's Juneteenth. And how could you, of all people, forget that? I did, man. And in the moment, my son, my 9-year-old goes, Daddy, why are you waking us up?
Yeah.
It's the holiday. So in that moment, I felt like, this is part of the confession, I felt like my 9-year-old had his life together.
You were kind of proud of him.
Proud of him, but ashamed of myself, because I felt like he had his life together more so than I did, despite the fact that he had that cheeseburger sitting on the floor.
I got something I want to circle back to when it comes to Juneteenth, maybe in the next segment, because I got a question for you and Figgy about a certain cookout.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I genuinely feel sad for local news. Local news in Houston and in a lot of major cities used to be so dominant. Used to be the automatic. You turn on the local news, whether it's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock, whatever, and you just pick up all the stories, et cetera, that are going on in your city. First of all, I can't tell you the last time I really watched an entire local news show. Like I probably 5-6 years.
Come
I'm
on,
sorry.
Lopez, don't tell me that. I'm a former. I am a local news alum.
You're an alum.
You're talking to a Cage Show. You alum here, man. Don't tell me that, man. You don't watch our shows. I'm talking about our I haven't worked there in 5 years.
Yeah, I'll watch some sports, and if there's a major, and this is where I'm going with this, if there's a major weather event, I'm going to watch that. I felt sad for local news today. It's raining, people. It's raining. There's a little bit of a tidal surge on the Gulf Coast. I get it. Put it on the news. It's not a Category 5 hurricane. The way they overreact to news is just sad. Like, it's sad. Figgy, it's raining, man.
Yeah.
It rains in Houston.
So
it's funny because I'm supposed to shoot some content later today at a Tommy Wings.
Yeah.
And my brand manager yesterday, cancel it. Let's cancel it because it's supposed to rain. It's supposed to flood.
Okay.
I'm like, man, it's clearing up right now, and that rain all the way in Mexico right now.
Yeah,
man.
It went down south.
I'm like, nah, the party goes on.
And they've been doing it for a week. Oh, hurricane, tropical storm could happen. coming this way.
The one thing I realized about Houston, man, you can't really plan for the rain.
No.
You just got to go with the flow because when you plan for it, it don't happen. Well, when you don't plan for it, do happen.
You can try to.
Yeah.
And you probably should try to at least have a plan in place. But kind of to point of your confession here, Lopez, there is, I think, a fanning of the flames or a playing on the emotional energy of weather. Listen, everybody in media and the TV stations know this better than most because they have the paid meteorologists that go on TV and all of that. But media companies across the board understand that weather does well.
Yeah.
Weather does numbers. It does any kind of traffic that you want to think of. Television ratings, web metrics, mobile app, Google Analytics, any type of analytical figure that you pay attention to, you go weather, and it's going to do well. You cannot lose as a media organization.
But don't
leaning
cry
into.
wolf,
I know,
man.
I understand. I know, I agree with you. But I'm telling you what it's born of. They all know this, and I think specific to our area, particular to our area, we've got the Harvey thing, right?
Yeah.
And so we know.
Oh, we're still shell shocked.
Yeah, everybody's shell shocked or has the PTSD, and we've had other things even aside from Harvey.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
Definitely a part of it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I gotta confess this, man. I'm not proud of it, and Lopez might not be proud of it either. But outside of MLS, I never watched a full soccer game, man.
Come on, man.
I never watched
a full soccer what?
Game.
Ah, we can tell.
Or a match. I don't mind them calling it games.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know. I know the soccer people can be real precious about that.
Yeah. Clearly, I never watched a soccer match.
Euros are going on right now. I'm actually in a pool. On a Euro pool.
You can swim?
No, not that kind of pool.
I'm just kidding.
I don't blame you, but I kind of blame you.
I am going to do something I never did before though. This weekend, I'm gonna actually go to a soccer watch party.
All right, for the Euros.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go to Pitch 25 on Sunday.
It's a good place.
It's a good place to watch a soccer game. I think it's gonna be a lot of people there, and I think U.S. play Bolivia. Is it Bolivia?
Oh, that's a different one. Yes. But that's not a Euro game. But big tournament going on. Look. I don't blame you. I get it. But I also don't mind when people, in fact, I encourage people to call it a game here, not a match, and a field, not a pitch. Because I think it translates better to American fans. Just call it a game and a field.
Oh, come on, Lopez.
No, I do.
That's not a good enough reason.
Well, you want to grow the game in the United States?
Learn the damn game. We're not going to change the name.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if that's part of the game, you got to learn because that's the same thing with tennis.
Yeah.
You just got to use the tennis lingo.
Imagine us changing the names of things on the football field to like cater to people who don't know the game.
No, in Europe, maybe you should. In England?
Nah, man.
Yeah.
We're not going to gentrify and whitewash. We're going to
be like the Texans on the pitch.
Yeah. On the pitch.
Listen, on this here Juneteenth, we will not be gentrifying football.
Yeah.
Any forms of football. See, I almost called it soccer too. Gonna be a hypocrite.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we had some fun yesterday with the Udoka thing because I thought it was worth having fun with. You know, obviously the Boston Celtics won the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Ime Udoka was trending for basketball and non-basketball reasons, but it was because the Celtics had won the finals, and we had a lot of fun with her. Okay, I feel like we've had a lot of fun at the at the Rockets' expense over the last couple of years. The Astros' expense, maybe more recently. I hate to say it, but my confession is that I'm actually a believer, and this could be blind faith. Most people who know anything about me understand that the Rockets are my weak spot. It's the team that I've probably been the most consistent with throughout my pro team throughout my life. But I'm a believer. I'm a believer in Ime Udoka.
Oh, you believe now?
I believe.
Oh, you believe now?
I believe, sir. I believe in one Ime Udoka now. And by extension, I think because I believe in Ime Udoka, I now believe in others that maybe I didn't believe in as much previously.
I believe,
if that makes sense.
I believe they have some pieces and they have the right coach.
Okay.
But they got a long way to go because we talked about this yesterday. They got a long way to go to get that many pieces that can contend at that level. You know.
Oh, you believe now?
Nah.
I seen that bull junk. I sit through it.
Well, see, that's why it's a good confession, because I'm probably one of the few who doesn't like. I'm obviously a Rockets fan.
Yeah.
But I don't like lean into the homerism if I don't really believe it, or try to like believe it on purpose or unnaturally.
Yeah.
Try to just let it be authentic. And I truly believe that they could take a leap. Like I think the bones are there. Alperen Sengun and Jalen Green, who, by the way, are
the bones are there.
Those guys are extension eligible immediately, like as soon as that game ended, basically the other day. And so, interesting time for the Rockets, because they got to decide, and it seems like they're in favor of this, but they got to decide if they want to extend Jalen Green and or Alperen Sengun around the same time. Just about a week away from deciding what to do with this number 3 overall pick. I am actually excited about the Rockets' future, despite the fact that they have not been all that exciting as of late.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of wondering if the Astros, how do I put this, are admitting that they're not, that things are slipping away in terms of the fandom in this city. Let me explain.
Okay.
They have a bunch of promotions this year, right? They're looking for fans.
Oh, I see what you're doing here.
They're looking for fans. You know what's happening on July 30th?
That bandwagon open.
You know what's happening?
Yep.
On July 30th? The Houston, first of all, I think we can all agree.
I thought it was fake at first.
No, they would never have done this before.
Yep.
Ever. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I'm listening. Fill me in.
July 30th, the Houston Astros have a bobblehead night.
Okay. No, I didn't see this.
Andre Johnson bobblehead night.
Yep.
July 30th.
Wait a minute.
Let's go on and jump on this bandwagon right here.
Astros have bobblehead night on July 30th for Andre Johnson. What's the date on the Hall of Fame game and the Hall of Fame induction?
It's around that time.
The Hall of Fame game is the first, August 1st.
Okay, so they're trying to, I think, catch
that juice.
Yeah, pot licking, catch the wave.
Yes.
This is they better off broadcasting the doggone Hall of Fame game too. I don't know if the Astros play on the same day, but they might as well put it on in the hallways.
July 30th, by the way, is a Tuesday. That's not traditionally a big crowd day. The Astros, I can guarantee you they never would have done.
I see what y'all doing.
Yeah, I see what they're doing.
I said like 6 weeks ago though they could not afford to be irrelevant this year.
Yeah,
not with what's going on with the Texans and this Andre Johnson thing on top of it.
Yeah,
they couldn't afford this. Absolutely not.
I had the tables at turn.
That looks nothing like Andre Johnson. Did you look at it?
Yes.
It looks nothing.
That's why I thought it was fake.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was fake.
Andre Johnson.
I had the tables at turn.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Astros, is this an inflection point for this team? Losing to the White Sox the way they did last night, the worst team in baseball, is this an inflection point for the Astros? We're going to discuss it on the other side. That's on the how the tables have turned.
They have turned.
The tables have turned, and the times have certainly changed. Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in the building for In the Loop. And we were talking about this in the last segment, a little bit during the break. The Astros got Andre Johnson bobblehead night coming up in about a month.
Yeah.
Leading up to his induction into the Hall of Fame. They're lacking Riz, as the kids call it. On a Tuesday. Lacking Riz, as the kids call it. Lacking pizzazz. Spunk. Swagger. They ain't got none of it.
Nope.
And then last night, they lose to the lowly White Sox. I've thought this for a while, man. They could not afford, this year in particular, I did not feel like the Astros could afford to lose relevance or be irrelevant or just simply be bad. Because they're right now, especially since the Jose Abreu thing is done, he's gone, they're not as interesting. Like, they're just bad.
At least that was interesting.
That was at least
like rubbernecking.
Now it's like, okay.
Speaking of local news.
Let's talk about Framber Valdez losing command of his off-speed stuff in the third inning. It's like, okay.
Yeah, is that really sexy?
We can talk about that at the water cooler, but that ain't no radio topic.
Yeah.
And so, they're at an inflection point, and they're also at a point, I think, like within the season, they're at an inflection point in the season and how they move forward, but also broadly, they're at that space where I said they couldn't afford to be in, where, hey, if they're irrelevant, folks are going to move on.
Yeah.
Like, I really hope for their own sake that when they do that bobblehead night on that Tuesday, on July 30th for Andre Johnson, that they have not lost the interest of all the people that, not all, but a lot of the people that care about the team, a lot of the people that are the crossover of Texan and Astros fans. Because they don't all cross, people don't realize this.
Yeah.
But it doesn't all cross over. Some of our fandom here in the city is disjointed. It's kind of complicated to explain. But for where it does cross over, they better hope that them Texans fans are still interested in what the Astros have going on by July 30th, because last night, to me, was an inflection point for the Astros to decide, okay, this is what we are, and this is what we ain't. And there ain't no more in between. And we ain't no in between. And there also ain't no denying, hey, we're not going to be sellers at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Says who?
Yeah.
The team that loses to the White Sox on a random Tuesday? Like, I don't think so.
And that's the trade deadline, right? Is it July 30th?
Yeah, July 30th is the trade deadline.
That's the trade deadline.
Oh,
yeah.
A lot of things happening at the same time.
If they get rid of some key players, then
come on, Andre Johnson fans.
You might need to have Andre Johnson there to throw the first pitch or something.
Have D'Amico throw out the first pitch. All right, there's a lot that you in what you just said, B. Scott. Foremost, and I'm going to answer your point with a question, because I think it's going to speak volumes. Are the Astros interesting? Figgy, are the Astros interesting?
Ooh. Let me hear from you, Figgy, because I got an answer to this.
Yeah. I wouldn't say interesting, because they haven't showed anything for me to be interested in, but I would say they're a little more frustrating.
So
are they interesting?
I was thinking about this very question last night.
Yeah.
If it is not your job to either cover the Astros game, go to it,
or you're that hardcore like you talked about,
or you're dyed in the wool, or day one type. If it's not your job or any kind of obligation to you to watch the Astros, why would you do it?
Yeah.
Why would you do it? And to me, if they were interesting, then whatever makes them interesting would be the answer. I don't have a reason outside of my built-in loyalty to the team, and just like I watched when they were winning, or I'm sorry, when they were losing 100 games straight. I went to some of those games.
Yeah.
The tickets were cheap, all of that.
Yeah.
So like I've been here, so I watch. But if you're just kind of like, hey, I want something to do tonight. Hey, there's nothing on TV. Oh, we've got a premier baseball team, like one of the upper echelon baseball teams in the league in this city. Why don't I watch them? I don't feel like they do that for you.
I don't.
And
I'm a lifelong Astros fan. I mean, even growing up back in San Antonio, we would make an annual trip. That was our big vacation. We didn't have a lot of money. Let's go to Houston, go to Astro World one day, catch a couple of Astros games. So I literally saw Larry Dierker pitch, not manage, for this club. So I'm a lifelong Astros fan. They're not interesting. Like Justin Verlander is interesting, but he ain't playing. Justin Tucker is interesting. Kind of, just because of what he does with the bat, not otherwise.
Or Kyle.
Kyle Tucker.
I was going to say, you were thinking maybe Justin Tuck from back in the day of New
Kyle
York
Tucker's
Giants.
Hell, they might need him to bring some people in.
Yeah,
but he's not playing.
Hey, we'll take Justin Tucker.
I see he'll try to kick a baseball or something.
Yeah.
Preston Tucker, Kyle's brother. What's Preston Tucker doing these days?
I mean, who on this pitching staff is interesting? Frommer's not
Hell,
interesting.
I'll take P.J. Tucker.
Frommer's not interesting. I'll take P.J. Tucker.
Tucker Carlson.
I'll take Chris Tucker.
No, I'm going to go crazy now. They're not interesting. And that is the worst thing you can be. You know who was like that? Texans. Like just kind of not interesting. Not something that can capture your attention. Makes you want to have an Andre Johnson bobblehead night. And keep this in mind, too, and I've said it a few times over the years. I've said it this year, in fact, about, when these teams are like, hey, look at the Texans making the playoffs, and the Astros from their account are doing that, or the Rockets are saying, love the Astros, let's go. It's not the reality. You know this. Figgy knows this. The brass, the management, the people in charge of each of the local sports organizations, if you give them the old truth serum, hate when the other teams are doing well.
Yeah.
Hate it.
Yeah.
They'll say otherwise. They'll tweet otherwise. They'll have these, they'll invite D'Amico and Nick Caserio over to a game and put them in a suite and, hey, we're all boys and we're buddies. And they might be friendly. They hate when the other teams are doing well. Well, they absolutely do. So to do a bobblehead night,
yeah,
it's killing them.
They would have never did that if it was in their if this was the Astros in their prime. They would have never did this.
That's what because I feel like that's the other side of what you're actually saying. They hate when the other teams are doing well.
Yeah.
But they don't mind it as much as long as they are doing well themselves.
Sure.
And I think it helps the city and it helps really everybody, like morale, the fan base, when everybody is doing well.
It's good PR.
Oh, it's good PR.
Yeah.
Like
the Texans, Figgy brought it up in the break. Texans on that Thursday Night Football during the World Series, they had the Astros games on the concourse.
Oh, that was
killed them.
Oh, I know it.
Killed them.
We were there.
Yeah,
we were there, and I think we could tell.
That was their last primetime game too.
Yeah,
because they ain't had one the following year, but they had that one Thursday night game where they wore the Reds.
Yep.
And it was a World Series going on, unfortunately.
And the only thing interesting about their game that they were playing was that they were playing the Eagles, a team that was about to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like if they weren't playing such a great team, such an interesting team, that would have been, and maybe it still was for a lot of people, another dud of a Thursday night game. But I do think if all the teams are doing well, I don't think any of the teams are going to complain about the other teams doing well.
Well, sure, yeah.
But if your team is doing poorly and the other team is doing well, when it was like you say, when it was the Astros and the Texans had to watch it, they didn't like it.
No.
Now that it's the Texans and the Astros are struggling, they're scuffling a little bit, they got to hate it. But it's different, though. A football team can survive the baseball team being more relevant.
Yeah.
The baseball team can't, to me, especially if it takes this much of a nosedive, it can't survive the football team overtaking it in this way.
Oh, God, no.
Like the baseball team,
Yeah.
and if both are great, the baseball team's still going to come second to the football team, especially in this city.
Yeah.
What they can't do is not be relevant at all. And I've been preaching this since the early spring. Hey, one thing those guys can't do is be irrelevant, be uninteresting, become just an afterthought.
An afterthought, yeah.
Because now is not the time, because the Texans are coming. Hell, I even said it in Confessions. I think the Rockets have a chance to come, but it's the Texans that are here.
Yeah.
Like once the Texans take over center stage, the rest of you,
that's a wrap.
Y'all just better get comfortable being
fighting for second and third place.
Fighting for second and third place.
Yeah.
But you got to at least be good to do that. You can't afford to be bad.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because it kind of brings us full circle to your first point here, tipping point. Well, you said
an inflection point.
Inflection point.
But however you want to view it, like it was something. It was a moment in time last night.
That's the answer to your question. Like they can't, and Adam Splain was in here earlier saying, well, yeah, you need Justin Verlander for next year, and you're going to fancy yourself a contender for next year. Is basically what I was saying. I'm like, you are. And
in Spo's defense, I feel like he is. A lot of times when he says these things, he tries to give you the perspective of what the team might be thinking.
Team is thinking, yes.
So I don't want this to come across as, hey, we're just like I'm just killing Spo on this. Yeah. I think he's giving you what he believes the team, how the team views itself. But that being said, word, word. Like, really?
Yeah.
I said this at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing.
Yeah.
This is what we're doing now. We're delusional fan base now.
Yeah.
We're delusional front office now. We're delusional organization now.
Yeah.
Where we can't see the writing on the wall. Where, okay, we've lost a little bit of our own like our organizational, our structural planning fastball.
Yeah.
Signing Jose Abreu and that not working out. Thinking that, having this hubris, thinking that we can operate without a GM for a certain amount of time. We see how that worked out. And we've got this bad luck. We see how that's working out. We can't even beat the White Sox.
Yeah.
We can't.
It's an inflection point on more than just the field. Whew. Because on the field, I get that Adam Spillane is pretty much just reporting they think they can be legitimate again next year. I don't know anybody that's in baseball that would agree with that outside of this organization. Because they got two pitchers, ain't going to pitch till maybe not even at all next year in Urquidy and Javier.
Yeah.
They got 41-year-old Verlander.
You don't get the benefit of, next year everybody's going to be back. Because you remember earlier in the year, even when I tried to bury the Astros, I tried to make this point. Oh, maybe next year when everybody's healthy again.
Well, okay.
Well,
not anymore.
You're just subbing out the guys that were not healthy last year for new guys that aren't healthy
and
now.
Counting on McCullers and Garcia.
Huh.
Yeah.
Do you feel like Jim Crane will go out and spend next year? Because that's the only option I could think of for next season.
The draft and young players.
Yeah, I wonder if he actually going to spend bank on whoever's a free agent next year.
Yeah. I do not know the answer to your question, Figgy, but I do agree with your point that it's the only way.
That's the only way. I can see them being competitive. Like, hey, let's run this back. Let's be the old Yankees and just throw a bunch of money and trades and stuff.
Yeah.
But what about the Astros of giving you the indication that they want to do that?
Exactly.
Like they
never did that before.
They seek out the bargain deals. They sign their own guys to extensions while they're still cheap.
Yeah, they will do that. That's what I was going to say.
That's what they do. Or they go for the expensive short-term deal.
Yeah.
See? Yeah. Jose Abreu.
Yeah.
So that's a question of how much do you trust them and that they're going to spend, what do you call it again, Lopez?
Smart, big money.
I don't know if the Astros understand
what is.
You're saying, Lopez. I got serious questions coming up next on In the Loop around the NFL. That's next. Stay there.
The Drive with Stoerner. access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Dallas Cowboys, I thought, were all in. I thought they were taking big swings. I thought they were trying to up the ante a little bit in the NFC where there's opportunity. Only but a few elite teams over there on the NFC side. The Cowboys were on the cusp, but we know their season ended with a thud, a whimper maybe. Fell flat, if you will. So I thought they were going to up the ante. Yeah. I thought they were going to go all in this offseason. Well, apparently, that includes bringing back one Garyon Conley. When I say bringing back, him. Not bringing back
That's
to
my
the
man.
Cowboys,
I remember him.
but bringing back to the Lone Star State playing football. The dude haven't played. He has not played since he was cut by the Texans, I believe in the 2020 season. I haven't watched him play since 2019.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that the Texans, Sean Pendergast, if he's listening, will correct me on this. I'm going off of memory because I was here.
He'll call him a Texans
I was
legend.
There. Oh, yeah. Ironically, of course, that's what we do around here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the Texans traded the third-round pick that they got from Jadeveon Clowney trade, okay, from the Jadeveon Clowney trade to Seattle, but somehow, or no. So the Jadeveon Clowney trade return third-round pick they used to go get Garyon Conley, okay? I'm pretty sure they traded for him for 8 games. Yeah, somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I think so. He had a real bad injury. He had bad surgery and all that stuff.
Yeah, a surgery that went wrong. You remember how they always say, how we make the joke, whoever tells you that, when it's a surgery.
Minor.
A successful surgery.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're like, hey, the surgery was a success. Okay. You know how we never hear about when it's not?
Yeah.
This was actually one of those cases where we heard that it was
we screwed that up.
Yeah, I think the Raiders made him get surgery and said it would be best for him. And it actually made whatever was going on worse.
Yes.
Yeah. Dude's got like a wooden ankle or something like that. I don't know what's going on, but he's got a bad ankle. But the Cowboys are going to take a flyer on this guy. They're going to bring him in. I didn't have a problem with the way Garyon Conley played. I just had a problem with how much of a short timer he was.
Well,
and really, honestly, it was more of a reflection on the decisions that were being made at the time and the decision makers. And I just felt like it was poorly spent money.
Yeah,
poorly spent resources.
It also speaks to where the Texans were at the time.
Yes.
Like you're talking about Garyon Conley.
And that was a Bill O'Brien trade. That was a Bill O'Brien trade.
A Bill O'Brien GM trade specifically. Yeah. So, and they not just that. For me, it was them desperately trying to address that position. Yeah. And this is why it really kind of resonated with me. Garyon Conley, again, if y'all haven't heard, signing with the Dallas Cowboys after not playing in the NFL for 3 years now, at least, going on 4. He was in the, what is it now, USFL or XFL? UFL, yeah, they merged, so he was playing in that. But when I saw this news yesterday, guys, it really made me think about how much better of a job this organization has done in addressing that position and how far we've come from then to now.
Yeah.
Because now we're talking about a potential star in Derek Stingley, somebody that I feel like we all think has it in him to be a star. He's just got to put it all together and stay on the field. Yeah. But we feel like it's there. And one of our more exciting and fun conversations to have about the Texans is who's going to play opposite of him.
Think about that.
We
just wanted one.
And now it's like, hey, is that guy good enough to play opposite Derek Stingley?
Yeah.
Or, hey, let's look at this rookie and, get excited about that. Like, it just feels like the investment in the position. Hell, even Steven Nelson, for all of the side chatter and everything else, that was a hell of a signing by Nick Caserio.
It was.
That was a good job by them.
Yeah.
Long gone are the days of, and no offense to Garyon Conley, but long gone are the days of trading the third-round pick for Garyon Conley or picking Vernon Hargraves up off the waiver wire. You remember that?
Oh.
You remember them days?
How could we forget?
Yo.
Yeah, how could we forget about Vernon Hargraves?
Oh, as Ron used to call him, Big Vern.
He enjoyed playing football, that's for sure.
Dude.
Didn't he, Figgy?
He sure did.
Yeah. Like the idea.
This is Vernon Hargraves mic'd up.
For the life of me, I cannot figure that out.
Somebody got to check on that boy.
I cannot figure that out.
Remember earlier we were talking about Antonio Brown in the toss with Sean Pendergast, and I said that, my grandfather would say that boy ain't right. His elevator doesn't go all the way up to the top floor.
Yep.
I got to interact with Vern a little bit, and he seemed perfectly normal in conversation.
We asked him about it, remember?
Yeah, he seemed like a very normal dude. But what? Yeah. What is that? What?
Let's go! Let's go! Come on! Come on! Yeah!
That dude is wired.
Yeah, look.
He is wired.
I never played cornerback at the NFL. Maybe I just can't relate. I'm going to ask Jonathan Joseph next time I see him. Hey, man,
you ever do this?
You ever make noises like that on the field, man? What's that about? What's going on?
Yeah.
Is that what y'all do with y'all's short-term memory when you get burned?
You're like, no, we don't.
No.
Hey, you talking about the girl I was with last night?
Oh, who said that?
That was Roby.
Yeah. Sounded like the girl.
Yeah, we actually played that for him.
Bradley Roby.
And that was his response
Another
to it.
one. And he was actually, remember when
he was actually decent.
No, he was the number one corner.
Yeah.
When he was here.
Yeah.
Like, that's how far.
Bill O'Brien was making some moves, huh?
Oh, well, I guess that's one way to put it. That's one way to put it.
Do y'all think, going around the NFL here, Brandon Scott, John Lopez, Figgy Fig in the loop, do y'all think Tua is the next guy to get paid? What would you do?
Tua or Dak, right?
Well, no, Dak I think is going to get paid somewhere. The question is, where does he get paid? I mean, he's already got his second contract, so this is going to be his third.
Yeah.
Tua's the one who, okay, what do we do with Tua? Let me ask it to you like this.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do? Two ways. What would you do if you were in charge of the Dolphins? How would you approach this? And what would you want to see done if you were a Miami Dolphins fan?
Two different answers.
Yeah, so and that's why I asked two different questions, because I feel like they're different answers. How would you approach this as a fan and as an executive?
If I were running the Dolphins, and this kind of goes counter to what my thoughts were on Trevor Lawrence getting paid, but I also get why they do it. I just think they trap themselves in kind of a netherworld. They trap themselves in a place where they can he'll never be great, but you got to have him. The old Matt Schaub thing that I talked about. I think Tua's better than that. I also think he's in a much better system with McDaniel.
So you're a Tua believer?
I am a Tua believer.
So a Tua none.
A lot of people are not. I am. I absolutely am. He's 26, man. He won't even turn 26 until the start of the season, I don't think. And he's playing for a hell of a good coach. I would pay him knowing he's never going to be superstar, but he's pretty damn good, and he's in the right situation here. We talk about surrounding these quarterbacks with all the elements you can to make them maybe have a chance to make a run. Well, the biggest part is the coach, and I think he's in a good spot. I would very much, if I ran the Dolphins, sign him reluctantly, trying to keep it as minimal damage as possible. As a fan, wouldn't want it. As a fan, I wouldn't want it.
Did y'all see the reports on social media how much CJ could make by the time his contract
80?
ends?
Where did that come from? I almost put it in around the NFL. That's got to be a joke. I thought it was an absolute joke. That's trolling, right?
I mean, a couple more years, man. I can see it, man.
But somebody said, I think I saw it on one of these aggregator accounts.
It was.
Yeah.
ML football.
Yeah, it was like NFL rookie
or all that.
Account or
I was going to put it in this segment, and I said, there's no way that's real.
So I think I saw this. So
it said according to reports. What reports? At least show me what the report is.
That's somebody that doesn't know how attribution works.
Yeah.
If this is your take, just own it. Just say, hey, I'm guessing here. I have no idea what I'm talking about, but hey, let's just have fun with it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Reddit is built off of.
Yeah.
A bunch of folks that may or may not know what they're talking about, just having fun talking.
Yeah, NFL Rookie Watch. C.J. Stroud could reportedly make, quote, in quotes, $80 million per season by the time his contract extension comes around. Stroud could be the first to exceed $640 million. And I'm like...
Wait, how many? Wait, hold on. Hold on a second.
You heard me right?
Stop.
You heard me right?
No, because I don't think I did. Say it again. Hold on. What are we doing?
Why are we even talking about it? Because I swear this is just made up.
No. Because
Stroud could reportedly have the first contract in NFL history to exceed $640 million.
All right, bro.
Yeah.
All right.
See, at first I was thinking the same thing too, but
you're in timeout. Whoever that is.
Hey, they do got Molengetta as the agent, man.
But
he gonna try to crack them over the head.
I completely just trashed that whole idea because it's ridiculous. But at least show me who the report is. But the bigger story is he gonna get paid. He's gonna get paid more than anybody.
So I view the Tua thing very similar to the Trevor Lawrence thing. I feel like they're obviously not the same guy.
Yeah.
They look nothing alike. Bill Tua's left-handed. Like Tua is very specific. Okay, I give him that. But as far as how you feel about the quarterback, they are almost the same guy in this way.
Mm-hmm.
Teams were supposed to be tanking for Trevor.
Yeah.
Teams were supposed to be tanking for Tua.
Yeah.
They were supposed to be that guy. That's a franchise quarterback. And when one guy was at Clemson, the other one was at Alabama. Hell, Tua took the job of a guy that since then has gone to a Super Bowl and gotten paid. Okay,
Yeah.
So Jalen Hurts got paid before Tua did.
Yeah.
They're two guys who have not nearly lived up to the hype, but are objectively better than nothing.
Yes.
Better
than
most. Than most. There you go. That's a better way to put it, actually, Lopez. Thank you.
Yeah.
They are objectively better than most, and they are better than either being in QB purgatory, like just having a bad quarterback, or having no plan at all, which we've been there. We've been in both places. We understand this position probably better than most. That's not where you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you don't want the middling quarterback, but it is, and we've been there too.
Yeah.
And we know it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
And imagine that. Tua gets paid, Trevor gets paid, and not because they're the generational prospects that they were billed as coming out of college, but because, simply put, they better than nothing.
Yeah.
How about that?
No. Look.
They better than nothing.
That argument.
What a ringing endorsement.
Yeah, no, that argument is kind of hard to argue, because they have fallen short of expectation.
Yeah. They're both guys that I would pay and just wouldn't get rid of.
They were both supremely hyped up. But I will tell you this. You talk about objectively better. Tua's season last year was undeniably better than C.J. Stroud's. Undeniably, statistically.
Well, he did have...
That's kind of my point.
Yeah, okay. I got you.
That's why I'm a Tua guy.
I got you.
I'm not a Trevor Lawrence guy. I think he's in a bad place. I'm still not sure about the coach, even though he won a Super Bowl. I don't know about the complementary pieces. The contract is off the charts ridiculous. Even though they're similar players, I'm down on Trevor Lawrence. I actually am an advocate of Tua's. Now let me just give you some numbers because people are going to think I'm nuts. C.J. Stroud, 4,108 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Tua, 4,624 yards, 29 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. I mean, he was objectively, statistically better.
Do you think he gonna make more money than Trevor?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, because think about it, Figgy. It does not. The conversation we're having about which guy's better or whatever, it's not gonna come down to that. It's gonna come down to timing, and it's his time. That's all.
Yeah.
It's not even about deserve. Kind of like in The Wire where they say deserve ain't got nothing to do with it, but it's his time.
Yeah,
it's his time. So it might not be because they think he's better or anything like that, or they believe in him more than the Jags believe in Trevor. None of that's gonna have anything to do with it.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be like, hey, it's his time, and where he's are similar,
he's up.
Yeah.
He's up, and guess what? Too good to get rid of. Just a little too, like Trevor.
Yeah,
too good to get rid of.
10 days out of 10 would take C.J. Stroud. I'm just saying I'm a bigger fan of Tua than I am Trevor.
How much of a fan and how much do you believe in one Deshaun Watson? And that it's talking about contracts here. Talking about a dude with a contract, an inflated contract. Is he ever going to live up to it? I don't know, but it looks like somebody at least sold Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network on this idea.
Well, let me bring up a couple caveats here. Yes, it is an expensive contract, obviously. Anytime you have a fully guaranteed deal, it is noteworthy, it is important. That was a great contract for Deshaun Watson. But as time has kind of moved on, he's gone down the quarterback ranking for highest paid. Now the 8th highest paid quarterback. So not a bargain by any means, but certainly not as crazy expensive as it was. As far as the fully guaranteed deal, quarterbacks almost never get cut. They actually get traded. So it's not like that if something terrible happened, the contract would stand in the way. But here's the other caveat. Before he got hurt last year, before he had that very strange shoulder injury that he actually played through, let it come back during, and then had surgery ending his season afterward, he was playing really well. He was showing signs of being that quarterback that they traded for, being that franchise superstar guy.
Sell job.
It sounds like his rehab has gone well.
Sounds like a sell job.
If anything, they've had to pull him back. I expect him to be like his old self in training camp and finally pay off that big-time contract that the Browns gave him.
I'm sure after that appearance, he was, hey, send me that air check so I can send it to Mo together.
Man, how teleported, could that be any more transparent?
You had to drag him off the field.
What?
You had to drag him
Which,
off.
by the way, he played through.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like it was word for word.
Drag his ass off
what
the
was
field.
fed to him.
Yeah.
My God. So I feel like it almost goes without saying, how much do y'all buy into Ian Rappaport's nonsense?
Oh, I know
here?
what it is, but it is
Was
not.
that Ian Rappaport or Andrew Berry?
Exactly.
Is dude gonna live up to contract? Like, I feel like we're almost past that point. It's been 2 years already through the contract. Like, how good would he have to be on the back end of the contract to justify what he was on the front end of it? They got to win the damn Super Bowl.
Oh, I've said that.
Super Bowl, and he got to look like Pat Mahomes.
Making a big playoff run isn't even going to be good enough in Cleveland. You got to win the Super Bowl, man. You got to win the Super Bowl.
Come on, Ian.
Yeah.
What's going on there, man? Coming up next, internet going nuts. What is going on with Justin Timberlake, man? This was weird, dog. Really weird. We'll get to that. Internet going nuts. In the loop. Stay there.
Play ball! All right. Whether you're in the car, at the office, or inside your man cave, we've got you covered 24/7 on the free Odyssey app.
I got the internet going nuts.
Let me ask y'all something.
Yeah, man.
If you were as rich and as famous and as accomplished as Justin Timberlake, what would it take for you to drive or ride dirty? Like, would you... I feel like if I reach a point, I can remember being a teenager, and they used to do those, VH1 used to do those things of like how much this person is worth and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Forget the name of those shows. But they had JT at something like, and again, this was me as a teenager, so we're talking about 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They had him at worth like $30-something million.
Yeah.
20 years ago. If you've been worth $30+ million for 20+ years, what would it take for you to be driving yourself around still in Manhattan? Justin Timberlake, for people who did not see this, got the internet going nuts when he was arrested on DWI charges in the Hamptons, it looks like, and told police that he had one martini. And Lopez, let's just say, people feel like he might have had a little bit more than that.
Oh, he had more than that. It's kind of a running joke in law enforcement. Like when you pull over someone, they always say, "Oh, I had a couple of beers, or I had a couple of this, or I had a couple of that."
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it's just whatever.
Round all the way up.
Yeah. A couple of what? How big were they?
How many couples did you have?
To answer your question, he's worth right now $280 million according to Celebrity Net Worth.
I could
never.
What?
Never I would drive.
I don't understand why some people just drive.
Never.
I will always have a driver.
In New York?
Some people don't even have cars in New York.
Dude, never. Ever would I
just
drive.
Just get a driver with a black vehicle.
I'm talking sober, not sober.
Does he know who he is?
Yeah, exactly.
Because my broke ass would have an Uber.
Yeah, exactly.
Does he know who he is?
The only time I would drive is if I want to bring one of these pretty cars out and I'm sober. I'm not going to a party. I'm just, flying down the highway just to kind of give us a run. But if I'm going out somewhere, give me that black Tahoe or that black Cadillac truck.
Does Justin Timberlake not strike you as somebody that's a big enough deal to have like a personal assistant?
He should have a driver.
Yeah.
He should have a
driver.
But even if he wanted to cut corners and just make his personal assistant drive him around places, that sounds doable too.
And who wouldn't want to?
I think he got enough money for that.
He should have like a staff.
Yeah.
He should be like a job creator. Have a mini economy within his own fame. What are we doing?
It kind of leads. I put this. I was talking to you guys about this earlier before the show. I always have mixed emotions when these things happen because the predominant one is obviously how stupid do you have to be to do this in today's day and age? Driving drunk, stupid. I also part of me always feels kind of bad for him. Because they were stupid, they brought it on themselves, but stuff like this happens, where the entire world just gets to point and laugh. Yeah. I mean, all that said, some of the memes are pretty off the chart.
They are. Oh, y'all seen the ones? I know y'all seen these where it's like they tell him to walk in a straight line,
and he's doing,
and then they got him like dancing awkwardly, like doing the exact opposite, like he's performing. Look, they are funny, and Justin Timberlake. Clean cut, was able to escape that Janet Jackson thing from 20 years ago unscathed. Her career basically ended. He came away from it unscathed. Nobody views Justin Timberlake as edgy at all, despite him being a part of one of the more famous live TV scandals or viral moments before viral moments were even described that way.
Yeah.
And here he is now 20 years later, worth all this more money years later, getting arrested for something that he shouldn't be doing in the first place.
I'm
sober or drunk.
I'm looking at some of them right now. They're just freaking hilarious. But I feel bad, for people like that. Mugshot is out there. Boy, he is
blitzed,
wasted.
Blitz.
Did you see it, Figgy?
Yeah.
He is wasted.
I believe the young people call that crossfaded.
Yeah.
My man looks like he is on one.
What is the other one? Outside?
Oh, yeah. No. Oh, he was definitely outside. He needed to take his ass somewhere inside. But, no, he was absolutely outside. Or if he was inside, he was doing outside things. Yeah. And, yeah, he looks blitz.
The officers were all about it. His eyes were bloodshot and glassy, strong odor of alcohol. He told the cops, I'm not doing a chemical test. He actually kind of hinted or asked, do you know who I am? And none of them knew who he was.
That's sad.
That's the crazy part.
That is wild.
If they knew who he was, they probably would have covered it up a little bit. But these guys had no idea.
Have you watched the Super Bowl? Forget the music. I mean, have you watched the Super Bowl? Have you watched Saturday Night Live?
Are you like 9 years old?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, other than that, like, why would you not know who that is?
That's kind of like the judge who was over at Kobe Bryant, didn't know who he was. The judge in L.A.
Oh, but that's not as bad. A sport, Justin Timberlake?
Yeah, he's like I said, like Saturday Night Live. He's on television. He's at the Super Bowl. He's got his records. He's got, everything.
If you're older than, I'm going to just throw out an arbitrary number. If you're older than, say, 11 and younger than 70.
Yeah.
So everybody from 11 to 70 should have an idea. If you roll up on Justin Timberlake, you should have ain't you that?
And even if you don't recognize him, you know his name. If you read his name, you're going to be like, wait a minute.
Where do I know this name
Timberlake,
from?
huh? What's your first name?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hey, you sound familiar.
Justin Timberlake?
Didn't you do
Wait a minute.
Sex Love songs?
Are you an athlete?
Don't you have Cry Me a River?
Yeah, that's right.
Come on now.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Juneteenth has got the internet going nuts. And I'm just going to be completely honest, and I feel better. You forgot it as well. I forgot about Juneteenth till I woke up this morning and kind of started scrolling. I'm like, oh yeah, that's today.
Wait, why it make you feel better that I forgot about it?
No,
why it make you feel better that I forgot about it? Is this a race car thing? What's going on?
Why
do I make you feel better about this, Lopez?
Figure, did you remember? No, no, just like me, as another person that woke up in this studio, who works in this studio. But I did start to think Juneteenth is a big parade day, although good luck with that today. Juneteenth is a very, very much a big cookout day, like a lot of holidays. So it got me to thinking. You can invite 3 people, no more, no less than 3 people. I'm going to give you a list. Tell me if they're invited to the cookout. All right?
I'm pretty friendly with my cookout. You got to be bad, but I only get 3.
Let me give you the whole list first.
All right.
John McClain, Adam Spillane, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne, me, our program director, Parker Hillis, Tyler Milner, Ben Gary, and Clint Stoerner. I didn't put Ron on there because Ron's already at the cookout.
I know this is no black folks on here, man.
Hey, Biggie, I'm going to have to allow this. This is a fair assumption. Especially on Juneteenth.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You know all the black people is invited to the cookout.
Yeah, you can invite no more than 3, but no less than 3 either. McClain, Spillane, Pendergast, Payne, me, Parker, Tyler Milner, Ben Gary, Clint Stoerner. Who's invited to the cookout?
Well, you're for sure invited because you can cook. So you're on this list.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Is it okay to say that I feel like Clint fits best out of this list?
Oh, he's got a lot of rhythm.
So I feel like Clint and Lopez are locks.
We also grew up very much in a minority neighborhood.
I feel like they're locks.
We've been to some cookouts.
Yeah, I feel like y'all are locks to get into the cookout. So it just comes down to who's left. Sean Pendergast.
Well, maybe this way, Figgy. Who's definitely not going to be wouldn't fit in at the cookout? Not saying you don't like him, but yeah, you don't want him at the cookout.
See, I would want McClain at the cookout, but I wouldn't want to bother him, and you know what I mean. To me, it feels like it would be out of the way And I would feel self-conscious about McClain being there because I'd want to maybe host him a little bit more than others. So I'd be checking on, hey, McClain, you good? You need some water? You need anything? The bathroom is that way. Did y'all speak to John McClain? Hey, everybody, this is John McClain, the General Hall of Fame.
I get it.
So I think he's the one that's not getting invited because it would be a little bit more high maintenance than I want.
See, that's the person I will invite first because I feel like he needs that type of family bond.
This is true.
And that will be perfect for him. Even, like, you don't have to – I feel like McClain ain't the type of person you got to sit there and entertain.
No.
He can entertain himself.
That's
he
a
would
good
talk to
point.
people. Hey, he love all the attention. So I think he'd be sitting there telling some Joe DiMaggio stories and all that stuff. So I think he will be perfect for that situation.
Yeah.
My second person, of course, is Lopez. I'm going to throw his ass on the grill. My third one will probably be Clint Stoerner.
Yeah.
Because I think Clint would be that guy that will probably, I don't want to say bring that entertainment, but you need a loud, strong guy at a cookout, man.
Okay, you sold me on McClain.
Yeah.
I'll change my answer from who's not invited from McClain to Sean Bijani. Because he drank all your wine the last time
I didn't mind that.
Whatever y'all had.
I didn't mind that.
But I would have. So he's not invited to mine because he might drink up all the wine.
Who's the first two cuts?
The first two cuts.
You're out.
Yeah, I was going to say, shout out to my dude, but Ben Gary.
Ben Gary and
I
Adam
felt like he
Spillane.
don't even like cookouts.
Adam Spillane.
Nah, so Spoke could come. Spoke could come to my cookout. I think he'd
Sean?
be good. Nah, the
Pendergast.
No. Based off the cook-off standards, probably Sean Pendergast and Ben Gary. But based off of Sean Bijani drinking your wine, I'm going to go Ben Gary and Sean Bijani.
I think Sean Pendergast would be good at cookouts too because he's good in that type of environment. He could just show up.
Man, he's conversationalist.
He can talk to a wall.
He's perfect for that. And
man.
And when you go to cookouts, you don't want to go to a cookout nobody talking.
Yeah. Sean Pendergast would be a hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm worried. Ben Gary is my one. I'll probably be like, nah. And Adam Spillane, man, I think he's good with us. But he don't like people, man. I feel like he'll be sitting around, and I don't know if you heard this. This was earlier this week, right? I think Monday.
Adam Spillane said, "I don't like."
He don't like people, and whenever people ask him what he do for a living, he said he's a teacher. That's a red flag, man.
Still cracks me up.
I actually know this about Adam.
Yeah.
So I've spent some time with Adam.
I'm a teacher.
I actually understand. I do well in public settings. I can turn it on. But deep down, I actually am. I'm an only child.
Yeah.
So I'm actually kind of this way deep down myself, but I'm just able to flip it. Adam doesn't even try to flip it. He's like,
everybody
this
likes
is who I am.
Everybody likes their alone time.
I really like it. I like it, but I think more than people realize because I am able to put on.
Yeah.
But I understand Spo a little bit better than I think maybe y'all. Maybe better than y'all than I project because I am able to do this. But I got a little bit of that in me too.
And see, I get that. I got some of that in me too. But
he's just saying.
I'm confident in B. Scott going to the cookout and him being friendly and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like Adam Spillane, he would go to a cookout. He'd probably make his plate and won't talk to nobody.
Sit in the corner.
Yep.
Yes.
Find the people he knows.
Where somebody be like, "Who the hell is that
Get
guy?"
on his phone.
Oh yeah. He'll find the people he knows. He'll talk to the people he knows.
Hey, what's up, man? What you do for a living? Oh, I'm a teacher.
I'm a teacher.
He'd do an interview. I could see him like if an interview opportunity.
If he had to talk to somebody.
Hey, the scout just called.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to hear about Frommer's breaking ball and why Dwight doesn't have the same movement that he used to, so I can explain this on my baseball sports segment on the next time. Yeah, I could definitely see that. All right, that is Internet Going Nuts. That's John Lopez, Figgy Fig. I am B. Scott in the building. Coming up next, Nico Collins has got some pretty high ambitions. We're going to talk about it here with Lopez, with Figgy, and we'll introduce The Drive. That's coming up next.
The Drive with Loop.
So Nico Collins, a little bit more ambitious than I realized. Humble beginnings, really an Alabama kid, if I'm not mistaken, but went to Michigan.
Yeah.
Just a good old country boy.
I think he's from Tuscaloosa. He might be like from the Shadows. He was close to Alabama.
But when you talk to him, you get the sense, man, this is just one of those like wholesome Southern cats. And I root for guys like that. He sounds almost familiar to me when I hear him talk.
Yeah.
And Nico's a good dude. I like Nico a lot. I'm, happy for him getting paid. I did think, and I've been on the record with this. I thought like, hey, it's a little early. You can wait a minute to do that. There's no rush to do this. But hey, they decided to do it. And I'm happy for Nico. What I wasn't anticipating was him expressing his goals so explicitly that my man wants 1,500 yards receiving, and he wants to chase the greats. C.J. Stroud called him a generational talent a couple of weeks ago, and it wasn't just Stroud calling him that. Apparently, it's Nico Collins internalizing it and believing it so much that he is chasing Julio Jones, chasing Megatron, chasing Larry Fitzgerald. He wants 1,500 yards to up the ante, not to go out. He's already got his money.
Yeah.
But he wants to go out there, make good on it, and give you wide receiver one type of numbers, despite the fact that they've got no less than 3 guys on the team that could be wide receiver.
See, that's where it gets dicey for me, man.
It's interesting.
Hey, good for you. I hope you have the best season of your life. I kind of don't want him to have 1,500 yards. And let me explain. With this squad, with the weapons they have at the wide receiver position, not even to mention tight end and maybe even another tight end that's going to need to be fed a little bit in Cade Stover or Brevin Jordan. D'Amico talking about Brevin like he's some sort of big-time stud. I think Brevin had less than 20 catches last year.
But can I interest you in tight end depth all of a sudden?
Yeah.
Like, how did we arrive here? But here we are.
That's what I'm saying. You got a lot of mouths to feed. Not even to mention Joe Mixon, who's big time out of the backfield.
Yes.
If you have Nico Collins getting 1,500 yards receiving, awesome. But I think one of 3 things is probably happening if he has 1,500 yards. Number one, the other guys, namely Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, are probably not living up to the expectation you had. That's why he's doing that.
Or injured.
Or number 2, they're injured.
Right.
Number 3, one or both of them is probably a little ticked off that they're not getting enough touches. They're not getting the ball enough. So I don't want those 3 options. Now, look, that's not to say I don't want 3 big seasons. Now, maybe you can have a 1,500-yard season and a couple of 900s and we're all happy. But I think the balance that they want, especially when you have to feed all the other mouths, is maybe 1,100 or 1,200 yards at the top of the game, at the top of the list. And then another, 1,100 yards or so next, and then 950 with touchdowns spread around, the offense spread around. When you have a receiver with 1,500 yards, I think this past year, three dudes had it. Tyreek, CeeDee Lamb, and Amon-Ra St. Brown had 1,500 yards or more. A lot of times that's a recipe for a very one-sided, one-dimensional passing offense.
They just got too many mouths to feed.
Yeah.
They got way too many mouths to feed. And I like the ambition. I like the passion. I like the confidence. I like the transparency. Might even call it vulnerability, because I know just from being around both of them, I know that DJ Bijani and Nico Collins, Nico just in general has a good working relationship with the media, and DJ Bijani among us. So I know that he feels comfortable in his skin to express himself. I love everything about that. I just want to caution for everything that you just laid out.
Mm-hmm.
I want to caution them, Nico, Tank. We haven't heard Stephon Diggs talk like this.
Yeah.
But anybody and maybe even Brevin Jordan, whoever's got the ambition to, hey, I want this number of yards. I'm trying to eclipse this. Just pump the brakes a little bit, because something larger is at play here.
Yes.
Something much larger is at play here, especially for you guys that are already rich. Like, Nico, you just got paid, my guy.
Yeah.
Everything's cool.
I'll be up there going, I'll take 500. I don't know.
What are you talking about? the money.
Yeah.
The money's in the bank.
Yeah, exactly.
And then, of course, Stephon Diggs, He's trying to get, like, what is his third or fourth, whatever contract. Like, he's been paid before. So, like, guys, this is an opportunity, and I don't want to be like
that guy
cornball, but, like, it is part of the reason why we're so excited about what's going on here.
Yeah, weapons, man.
Like, this isn't just a hype machine, hype train type of thing. It's a team with actual, real potential to do something special. And when you're on a special team, when you're a part of a special group, it's about so much more than 1,500 yards or 10 touchdowns or 100 catches or whatever it is, man. It's like, yo, why don't you just be available on third down and catch the ball?
Let's move those chains. I'm not trying to be that guy either.
But that's where we are, especially when you accumulate. Like, if it's been last year, and Nico's like, hey, I'm the most talented of the non-rookies.
Well, I think what it is with me, not to interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
I think as Texans fans, as people that follow the Texans, we're past the days of cheering the player, not the team. Like, remember when we used to just like to cheer Andre? When Andre would have a big, we were like happy for Andre. The team wasn't all that great all the time.
Yeah.
But you were just cheering the player, not the team.
He was like the only
Like,
one of the few redeeming qualities of the team.
Arian had 200 yards against the Colts.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I think we're kind of past, like, the individual is what we kind of hang our hat on. Hey, Andre should be a DeAndre Hopkins. He's an all-pro receiver. Yeah, well, how's the squad doing? We're past that. We're at the point now where you got three dudes that can flat out play and probably will this year. You got a quarterback that's elite. You got a running back that could be elite and has been in the past. You've got at least one tight end that's proven, another couple of tight ends. You got backup receivers that you have high hopes for, that you traded for, et cetera, and everything else. You are in a spot where if Nico Collins gets 1,500 yards, that's cool if CJ's throwing for 5,000.
Yeah, well,
but not if he's throwing for 4,100 like last year.
But especially, like, I agree with you, but
Yeah.
I think this point is especially made at a position like that where more than one guy can shine in a given moment or in a given game. Like, I think we are still hung up on the individual performances of the left tackle, the right.
Well, sure.
So, like, the guys that play the one position, we're holding them accountable. But when we see, hey, man, spread the running backs, okay, like, who's going to emerge as that second guy? We talked about this a lot on the show.
Yeah.
Okay, you got your lead guy. It's Joe Mixon now. Do we believe in Dameon Pierce as being that dude?
Yeah.
Or do we have to rely on a rookie mid-round, late-round pick in Jawar Jordan, who's played a lot of college football, to be that guy? Like, what direction is that going? So we'll still do the evaluation on, like, individual performances, but this group is so special. And C.J. Stroud, I also think we're so protective of. We don't want to, like, man, don't mess up C.J.'s vibe. Don't mess up his flow. Don't get in C.J.'s head. And I don't think that they are, to be clear.
Yeah.
Like, I think everything's going to be fine there. But there is this natural reaction of, like, hey, man, just kind of go with the flow. And you saw how C.J. operated last year. You understand what he's about.
Yeah.
Just let him do his thing, and everything's going to take care of itself. Everybody's, like Joe Mixon said a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
In this offense, it's designed, especially when you got talent like they do, it is designed for guys who like actual playmakers, for them to eat, and they got a handful of them.
There was one aspect of hearing about this that I actually loved. I think everything we're hearing from Nico Collins, Tank Dell, talking about with a little bit of bitterness in his voice, but not like angry, but they call me the third receiver.
Yeah, he kind of dropped that as like a casual, like a little drive-by, like they say I'm the third receiver.
I'm not the third receiver, by the way, is what he's saying.
I'm top three and not three.
I think it all comes down from C.J. Stroud, and that's the one part of it I love. I don't know if it was strategic, if it was a conscious decision that C.J. made, but him coming out this offseason and being ultra confident, in some people's views, cocky, I think they're all taking their cue from that. Like, he's calling himself a killer. He's talking trash to Micah Parsons. People are overreacting to some of the things he's saying. I think it's all starting to trickle down. I think the quote leadership of C.J. Stroud, even though they haven't put on pads this year, is you're already seeing in stuff from Nico Collins, stuff from Tank Dell, and how they kind of feel themselves right now.
I definitely feel like this is a reflection of C.J. Stroud's leadership, personality, no question about it. Like, I just want to caution them on what their own expectation is for themselves and maybe losing sight of the bigger picture. And again, not to be corny and cliche, but there is something happening here that is much greater than any one of these players, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I don't know. I don't know what these guys are going to do. No one can really predict it. We can have some thoughts on it, some opinion on what it might be, but we don't know what it's going to do. I know what is happening. What is happening is C.J. Stroud's confidence, cockiness, if you want to call it that, is emanating throughout the locker room. Now, is that going to bite him in the ass? I don't know. But I like the fact that Tank Dell, basically is telling us, I ain't no number 3 wide receiver. I like the fact that Nico Collins is saying, I'm going for 1,500 yards. I like the fact that all these guys are just sort of feeding off the leadership of C.J. Stroud.
Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner are about to join us here for the drive. And one thing I know about Ron that's funny is
when he starts cranking that head like that sideways.
Oh no, he's absolutely, I feel like, the guy who, if in this position, would want to get the 1,500 yards, would like view himself the way Nico's viewing himself, but then also would be the guy on the radio to say, that's a little aggressive.
Yeah, well, it's a lot aggressive.
Pump the brakes.
It's a lot aggressive.
Pump the brakes.
I just like that they're in a spot where they feel that could happen for them. But I will say this, Ron, when you start cranking that head sideways and doing a little bit of this action right here.
Well, a part of it
is good energy from Nico. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, it's coming. It's coming. Stay tuned about 2:40. We'll really take a dive into this. I understand the reason of why they're moving the way they're moving.
Mm-hmm.
It's because they're young and they haven't really been here before, and it is, to me, the biggest question that I have for this group of how do you handle things when you're viewed differently, when people are looking at you differently. And so far, like, they are feeling themselves.
Yeah, they are.
You said that perfectly.
Yeah.
Now, hey, sometimes you'd be good enough to feel yourself. I'm just saying the way they're moving, is different than the way the other teams that they are compared to are moving.
No, that's fair, but I think they almost I also think they almost have to. Well, no, I'm saying in terms of we were not a fluke. Our quarterback is one. You can call him whatever you want. Let's say cocky.
No, he's moved from being quiet to be, I would say, humble, confident, to bordering on cocky.
And I think they're feeling it. I think they're getting in line, Clint, right behind their quarterback, saying,
"Damn sure,
we are legit." And I'm gonna tell you how legit. I'm not a third wide receiver, even though Tank Dell's saying that. Nico saying I'm gonna go for 1,500 yards. I mean, everybody's feeling kind of full of themselves. It could bite them in the ass, but I like the fact that they're lining up behind their quarterback.
But can I say the thing that I thought was different about them from the teams that they're compared to is that they're the newest on the scene. So it's like they're announcing themselves like, hey, I know how y'all used to talk about the Texans, but we don't associate with that. Like that ain't me. Whatever Cully Smith area, and they don't call them by name, but we're not the 2021, 2022 that era of Houston Texans. These some new dudes, and we talk different, we walk different, we act different, we play different, and we got just a different edict around here, and that is we expect to have 1,500 receiving yards and be the rookie of the year and the MVP and all this other type of stuff. Like, our swag is different around here. I respect it. I don't know how I respect the swag, Clint. I know y'all want to kind of bring it back, but I respect the swag.
Ain't laying down for nobody.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. We saw him have a lot of success with hey, man, I'm just going to do whatever this offense needs me to do.
Yeah.
If it ain't starting, cool, I'll come off the bench. You know what I mean? If it's running the ball, we'll run the ball. If it's throwing the ball, we'll throw the ball. Hey, man, you need me to be the move guy? You need me to be a boundary receiver? I got you, man. Whatever the team needs, whatever's best for this team. And we've heard that a lot from the figureheads over there. I guess from the brass over there.
Yeah.
We've heard that a lot now. And now all of a sudden we got guys telling us, we want 1,300, we want 1,500, we want this, we want that. And you got a quarterback running around town.
Specific with it, too.
Ooh, I'm a killer.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and the schedule's more difficult. And hey, man, this year's going to be a different animal now.
And they haven't done,
be careful what you ask for.
It's a different, they haven't done it yet. Last year, yes.
It was
good. I'm talking about done it like this.
Yeah.
Where you are, it's kind of different if Travis Kelce was popping off like this and Chris Jones was popping off like this.
I like that
We've
one
seen
right
them do
there.
it. Oddly, they're not, which is weird. But oddly, their mind's somewhere else.
Yeah.
But it's different. It's different, baby. We got 1 year, and then bam, hey, give me 15.
That's right.
I need 15. I need 70 catches. I really would like 100, but I ain't going to speak on that. But I like 70 catches, 10 touchdowns, and 1,300 yards. Well, hell, you getting 15?
You getting 13.
And we ain't heard from the dude who has – let me stop.
We ain't heard from
240. 240.
A once great philosopher once said, it's hard to be humble when you're stunting on the Jumbotron, and the Texans right now are stunting on the Jumbotron. I mean, that's just where they are right now. But we've gone over our time. You are listening to KILT HD2, and Odyssey Station. And I tell you, man, the drive is live.
The drive is live.
We'll hear from your ass at 4:42. We'll get on.
Come
we'll
on
get
back
on
through,
this
man.
end. Come on back.
Get your little OT in over here,
Texans
Steve.
report.
I'll be back. I'll be back for
Texans
sure.
report coming up, and maybe we'll dive a little deeper into that. But no, the drive is live. 2:40. Maybe we'll jump in a little bit more of that. Today I came in with this, Tyler. I sent that thought and that topic in, and I'm preparing myself for the Ron Hughley hate today, and that's okay. Now, and I'm preparing myself because you will hear Clint say a very similar thing, but they will only hear me. They will only hear me, and I prepare for it. I prepare for it. All right, but that's coming up at 2:40. All right, got a lot to get to because I see a towel in hand.
Little dirty white one.
I don't know if my other fella, Tyler Milner, brought one, but yesterday Tyler Milner hit me with a text and hit us with a text that said, for the first time all season, I got a towel in hand.
I had to pick it up, man.
All right, I want we got to get there because I want to hear if anybody else grabbed a towel. If anybody else is in a spot. All right, I have thrown in mine. Clint is close.
Don't forget to bring it.
Clint got inspired and stopped bringing it, and then he had to bring it back. All right, we'll get there because Fran Valdez gave up 2 singles yesterday, 2 runs, and they lost.
They weren't even singles. They were damn fielder's choice. Both of them. Good Lord.
I want to get to that. I do want to get to that. But can I hear Joe Espada getting tossed? Do you have that? Can I please hear Captain Joe?
I think I can get that for you.
Can I please hear Captain Joe Espada getting tossed? Because I really want to get to you all and the people on this, and nobody better than Clint Stoerner, because nobody better than Clint Stoerner, because Clint Stoerner really digs into stuff like this. All right, let's hear on the Astros call, Joe Espada, for the second time this year, but really the first, being ejected from a game.
That's it. Joe Espada's gone.
Well, let him have it.
That pitch was well within the strike zone. Altuve was saying something, and the second base umpire, Brendan Miller, told him to knock it off, and Joe Espada backing up his player.
Oh, you got to.
That's not a consistent strike zone from the top of the inning to the bottom of the inning. Altuve was upset about that pitch being called a ball.
That's ball right there to the top of the zone. That actually catches the zone. Jose Altuve's was 3 or 4 inches above the zone.
All right, there's Todd Callis, Jeff Blum, giving painting the picture of Joe Espada getting ejected for the second time. Can you give me a breakdown of how you felt about that ejection? The first one was absolutely pathetic.
Right. Well, look.
The first one compared, and then the first one compared, he had nowhere to go but up from that first one, where it looked like he just simply asked the guy to throw him out.
Yeah.
How did you feel about the second one, Clint?
Well, I was talking to Tyler about this before. I saw the entire interaction. I did not know he got tossed. I had my TV.
You didn't know he got.
I had my TV muted with my what do you call it? With the words going across the screen.
Oh, closed caption.
Closed caption on because I had my baby in my arms and she was about to sleep. So I watched the whole thing.
By the way, that was one of our best $100,000 pyramid moments right now, where you gave
the words on the screen.
The words coming across the screen.
Yeah, closed caption. Yeah, I think that was. So I was in my mind. I'm sitting there going, okay. I spotted that is very much improved. You're getting better. That was very well done. It wasn't disrespectful, but you got your point across. It was a tad bit animated. It was we could tell that you were agitated.
Much better than the last time.
Much better, right?
I'm trying to do the best I can.
I had no idea he got tossed until y'all put it in the rundown.
You didn't?
No, I
Really?
had no idea.
Really? It was the third inning.
That's wild.
As he came out with the point. I listened.
He pointed it out too,
I listened to it. I listened to that one, and I listened to the Chicago White Sox call. And I listened to Steve Stone. Oh, yep, he's gone. Joe's gone. He's not happy with that strike zone.
Oh, my God.
I mean, the thing I like, all right, Joe gave me a point. I listen, Joe may not tell this, Tyler, but I think Joe was cognizant of the performance he needed to give.
100%.
Right,
100%.
I think he thought, like, all right, I got to do something. But that's like, all right,
Don't ask to get thrown out. Don't ask to get thrown out here.
If we're grading on a regular scale, 1 to 10, it was a 4. But if we're grading on the Joe Espada scale, that was a 7.
Well
he
done.
got in there, pointed in his face. I'm certain he F-bombed. I'm certain I read the F-bomb coming from Joe while he pointed. So I give Joe. That was better. We got to build on it. I think we could have gotten, if you're on YouTube and Twitch, we could have got a hat toss from Joe. I think we could have. All right, like I think so. Maybe Joe going off and getting a little closer in the face. I think we could have got that, but baby steps. At least, like because Joe ain't got no choice. When a Jose Altuve walks out on the field like he did, I don't know that I have ever seen Jose Altuve that angry.
Oh, he was hot.
Yeah.
I mean, he gave it, like for the clip I got, he gave me the F-bomb to start, and then the dismount was an F-bomb at the end. I mean, he is mad. I'm certain it wasn't just that at bat. It's everything that has happened leading up to it. But when he's that mad, because he was so mad, and as Blum and them said, he was chirping behind him. He was looking to get tossed in the third. And you can't have him out the lineup when there's no Tucker and there's no Abreu at that point already.
Yeah.
And you had to go protect him. So good job by Captain Joe there. He can give me a little bit more. Listen, if you tell me gun to the head, heart, or scrotum, do I believe Joe Espada has practiced in a long mirror on how he is going to go off on umpires? I believe he has. I believe Joe has practiced before on how he's going to go off, but I think we can build on this. So backing up your player, keeping him in the game, and it was much better than the first one. Much better. Now we got to get better because Clint's got to know, even without sound, that you got ejected.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even. Again, I was preoccupied with the baby, but I got the Altuve frustration. I got both Altuve frustrations. I got the Espada frustration. I was proud of Espada, but I did not think that it was. I did not think he got tossed.
Yeah, it was better. It was better. From the text line, Gus is not. Gus went soft, all caps, and said, "I've seen little league coaches more animated than Joe Espada." Gus and Katie. It was better than that.
I don't doubt that, but that's not a good thing. These little league parents are wild.
Yeah, you're right. It's better. I'm married.
Yeah, we didn't tell that story.
No, yeah, Courtney has not even been ejected, but she has been better than what Joe Espada gave there. But we're building to it. Maybe the next one he throws. If he had a hat toss, I would have given Joe a 9. If he had a hat toss and kicked it, I would have given Joe a 9. Because he was already gone when he came out. They threw him out from in the dugout. Then he came out and got him some. I would have been disappointed if he'd have just turned around and walked back to the bottom of the clubhouse. Right. But he at least came out and got him some. So
say goodnight to the Astros.
All right, let's do a reset. Where are you, Astros fans? Because many of you have still said you're holding on to that towel. Hell, some of you said I don't even have a towel. I'm that confident. I'm still in it. We haven't reached the All-Star break yet. I've thrown in mine. Clint has yo-yoed it in his hand tonight. Clint's got it on his shoulder right now. Tyler, for the first time, talked about towel maybe in hand. Where are you now? And I just want to help to give you some thoughts to remember. Verlander's now on the IL. Tucker is on the IL. I'd like to get an update on Kyle, but he's on the IL. Javier or Urquidy are out for the season. You're currently sitting here with 4 starters right now. As I said earlier, Framber gave up 2 singles and lost to the White Sox in 6 innings. He did have 5 walks. Joe Espada is your manager. Where are you now? Has anyone crossed over? Has anyone thrown in the towel? Has anyone grabbed the towel? Where are you right now with the Astros on June 19th?
I got my towel in hand. Once again, I'd set it aside, left it in my passenger seat when I came in the building for a couple days recently, and I got it in my hand, Ron. And I'm gonna tell you why.
You're trying to get to the All-Star break. You are trying.
I'm trying to hang on. You're right, I am. But losing to the White Sox and boy, if they lose to the damn Rockies, it's coming in, boys. I'm gonna bring a box full of towels. Buy some good home good towels and bring them in here and throw them all on the damn studio desk here. God! Some of them nice, good ones. The only reason, because the struggles at the plate, not scoring runs when you don't have Tucker, when you don't have Jordan, that's bound to happen. But really, for me, Ron, what made me reach over across that damn seat and pick that towel up this morning when I came in was that is just a reminder of why it's a long season, be patient. All y'all sitting up in the mezzanine just okay with whatever decisions are made, okay with however the organizations ran. You don't have a damn opinion. You don't have no kind of emotions or passion about it.
It sucks.
Y'all can all kiss every bit of my ass.
All of it.
Every last bit of it.
I hate to tell you.
This is just a stark reminder of why when you take that approach, thinking everything's gonna be okay, and you come up against the lousy ass White Sox. Last night was a reminder. They get paid. They drafted some dudes, and they sent a young cat out there on the bump that was dialed in and dealing.
Couldn't do nothing with it. Cannon was a monster.
Was he dealing because he was dealing, or was he dealing because he asked?
Well, look, I think there's probably two things can be true. I mean, I think the situation's totally different. If you got to hit Jordan Alvarez, and you got to face Jordan Alvarez, you got to face Kyle Tucker in the middle of that lineup.
Well, yeah.
But that's just it. I mean, if you
that was one of the weakest, worst looking Astros lineups we've seen in years.
Absolutely.
Really.
I mean, whoever that was on the text line that said a nice spring training lineup,
yeah.
They weren't wrong.
Yeah.
But the point is, and I'm not even saying that last night was a night where they said that.
He almost threw a complete game. That's just unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, he was an out away from it.
That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
I just can't. That can't.
Yeah. I mean, but the. And I'm not even saying last night was because of that mindset. I'm just saying, generally speaking, when I hear Dana Brown or I hear Joe Espada talking about patience and it's a long season, and when we hear texters or callers talk about it's a long season, you're going to long season your ass into the last week of the season matters. And guess what? Even the last week, if you got the White Sox, was it Cannon or Canaan? What was his name?
Cannon.
Cannon.
His ass trots out there and throws a gem against you. You're in trouble. You're in absolute trouble.
I didn't foresee that.
Instead of handling your business so that in the second half of the season, hey, man, you get some injuries, you can be patient with them. You hit a rough patch, you can be patient with them. It's a long season, a lot of baseball. That mindset early in the season, before you know what your season is going to look like, before you know what the rest of the division is going to do, before you know what the wild card, Tyler, I'm gonna steal that's a losing ass mentality.
Indeed,
I mean, it is. And the load management in baseball, y'all can throw that out the window too. I mean, the best players in this game right now have sat one or two games this year. How many games has Judge missed this year? I think he's played in 75.
How many?
I think he's played in 75, Ron. I don't know how many the Yankees played. 70, 78, 77? I bet he sat two games. I mean, you're talking.
Bobby Witt Jr. hasn't missed one game.
Exactly. Played in 74. I think I saw that number earlier too. Guess what? Juan Soto has played in 72 games. I don't know how many they played.
He had an injury, but that's the only reason.
Come on, man. Yeah. I mean, y'all can miss me with this load management and just accepting whatever. Y'all can miss me with this short season and that bull jive attitude and approach early baseball because you dig a hole. That is Astro arrogance at its finest right now. It's in the organization. It's the way they handle business, and it is, and rightfully so, justifiably so. It's in a good chunk of this fan base too. All that, it's a long season stuff. If you ain't the manager of the baseball team and you're not in the clubhouse, I don't want to hear about no damn long season. And if we're not talking about injuries, I don't want to hear about no long season. If you're playing piss poor baseball and you're resting guys and you're not putting your best lineup out there and you're trying to let Abreu work out, that's
it's not ideal.
You're just begging to bury yourself to a position where you can't get out of it. Again, not saying last night that's what the case was with the Astros. I'm saying last night was a prime example of why you don't do that, because even the worst teams in baseball get paid. Even the worst teams in baseball have some great young guys, and if one of them happens to be on the bump and you got a couple of injuries, you go out there and you don't score a damn run.
Not one.
Yeah, that can happen.
He's not that good.
That can happen.
I know the lineup was not great. It ain't that bad. That this guy's about to go complete game.
It was last night, Ron. It was last night.
Man. I know those guys weren't out, but they couldn't do anything with him. Someone texted, I said, where are you at with your towel? Clint's got it in his hand and on his shoulder.
It is show enough in my hand. Right, Chim.
Right, like they lose tonight.
Pablo, this mother.
Somebody said I got mine and I am swinging it around over my head like I'm a Steelers fan.
Come on, man.
Somebody texted, I've already posted my Astros season tickets on SeatGeek. The All-Star break is not going to change a damn thing.
Bury me in the H.
Someone texted in, if they don't make a good run, and make up 2 to 3 games before the All-Star break, I'll break out my wife's best towel, wipe my ass with it, then hide it in the garage.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Throw that joint out on 59. Throw it out in the median on 59.
Yeah,
Drape it across that old median on 59.
Oh, that Minute Maid. All right, Tyler. You text that last
throw it
night.
off the edge of Minute Maid. Off the edge of 59 over in Minute Maid's parking lot.
Where are you at, Tyler? Are you because you've been, I would say you've been the one further. Yeah. I had thrown my towel in. Clint has had his towel in hand. You hadn't been there yet.
Yeah, just like I texted you guys last night amidst that horrendous performance in Chicago. For the first time this year, I got that towel in hand, man. I had to pick it up last night.
Really?
I mean, that's a big
step for Tyler. That's a big step for Tyler.
I'm doing my damnedest to not toss that towel until at least, the break or so, July 5th or so. But, man, they making it easy, man.
We went from
one step forward, 2 steps back.
We went from saying, nah, man, they got to sweep. They got to sweep these jokers to a complete game. To damn near complete game.
Rookie, right? Wasn't it a rookie?
Yes.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Like his 3rd or 4th start. God, dog. I know there's something about, all right, we've never seen the guy before. Okay, maybe the first time around. My goodness. Jesus. I just couldn't believe it.
Can't blame it on Cabbage either. He had a couple hits now.
The Cabbage had a couple. Like, if you would have told me right now, all right, man, Framber's going to give up 2 singles. And as Tyler said, hell, they weren't even real-ass singles. He's going to give up 2 singles. Now, he may walk 5, but he's going to give up 2 singles. 6 innings, 2 earned. 2 hits.
This is not good.
2 hits, 2 singles, 2 earned. Oh, you're gonna win that game. If you'd have told me, how do you see the White Sox winning? Oh, they got to win like 8-7. Not 2-0. Not 2-0.
Ooh, 2-zip it was.
Yeah, 2-zip it was. All right, coming up, one thing that will make the NFL look real different next year. Clint and I got to see it up close. Not at the NFL level, but we got to see it up close. And I'm still not sure about it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing. Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well.
Sports Radio 610's newest podcast is just for you.
There's a lot of different avenues for Dana Brown to use to improve this team. And one of them might be the outfield. You know, if you are somebody who takes a stock market approach to things, buy low, sell high.
Yes.
Well, Jake Myers right now is like if Bitcoin was $90,000 each.
The Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I need to dive in harder on these Orange Wagon episodes because I'm wondering, are you venting like you do on the turd list? Like I wonder, are you venting?
At times,
it feels like it's got to be therapy for you out there because I
need you to let the hell loose.
Cut it loose.
I need you to cut the hell loose.
Okay,
Tell
I can
Creighton,
do that.
say Creighton, hey man, save all that for. Give me a second here. I got some venting to do, son. I mean, you can save all that clapping the mezzanine for later. I got some venting to do, son.
You get to cuss freely on that, can't you?
I sit down the first base line.
You don't get to cuss freely on that. They hold you down. You got the same cussing.
No, it is made for all audiences, children and men and women alike.
You got plenty of practice. You got plenty of practice venting up here.
I want to hear a good. I want to hear a good one. I did check that out. I want to hear you. You just
let it go.
I mean, just be Tyler Milner.
Psycho.
Just be Tyler. Just be Tyler Milner.
Well, you and everybody out there, if you want to hear me ranting and raving, we posted a new episode yesterday.
No, but listen, don't send them in there if you're not bringing it.
I'm always bringing it, bro. Go check out the Big Orange Wagon. Talked about Verlander and all that yesterday. Check it out.
When's the next time you'll have a new one out?
Tomorrow evening, we will have a new episode out.
Oh, God. Please let them win. Let them win tonight. If they lose
they drop 2 to the White Sox, Tyler, you may have to push the limit of what a all audience can hear it.
Right, like we're moving towards rock bottom if they lose tonight. Because that means they've lost the series.
Bad,
like we got to be moving towards rock bottom.
They got the 5th or 6th worst record in the league right now? Oh, God.
I don't know. The Mariners, they won't stop losing. Now they're doing it to good teams. Now they're beating the Guardians too. They 10 back. Whew. 10 back on June 19th. By the way, happy Juneteenth to all those out there.
Indeed.
All right, Clint. Like this rule change, I don't know how much I'm gonna be into this weird setup of now the kickoff, and we got to see this thing up close as we beat the hell out of Sean Pendergast. And I want to say that again. We beat the dog mess out of Sean Pendergast again.
Yeah, that we did.
Not good, Sean.
62-21. My kids, they enjoyed it, that they waited for it to come on, and they rewatched the ass kicking. Really, they were really watching to try to see if they could find themselves on the field.
Sure.
Come on, Sean.
But they rewatched that thing. But the thing that we really took outside of the ass kicking that was laid upon Sean Pendergast was the kickoff.
Thing's been on TV a few times.
It has.
Every time it's on, somebody hits me up. I bet it's been on TV 4 or 5 times.
Yeah. I got home one day. They was watching it, going back and forth, trying to find themselves on the sideline.
Yes.
But the thing that really stuck out to us was they were practicing the new kickoff rule that we're going to see in the NFL. And Clint, man, it is a weird setup. It's going to be a weird thing to get used to, just like it was kind of a weird thing to get used to when them extra points changed.
Yeah.
And they jumped way back. But I immediately with the extra point, I was like, oh, this is going to make things interesting. Like, this is just a gimme field goal. You can do a lot of stuff with this. I don't know about this one, Clint. Especially seeing it up close. Now, it didn't help the first time the kid kicked the ball out of bounds.
We got good and amped up, and the damn all-star kicker kicked the ball out of bounds. I said, you got to be kidding me, man. I mean, in his defense now, I will not give.
You got a defense.
I will not. I don't typically defend kickers, but I will not, and I will not do it for Kaimi Fairbairn. That's for damn sure. But when you're a high school kicker and you're in an all-star game,
amped up a little bit,
and all this, you're used to guys being side by side. You're used to guys being right there, and you look down there at the field. Other than when you literally kick the ball, I mean, you blend in. Tyler, everybody's down there at the other end of the field. All of his guys are at the other end of the field. He is literally in the middle of the field by his damn self, like just sitting out there.
Lonely.
Like if you ain't, especially high school, man. If you ain't filling out your britches, I mean, if you don't feel real good about what you're doing in that uniform,
get self-conscious real quick.
If you don't feel if you ain't real confident in what you're doing with that right foot, this kid was right-footed. I could see where a high schooler could get out there and get it in there, get a little mess in his neck pretty quick.
Sucker right out of bounds.
End up looking like Rory.
Tyler, and it wasn't one of them that you watch. You're like, he's gonna stay in. As soon as it come off his foot, what hell? That's a buzzkill.
We didn't get to see it, but we did get to see it a few times because, of course, our team scored 62 points. But we got to see it a few times. This is going to be one I'm going to have to watch, and I'm going to have to see because I can see that it's going to add an element to the game.
Yes.
I need some time to get used to seeing it.
Well, I think you just said it, Ron. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I love the game of football as much as anybody. But of late, like they've done everything they could to take the return out of the game. Like I'm not even. I'd rather have a conversation with whoever's sitting next to me than watch a kickoff.
Yeah.
Unless it's a chance where they could be an onside kick or something.
Onside kick, yeah.
Like I don't care to watch it, right? I mean,
most of them are just kicked out of bounds anyway.
Yeah,
and
get
to the 25.
I'm telling you, this right here, it is, and this is why I say you said it. You said it. I got to watch it for a while. I think that's the key. This rule change made the kickoff and the kickoff return something that you have to watch because there's no doubt about it. If these special team coaches don't scheme up the right way, if the rosters aren't built accordingly to where you have guys that
you got to take it much more serious.
Chief, I mean, the guy, the returner, I mean, he hits one crease and there's no second line of defense.
No, because they're all so bunched up.
Well, the thing is like usually on kickoff, right, when guys are running down there, you get guys spread out because some are faster than the others. Some are told to be a safety valve. Some of them, I mean, they're all starting down there, so everybody's down there. So if the returner hits a seam, it ain't like you got two safeties sitting back there. You got a kicker. Yeah. You got Kanye Fairbairn's ass sitting back there. I just think I think you're gonna have a bunch of returns. I think you're gonna have a ton of returns. I think it's gonna change what the return guy looks like. I think it's gonna change what the kickoff team looks like and the kickoff return team looks like from a scheme standpoint. I mean, it's just I think you said it initially. The thing about, like, we all have to watch. And you don't have to just watch and go, well, do I like it or not? No, I'm talking about your ass has to watch because you're going to blink and somebody's going to be running up the sideline.
Yeah. Damian Pierce, he breaks through. If he's the returner, he breaks through. But I wonder if guys like Frank Ross, special teams coaches, are going to immediately just have guys sprint back. Two guys be safety valves, so it's just not the kicker. So it's just not the kicker back there. I'm curious.
Well, you're going to create some real seams if you do that, right?
But maybe you don't do it, but I think there's got to be thoughts of, well, how do we attack this? Because just because somebody's sitting there thinking, God, I don't want to – they just break through this?
Yeah.
Like he's gone and it's just a kicker. Or do I have a guy immediately – bounce and run back, and that is a safety valve.
I've got to lay the rules out in front of me and study them. I have not done that yet because the thought is like nobody moves until the guy catches the ball.
Yeah.
If when the returner catches the ball, you got two or three dudes running the same direction he's running up the field. I got to think you're creating some serious creases, serious. I don't know.
Creases,
but it just seems like, man, boy, that would be risky, man.
And your ass better tackle.
Either way it goes.
Tackle
Look, this is one of the more arena football rules. I mean, they're trying to get some excitement. They're trying to get some returns, and the advantage is definitely in at that point in time, the receiving team. I think. I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be must-watch TV.
I've heard the Chiefs really kick around having Justin Reed be their kickoff guy. So he's the safety valve.
All BS aside, it makes sense.
And Dare Ogunbowale is somebody who the Texans have that has shown can kick. Maybe that's something. I'd rather him be the safety valve than Kaimi.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you. Boy, Kaimi would like that. Just get paid all that damn money just to kick field goals.
Kaimi no e aloha me ka ikeoke kumupa'a.
To Ogunbowale. All right, coming up. Listen, I know where this is going to go, and I understand it. I take it on. I'm just looking at this objectively, and it's the biggest concern that I have for the Texans going into next season.
we've had yet another, to me, proof of where is the focus. You're doing a little too much out there from the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
All right, I've sold several.
skyrizzy.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZZY to learn more.
Well, hey, boys.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, man. Listen, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we always appreciate you. Tyler, show them your nipples so the show starts, please. There it is. The show has started right
There's
there.
that little bitty thing.
There it is. It has
when you
started.
hit it like that, it shrivels up a bit and goes about dime size.
It gets cold.
It goes from penny to dime.
Another part of my body does that too.
Yeah. Wild. Oh, is that your excuse? That old doorstop you're playing with in there?
Yeah. That old doorstop. He said it's one of the longer ones.
Springy.
Here it is. Grower, not all right. But
not a shower.
Thank you. Finishing off. But yeah, I'd like for you to you can jump in on this with your thoughts. Like, listen, I understand that some people this is going to potentially rub the wrong way, or you'll disagree. But the hell, man, this is what this is about.
Hold on, so
this is what happens in sports radio forever. This is what happens when you at the bar with folks. This is damn sure what happens when I'm at the barbershop. This is what happens. We have thoughts and we go differently. And fellas, my biggest concern coming into the year for the Texans, as I have acknowledged, I think, hey, this is a Super Bowl contender. You have a real shot. It is not crazy that you are being considered and talked about on the same lines with the teams that are looked at as Super Bowl contenders. The Texans are there. The thing that I had concerned about was obviously year 2 coming in. Can you replicate, and not just replicate, but take a step forward to what it is that you just did? And now not only doing that, Clint, but doing that with everybody with their eye on you, with everybody looking at you and looking at you as somebody on the schedule that they want to get to, with you being more of a hunted team than doing what you did last year coming out of nowhere, where you know they're going to be looking at you differently. Can you do it a second way, and are you going to be able to handle that? The maturity of being able to get to the goal, which I would say is at least the AFC Championship game. Are you going to be able to handle that day in, day out, week in, week out? Sometimes people say money changes people. Sometimes success changes the hell out of people, Clint.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to tell you, I have real concerns about how the Texans are moving now, because I think it is different than what it is that D'Amico and company started to build last year as the foundation.
We don't like that.
It'd be one thing if it was a one-off. Your quarterback, who is the leader of this team and is the real deal, and I believe can probably back up the stuff he's saying. He went from a guy last year that was confidently humble to, hey, man, Tyler could probably pull up 5 to 7 sound clips from him just this summer, sounding more cocky than confidently humble.
He's a cowboy.
That'd be one thing, was a one-off. Then you had one of your wide receivers, one that I think many people would look at and say is this team's third wide receiver, coming off of his rookie year, saying his expectations and goals this year are 10-plus touchdowns, 1,300 yards, and 70 to 100 catches.
Wow.
Nico Collins is the latest, Clint. He sat down and talked with ESPN's DJ Bijani. I'm trying to get 1,500 yards minimum, he said. That's what I'm chasing.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
I'm chasing the dudes that I've been watching for years. Julio Jones, Calvin Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, successful receivers that made the game look easy. We hadn't even got to the guy that I think many people believe is the number 1 receiver. I'm not saying that this is going to spell doom.
But, Clint, my greatest concern was how are they going to be able to handle success? And this, to me, is their minds, just going off of this, is to letting everybody from the quarterback know exactly what it is that he's capable of and what he's going to do. And now we got a receiver won't give you 30. He wants 13 and 10. The third receiver, the second receiver, he wants 15. We haven't even heard from the guy who really has the most to gain by having a big season because he's on a one-year deal in Stephon Diggs. They're just moving differently, Clint. And this is not how I would have drawn up the way that they would react to year two after that success.
Well, look, in today's world, this generation, in today's NFL, it doesn't surprise me one bit. With all of the access that we have to all the players and all of the different outlets they have and how often a camera's on them, it doesn't surprise me that youngsters that had a hell of a lot of success are really overconfident at this point in time. Let's call it what it is, and this is my number one concern.
They feeling themselves.
That's it. Is you said, how do you handle the success that you had? Same. It doesn't matter how you say it. It's the same point, right? Mine was ultimately, do you let the noise around you go to your head? Do you let the rookies of the year go to your head? Do you let the national media being in love with your quarterback, your head coach, your offensive coordinator, everybody involved, and the potential of you being one of the best teams in the AFC, all of that noise, do you let it go to your head? Because here's the deal. Here's the truth of the matter. Here's the facts of the matter, right, is that all year last year it was we're just going to do what's best for the team. There was nobody talking about throwing for 5,000. There was nobody talking about catching for 1,300 or 1,500. There was nobody talking about how many touchdowns they wanted or didn't want.
Piece of positivity.
It was I'm here to do whatever I can do to help this team win ball games. And now all of a sudden you got a quarterback parading around that, whether you love it or hate it, there's no way around it. The fact is he's putting out some serious locker room bulletin board material.
Moving differently than all of the other quarterbacks on teams that you're being compared to. Just saying that out there. You don't see Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Josh Allen doing these things.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. If they are, it's not surfacing. Nobody cares. I would imagine if they are, that it'd be front page news. So when it's all said and done, that's just the reality of all of these guys that are on the offensive side of the football. Because look, we don't hear Stingley, we don't hear Petrie, we don't hear Christian Harris, we don't hear Will, we don't hear. Those guys appear to be still.
And usually that's the side of the ball you would hear from.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the side of the ball you'd like them barking real loud. You'd like them to be able to back that bark up, but you'd like them barking real loud. Here's the deal it appears to be a different mindset from year to year, and if you can live up to it, if there's enough footballs to go around to where Nico can have 1,500 and Tank can have 1,300, and then Diggs can go out there and get whatever the hell he needs to stay happy and get another contract, then I'm here for it. Reality of it is somebody's going to be disappointed. And I'm with you, man. I was hoping to hear the same approach of, hey, man, we're just going to do what we can do this next week to give the team the best chance to win a game.
But again, it is not a surprise, and it's more of the concern of how are young guys going to handle this?
Yep.
Because, you're not here, someone texted, Ron, go sit down. You always got to find something to rain on. I am sitting. Someone texted, that's exactly how I want my wide receiver to talk. Fine. I'm just saying this goes counter to what they did to build this. I believe that Christian McCaffrey would love to rush for 2,000 yards. I don't think he gives a damn about that right now. I don't think that's what his mind is on. I think Christian's mind is on how the hell do I get past the game that I missed last year. I don't think the Ravens, at least they're not making it public. The Ravens are out there talking about, hey man, I'm gonna have 1,600 yards if I'm Mark Andrews. Right? I'm coming in here with this run game. I'm Derrick Henry. I'm getting 1,500. I'm gonna show. I think their thought is, how the hell do we get past the game that we were last year? But a lot of it has to do with these are teams, Clint, and guys that have been here.
Yeah.
They've lost. They've made it to the AFC Championship game.
The Bengals have made it to the Super Bowl. They've made it to the AFC Championship game twice. And that was the deal with those teams that you're being compared to. They have been here and experienced things. That's why my concern with the Texans is, what are they going to do in year 2? What are they going to do it again? And yes, some of you, as I said, I understand, will believe that we are making too much out of this, and that's fine for you. But this stuff goes counter to what it is that they did to build this thing. And I believe D'Amico is trying to pull it down.
Yeah.
I believe he is trying to pull it down. Like, I'm going to tell you right, I don't believe D'Amico is loving, all right, man, I got 2 of my receivers out here talking about their goal is to hit, not to beat the Ravens and get past that. Not saying it's not, but they're outwardly making it known. My goal is I need 1,500. I need 13. I need 1,300. I need 10 touchdowns. And not as what you said, Clint. Anything it takes to get a dub.
I'll do whatever. If we run the football,
I don't give a damn if Noah Brown leads us.
If we're the best running team in the league and I got to do nothing but block and I got to go in there and risk a broken leg again, I'll do whatever the hell they want. Now, we're trying to get 100 catches and 1,300 yards and 10 touchdowns. Now, we're trying to get 1,500. We're trying to it's to each their own. The thing is, it's just a different – it is no doubt a different approach. And when you look at the song and dance that Nick and D'Amico always lean to, we're gonna do what's best for the team. We're gonna, they're not talking about getting guys statistically, getting guys in the elite. They're talking about winning ball games. Just a little. I think it's just a little deviation off from what got them to where they are right now.
Yep, and you are being compared to the Niners, the Chiefs, the Ravens. The Bengals, you're in their company, and you deserve to be. But they are moving differently than all of those other teams that have been there before. All right, coming up, Big 3 at 3. We'll look at what happened yesterday and hear from Joe Espada after his ejection yesterday and see where the Astros are as they fall to the White Sox and fall 10 games under 500. And another legendary figure in the sports world passes away, Willie Mays. We'll discuss all of that coming up next, but before we get there, guys out there, I hope that you guys
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
That's it. Joe Espada's gone.
Well, let him have it.
That pitch was well within the strike zone. Altuve was saying something, and the second base umpire, Brendan Miller, told him to knock it off, and Joe Espada backing up his player.
Oh, you got to.
All right, that is Joe Espada. He was thrown out of this game, and hell, good for him. He was thrown out in the third inning. He didn't have to watch the rest of that mess that went out. But give it to him, man. He was backing up his best player, at least in that game yesterday, Jose Altuve, who got some tough calls. We've not seen Jose Altuve that angry that many times, if ever. After the strike zone that he got in the top of that inning, and then Joe just had enough, clearly. Here was Joe Espada after the game on getting ejected in the third inning after him having some disagreements with the strike zone with the umpire.
I just didn't agree with the strike zone there. I asked what that pitch was, and he said it was up in the zone. I disagreed. I thought Altuve's pitch the previous inning was up in the zone, so that led to the ejection.
All right, I think maybe Joe was hoping that would get them juiced up, charge them up, create a spark. Fellas, that clearly didn't happen, as they struggled mightily against this young pitcher who was making his third or fourth start ever for the White Sox, and he goes 8 2/3 innings, nearly a complete game shutout as they lose 2-0. Clint, this was a very, very difficult loss, especially with us talking about they need to go in and sweep these 3 games from the White Sox, and on top of that, the Mariners beat the Guardians also, so they're now 10 games up.
Yeah, the Mariners ain't playing around. We might as well start talking about that damn wild card and hoping that one of them 4 or 5 teams ahead of us, or not one of them, all those 4 or 5 teams ahead of us misstep at this point in time. If we're being honest, it's that's the to me that's the reality here is potentially hunting down that particular team, whoever that last wild card team is going to be. More so than the Mariners. They're playing great baseball right now, and they look like they're for real. Ron, the thing for me last night was, look, I understand. I'm not going to get too worried about the fact that they lost the game to the White Sox 2-0, and that they got shut out at this point in time, because you don't have Alvarez, you don't have Tucker. Not letting anybody else off the hook, but just the reality is you lose by far your best 2 hitters. The 2 hitters in this lineup, with the exception of Altuve from time to time, the 2 hitters in this lineup that can literally strike fear into an opponent, that can change the game by, getting a barrel on a bad pitch, if we're being honest. Both of those guys are out, and so I'm not surprised that they got shut out. I'm disappointed and I'm frustrated that they lost to the damn White Sox, but I'm not, in hindsight looking at it, I'm not surprised that this lineup without those 2 guys got shut out. The bigger thing here for me, Ron, is that this last night was a prime example and a prime reason why I have just zero patience with people that are and I don't even care if it's the first month of the season. Like, zero patience with the whole baseball. It's a long season. It's 162. Be patient. It's not even the All-Star break yet, because the way they're playing this thing, best case scenario, it's going to come down to the last week of the season.
Best case.
Best case scenario. And here's the deal. You're going to be caught looking back at this White Sox series and maybe even the Colorado Rockies 2 games you got down the stretch and wishing things would have turned out a little bit different. And realizing that, hey, man, if you don't take this thing serious from the jump, games that shouldn't matter end up mattering. And at any point in time, a young pitcher, even the bad teams in this league, a pitcher can go out there and just have him a damn day. And that's what Cannon did last night. He went out there, he had him a day against a beat-down, injured lineup, and they got shut down by a team that they had no business losing to. It happens. Like it happens in baseball. That's why you don't fiddle fart around early in the season.
It looks so bad.
Awful.
I am surprised. I understand the guys that were out, but I mean Altuve, Bregman, Diaz, Pena. I just feel like they could string together like at bats. I mean, hell, Cabbage went 2 for 3 and got a double. It
sucks.
It was rough how bad they were. I was surprised how bad they looked in that thing. And listen, Framber didn't pitch his best, but I mean, two
hit performance,
2
man.
Singles,
yeah,
2 runs.
You can't hold Framber accountable for that loss, man.
And yeah, like Espada was saying, he felt like he was getting squeezed and it was inconsistent behind the plate, so some of those walks were a little dicey. But damn, man, Framber, if you told me last night, hey man, this is what we're gonna do. Framber's gonna give up 2 hits.
And we're gonna lose 2-0.
Astros got 7.
Oh, a couple of home. No, man, he's gonna give up 2 singles.
And they didn't even score the damn runs.
And it's going to be 2 earned. Oh, Chicago? Shoot. Hell, I think Spencer Getty has to be in the lineup for them to have lost this. It's nothing. Like, at no point you were thinking, well, they're going to get to this guy.
Ryan, I'm going to tell you, boys, we're sitting here with these white towels in our hands. At least I am. Tyler ain't brought his in yet.
I even got it out last night. I left it on the counter.
Well, what'd you use it for, Tyler?
I just grabbed one of my golf towels because I was going to use it as a,
Well, that's
visual stimulation.
That's where I was going with this. Like the type of towel you bring in, Tyler, for all of our folks on YouTube and Twitch, it matters, man.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
I mean, you better not bring some nice, fuzzy, maroon money towel in here trying to throw that in the ring now. You got to bring something here that's got a little character.
Oh, well, I'm glad I didn't bring the one I had because I'm pretty sure it's a golf towel I have not used out on the course yet. Pretty pristine.
Well, if it's clean, you hadn't used it on the course because I know you're laying sod over everything. You haven't cleaned your clubs off.
Mm-hmm.
Mud, clay, some of that old Texas Houston clay.
This guy. We're going to play golf someday.
By the way,
I'll get back to you.
I figured it out. The only thing I've got figured out is we're going to tee off no earlier than 11.
I mean, we've got to agree.
I think we established that last time, man. It's
you're good to go with that. You're good with that. I mean, he's really trying to screw you over.
I'll whip his ass whatever time, whatever place, whenever.
Oh, you liable to have some kind of medical issue in about your 7th hole or something. By the way, you bow out, I'm getting my money.
I'm liable to have one just riding in the cart.
Clint's liable to bow out by hole 3.
Boy, y'all are hot. Now, I may get my ass kicked. I mean, I'm not above getting my ass kicked. I know Tyler's awfully confident. Even though is
his confidence getting to you a little bit?
No, not at all. I mean, people that he's played golf with have reached out to me behind the scenes and said he is nowhere near as good as he says he is.
And now I know he's scared and he's just fiddling.
That has got my confidence sky.
This guy's quaking in his boots over there.
Have reached
like who?
To me, right?
Like who, Clint?
He's got intel on your golf game.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I got intel, man.
Yeah, he's got
the guys that have played with you that told me there's a reason why you're always posting Sterling swing and not yours.
Oh, wow.
This is not even
Shots
factual.
Fired. Real quick.
Did it once.
Real quick. I'm gonna give once was enough. I'm gonna give a little shout out credit to Tyler. I thought Framber would blast through that 5.5 strikeout count, and you were getting dicey and sweating that one out.
And if he wouldn't have been getting squeezed, you may have been right.
Yes, there was one at the top of the zone that looked like was strike 3.
I can admit that.
But he got 5. He got to 5, and you bet the under on that, and you won that. And luckily for you, as we do, somehow Tyler's bets seem to slide in here and on social. So follow T. Mill.
I thought you liked them.
My man right here said Ron should open the show with how right Tyler was on Framber bet. Thanks, Tyler. Made me $200. So good for you.
Hey, love to hear that. Love a little coin in the pocket.
Good for you.
200, man.
He put a nice.
Must have been some of that maroon money cats out there with them howdy shirts on.
Might be one.
Them pockets are deep, son.
Come on.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right, legendary outfielder and some
Some call him the best to ever do it. Willie Mays, at 93 years old, he passes away. And this was probably the moment that people think about when they think about Willie Mays Hayes. Well, Willie Mays, not Willie Mays Hayes. That's who Willie Mays Hayes was named after.
Yeah,
it's the great Willie Mays Hayes.
What a great character.
From Major League. But Willie Mays in the World Series, what they call the catch.
There's a long drive way back in center field, way back, it is. Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch, which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
I wonder if that guy walked around and just talked like that way all the time in regular life.
Do I sound like I'm on old-time radio?
I had steak last night. But no, he passes away, 93 years old, Clint and Tyler. He made 24 All-Star games. By the way, he lost 2 years because he was in the service. He made 24 All-Star games, two-time winner of the MVP in the National League, 12 Gold Gloves, 660 home runs. Remember, he missed 2 seasons in his prime to serve in the military. He is one of the best. Many people call the best center fielder they've ever seen, and boy, it's tough. We had just had Robert Flores on last week to talk about the Jose Abreu situation. And remember, he said they're doing something really, really cool coming up on Thursday, tomorrow. They're going to go to Willie Mays' old, where he's from, and go to one of the oldest baseball fields in all of the country. And it was kind of going to be there to honor Willie Mays. And they were going to be doing a lot of that tomorrow in Birmingham. And he passes away a couple of days before that happened. This is now 3 here, Clint. This is Bill Walton. This is Jerry West, and now Willie Mays here in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, man. That's well, I mean, I obviously, you know, I hate that he's gone, no question about it. But the tribute will even be magnified 10 times, right? With the passing of Willie Mays. But when I think of baseball, really at any level, when you just think about the greatest plays ever made in the game of baseball, that's it.
The catch.
I mean, I don't know. To each their own. I don't know what. Absolutely, like that. That is the one to me that is
especially then you didn't see like catches like that, like athletes like that.
Yeah, just make it look effortless, right? Like it just when you think about the greatest plays defensively, you know, that's all for me. It's number one. Now I'm sure there's some others that are out there, but just how big of a deal it was
on the money too.
Yes. Yeah. The whole thing is just that's the play that I think of, man. And I mean, think, bro, that what was he, 93? 93 years old, man. What a run.
Yep.
If you got a 9, that's the first digit. You've lived a good one, man.
He did it, man. Yeah, he did it. Barry Bonds is his godfather. Barry Bonds with a nice tribute as he spoke about him, said he was devastated along with the family. So losing another great, losing an all-timer in Willie Mays. Rest in peace, rest in power.
Big 3 at 3, number 3.
All right, other news in the NBA. Pistons, they fire their head coach, Monty Williams, Clint, after one season in which last year they made him the highest paid coach of the history of the NBA. He is still owed $65 million, Clint.
You know who was on that staff, don't you?
Who was on that staff?
Silas.
Yeah, Steve was, wasn't he?
Oh, he was sitting next to old Monty, boy. When in all these videos they're talking about this, you got let go 5 years, 60-some odd. Was 60-some odd million? What'd you say it was?
65.
You just said 65?
65.
Woo! Yeah, man. Every video, every picture they show, old Silas sitting next to him. He probably got another little buyout too now.
He might have. Yeah, gonna move on somewhere else.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm tell you what, man.
Well, you gotta get tired of that life.
Whew. But I'm gonna tell you what. You gotta feel good. Didn't they lose something like 24 in a row or something like that? I remember we started keeping account once they got to the high teens.
Can't remember what it was, but it was something like that.
I tell you what. That's got to be a tough place to lose.
You think?
First off,
while New York's winning.
First off, the fans are nuts and crazy anyway in Detroit. But I'm just saying, living in Detroit and just losing every day. Like living in Miami, like you're the manager of the Miami Marlins.
Probably get used to enjoying your life.
That's not hard. That's not as hard losing. You losing in Detroit every day?
Bite a kneecap off.
That's in the cold months in Detroit every day. That's got to be a tough one.
Getting beat up everywhere you go.
I'll tell you,
verbally abused.
I will say this: I believe Jim Crane and company inspired them because they said, "Well, listen, we know this isn't the right move, the right fit for us, but hell, if Jim Crane and them can cut loose to Jose Abreu and owe him $30 million, then we could cut loose and owe this guy $65 million."
Off the glove of Abreu.
Monopoly money, baby.
All good here. All right, the Texans, as they get ready for training camp, and that's coming less than a month away, I want to discuss this because usually at this time on Wednesdays we have done concern or confident, and I said last week was the last one. But now that we've had some time to look at the offseason, to look at the draft, to see how teams are coming together, today, right now, June 19th, how many teams in the AFC would you have, if you can be as objective as possible, would you have over the Houston Texans? We'll have that conversation coming up next.
All right, if when you look in the mirror and you don't like what's staring back at you in terms of a hair loss.
Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We said less than a month until the Texans kick this thing off and start up training camp. There are 8 dates. You might want to check them out. I read them all yesterday. I'm not going to do it again. There are 8 dates for fans to get out there to get a piece of seeing this team before their season kicks off in Indianapolis. So check those dates out. You can find those on Sports Radio 610. You can find those with the Texans website and find those dates when you can get out there. But there you go, burst through the seams there, Tyler. But we what we've been doing, a little series here on Wednesday at this time is confident or concerned with certain members of the AFC that the Texans may have to run into, and I am curious. Because I did this with some other folks that I know. I did it with my son. I did this with other people who cover teams around the country. And I said to them, how many teams right now in the AFC would you have ahead of the Texans? Right now, today, from what we've seen, how these teams look like they're going into training camp, which a lot of it looks like the main portion of their teams look the way that they're hoping it will look when they go into the regular season. How many teams do you put in front of the Texans in the AFC? One guy covers a team around the country, said he put 1.
Wow.
Just the Chiefs.
Was that Tank Dell or Nico or CJ?
No.
Okay.
Nope. He covers the Cincinnati Bengals. And he said he would put the one team, he would put the Chiefs in front of him. Only team he would have. Another one who covers the Chiefs said he would put the Chiefs and the Ravens in front of him. I talked to Trey, my son. He said I would put Chiefs, I would put the Bengals, I would put the Ravens, and then he said I think I would put the Dolphins in front of him. I said, interesting, son. Really? That's what you would do? Okay. So I'm wondering from you, how many teams at this point would you put ahead of the Houston Texans? How many teams would put? Tyler, give me your list. Let me hear your list. How many teams would you put right now today going into training camp? How many teams in the AFC today would you put in front of the Texans?
I got 4 AFC squads in front of the Texans.
You got 4?
I got 4, and barely. 3 for sure. The 4th I can be convinced. I can be convinced otherwise of.
Clint.
Talking about one season, bro.
I know we're talking about that. I would have never expected you to say.
I see where you're going now.
4? You have 4?
Yes.
There are people right now in the audience listening to this who are ready to quit you, Tyler. 4?
Damn,
jeez. 4.
Yeah,
wow.
4.
Let me hear this.
3 for sure. The 4th, I kind of was wobbling on.
Hell no. You said you got 4.
Fine,
Let's hear
fine.
it.
4.
Don't waffle.
I got number 1, obviously, the Kansas City Chiefs. Number 2, the Baltimore Ravens. 3, those Bengals. And the 4th one that I was a little back and forth on, but I will leave them there, the Bills.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo and the I would have thought you I didn't think you could get yourself to put them above the Chiefs and Ravens. But I would have never thought you would have them behind the Bengals and Bills.
I mean,
definitely
I'm
not the Bills.
But I'm not like a blind homer.
No, you're not a blind homer, but you are very optimistic. And you're very
That's
much
fair.
You're very much like I would be when I was in high school filling out a bracket that no matter what seed Kansas was, I found a way to get them to the Final Four. Every year, no matter what. 8 seed, they were an 8. I've justified in my head they could get there. So I'm surprised. Definitely the Bills. I'm surprised. I got somebody on the text line. It says only teams you can put in front of them is the Chiefs and the Ravens.
kick Tyler off the show with his 4 ass from the text line.
Whatever, dude.
Buffalo won't even make the playoffs, in my opinion. All right. How many you got? How many you got? I can't believe I need a moment with Tyler. I'm actually really proud of you. That you stuck your neck out and did it.
I got 5.
Whoa. All right. Okay. Maybe I should go 5. Maybe I should go because I got 3.
I got 5. The only one for me that's a little bit of a stretch is the Bengals. I got Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, Miami, and the Bengals.
You got Miami.
The Bengals is going to be a hard sell because they beat them last year, but I just.
But you feel more confident about Miami than you do the Bengals being.
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
You got 5 teams. Wow.
I mean, bro. Look, 4 of those teams, 4 of those that I mentioned, finished ahead of them last year, so it's not a stretch. And the only one that really lost anybody, the only one that didn't upgrade in the offseason is Buffalo. And if you really look at it, Buffalo won more ball games and was a much more dangerous football team down the stretch when they weren't force-feeding Diggs. So how important was Diggs to the success of the Buffalo Bills? They were a much more productive team and let me say this, they won more football games down the stretch when they weren't force-feeding him, when they were focusing on running the football, when they started like force-feeding Josh Allen in the run game, and everything else played off of that. So I think Buffalo, and I've said this before, you take these teams that they have got a foundation of 10, 11 wins, playoffs.
Oh, that's fair.
I mean, that's powerful, man. And for one team to just all of a sudden jump up and arrive and be like, boy, they're better than a team that's year in, year out. Like I said before, if it wasn't for Pat Mahomes, the Buffalo Bills would have a much different.
You think we'd feel a lot
right.
different?
Absolutely.
Look at them a lot different.
Absolutely. So I don't know. That's where I'm at with it. I think the Bengals is a little bit of a stretch, but right now I think a healthy Joe Burrow, assuming they get Jamar Chase re-signed, I think again as I did last year, I think they're going to be a problem.
Yeah, Jamar's not sitting.
So I got those 5 right now.
Really?
4 of which 4 of those teams won 11 games last year, guys. 11 or more, counting Baltimore, they won 13. 4 of those teams won 11 ball games last year.
Laying down for nobody.
And Cincinnati was 9-8 with the issues that they had. So, I got 5.
Yeah, for me, I got 3 that I feel are ahead of.
Okay.
I got the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Bengals, and I feel very comfortable with that. I'm not saying that I don't think the Texans can beat those teams. By the way, they play 2 of the 3 of them. But
the arrows pointed up.
But I think those teams have earned and like someone just texted in and said, I don't understand the love affair with the Bengals. 1 playoff run in 20 years. Well, technically, they made it to back-to-back AFC Championship games. So I would say that's 2 playoff runs at the very least. They've run through. He has beaten Mahomes and Allen at the heights of their powers on the road. the Bengals have. And they struggled. They had injuries to Joe. They had injuries to their major parts. Jamar Chase missed games. Higgins missed games. Sam Hubbard, one of their defensive guys, missed games, struggles in injuries in their secondary. So I look at those teams. Buffalo's a team I still can't get a handle on what they're going to be. And Miami, I feel like Houston, Miami, and Buffalo are in this. Like, to me, I'd put them in the same range and level. I wouldn't put them ahead of them, but I think they're in the same range and level. I think you give a fair point of Buffalo, even though there's some newness. This is a team that's won the division like 4 years in a row, right? There's built there. They've been there, done that, and they've got their main piece there in Josh Allen. And this is 2 years in a row that the Dolphins have been in the playoffs and won double-digit games. And there's growth there. So I think they're even, but I would only put the 3 ahead of them. Someone said the Las Vegas Raiders, so we've lost it there. We're not getting serious. That's like calling for.
You must really like
Forrest
Antonio.
Yeah, must really, really be inspired by him.
I'm a real boy.
All right, coming up.
Hey, the draft is coming up for the Rockets here in about a week. And after watching this postseason, Clint, I'm starting to make a bit of a different change in thought with this draft coming up for the Rockets. But I think it's all kind of dependent on one big question that we saw in this postseason to see if the Rockets have. We'll discuss that next.
All right.
Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
With the third pick in the 2022 draft, the Houston Rockets select.
I'm feeling a lot different about what I thought we were going to hear about that. I do want to get to that for a second, but people have told us all, but especially you two, Clint and Tyler. I want to make it very known today that Clint and Tyler, I said how many teams you have in front of the Texans in the AFC. Tyler, with the shock of the year, has 4. Clint had 5. I'm sorry, I'm shocked.
It's not the shock of the year.
Clint, when we did this, you thought he was going to have 4 in front of him?
No.
There's no chance in hell. Right? If we did a poll right now, if we did one, if you did a poll up there and you said one of us, we had a conversation on how many teams are in front of the Texans in the AFC right now. One said 5, one said 4, one said 3. And we said, who said which? If we did our names, I would be the one, definitely, that would win the 5.
Hold on, so.
Tyler, there is no way they would have had you at 4 or 5. You would have.
What's up, T-Money?
They'd have had you at 3. Or would have tried to hit other to say Tyler had 1.
You're coming around, T. Coming around,
okay.
bud.
I just said I can't believe this is a guy. This is a guy under the tutelage of David Culley. Was it Culley or Lovie Smith that hit himself with, if everything goes right, they can get to 10 or 11 wins?
Football playing Jesse.
I will never forget eating them free tacos at that damn place we were at. You'll never take me there again. That was a good time. We had a good time at that place.
Yeah, we did.
Was I there?
Some horses dancing.
You didn't make it.
I was watching the horses dance. I was there.
For your birthday? Time?
This is a different
Cinco
time.
de Mayo?
This was a different time. You weren't there.
Where'd we get tacos?
We got tacos. It was that one spot. It's like upstairs. It's a real cool spot, real open.
Oh, were we in McIntyre's downtown?
Yes, there it is.
Yeah,
that's
not
it.
in the Heights, but downtown.
Downtown, yeah.
Yeah, that's a cool spot.
That's when you sat down. You went through that schedule and you got yourself.
You want to go tonight?
Yeah, that's where you played a little. I think it was Game of Thrones trivia.
Swim lessons.
Different night.
Switched. No,
Same place.
That's
no?
a different.
No,
that's McIntyre's.
Same business, but different location.
Oh,
we're talking about the one downtown. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good time.
We've arrived.
Yeah, we got there. Somebody text in, though. Buffalo lost their 3 best receivers, starting center, both starting safeties, and White lay off the crack.
Okay.
You just know how it's going to turn out already, huh? Got all the answers.
Yeah,
Miss Cleo out there.
I'm just saying they lost some, but like the center, I think they'll be fine there, and they've made some replacements there. They've got younger. They had to get cheaper. Like White, like they haven't had him a lot the last couple of years. He's been injured anyway. They made that run without him.
Never mind those details, Ron.
They made that run without him last year. Gabe Davis didn't play a ton towards the end. And probably never reached his.
Where'd Gabe
potential.
go? Jacksonville?
Jacksonville. Yeah, the safety's the one. I'm with you on the safeties. I'm with you on the safeties. But no, like I said,
what y'all think? What y'all think Gabe Davis does when he's not opposite one of the best receivers in the game? That's trying to get force fed by one of the biggest arms in the game.
And Josh Allen too.
Well, yeah. Playing with arguably the most talented arm, from an arm strength and arm talent standpoint, arguably the most talented in the game right now, and opposite a receiver that's an all-pro receiver. Like, what do you think when he goes to Jacksonville? What do y'all think Gabe Davis does?
I don't know.
I would bet a large amount of money right now he shrinks significantly. And
like his height?
No, just in his impact in the game.
Well, I'm just kidding.
I don't know that his numbers can. I mean, his numbers never. I don't think have ever been.
No,
I bet you he's reduced to almost a non-factor in.
You think so?
Yep.
I don't know if he'll.
I mean, he really feels to me like a Miles Austin, one of those guys that opposite T.O. or opposite a guy that's getting all the attention and a quarterback that's just driving the football, throwing it down the field. All of a sudden, now you got to play within structure, and you got a quarterback that's hope.
I think he'll be all right with an ensemble with Christian Kirk in the slot, the kid they drafted from LSU, all three of them. I think he's definitely not going to be. He definitely wouldn't be worth it as the main guy.
Yeah.
I know that I believe in Josh, but I just don't know. Like, are they going to be 2 seed like they were last year? Because when they made their run, all of these players that we're talking about, they lost. A lot of them weren't available to them or weren't performing at that high of a level. So,
well, not that Josh is Lamar, but I think it's the same impact on the game. I'm not going to say that Josh is better off in terms of having a chance to win a championship without a Diggs and without some of the weapons that he had, but you're talking about a guy that can ultimately, like he can tear through the regular season if they're using him both in scheme and he's also creating with his legs. Like, he's more free to run and they're not waiting until the fourth quarter or waiting until late in the season to save his health. Like, if they're using him very similar to how, like, Lamar is used, obviously schematically Lamar's a different animal, but you don't need to pay a bunch of wide receivers. You don't need to have all the weapons outside. Now, if you're talking about winning a championship, you got to have something out there, right? That's why I think it's a big reason why Lamar has never gotten over that hump and been real successful in the playoffs, is because once you stack up against the best week in, week out, and you got to go win 4. Just that is not enough. But you talk about being one of the best teams in the league, chewing through the regular season. Man, Josh is – I think it's going to look a little different, but Josh is an animal now.
Yeah, he is. All right, the draft is coming up for the Rockets. And, Clint, my whole thought is, man, they don't need another they don't need another one of these young players. They've got a lot of young – they've got a bunch of them now. They need to take a step, and they need to take a step by getting a great player. I think that may be difficult because this draft – even if they use the number 3 pick, this draft is not, it's not sitting there with a transcendent player of some sort right now. This is thought to be a really weak draft. But Clint, I'm watching some of the teams that got, like even the Celtics. Now I think they have two really, really good players. I don't think they have, at least right now, Tatum and Brown are. This isn't Jokic. Like, this isn't Luka. They're like, I think Tatum's a top 10 player and I think Brown's a top 15 player. But this isn't like an all-timer right now. And then especially you look at teams like the Pacers, the Knicks, who made great runs. The question is, do the Rockets have players that could get to the range of a Jalen Brunson, that can get to the range of a Tyrese Halliburton, that could get to the range of a Jaylen Brown? Because we see these are teams that made major runs because they had players that were to that level and then surrounded them with great cast. And now I'm in my mind thinking, all right, well, a lot of people are saying Reed Shepherd's the third best player, best shooter in the draft. It could develop into a really great role player. Could they, and that's making me think a little bit more, well, maybe draft that if you feel like they got somebody on the roster that can reach a Halliburton, Brunson level. And, of course, you've got 2 guys there in Green and Sengun that you look at and think, can they get to that level? Because what we saw in this playoffs, Clint, is you don't necessarily have to have LeBron, like, at his power. You don't necessarily have to have KD at his height or Steph at his height. You had back-end All-NBA players leading teams that got to the Eastern Conference Finals. So there is a wonder of, do you really build the others up if you feel like you got a guy or guys that could play at the level of Brunson or Halliburton or Brown?
Look, I think, Ron, as I look at the Rockets, I think, and on the heels of what the Celtics just did, we've always talked about building 3 through 7, 3 through 8 kind of deal. Like, I feel like, and I don't know who it is yet, But I feel like two through 6 or 7 is pretty solid. Like I think they are. I still think they're a super. Like I don't think any of these guys are going to be what you just saw Tatum and Brown and obviously.
So you
Kyrie.
don't think they have not Kyrie, but the Halliburtons, the Jalen Brunson,
potentially, but I'm not betting on it.
Yeah,
like at this point, I'm not betting on it. I mean, I think if it were me, I would go out and sign a superstar, add to this mix, and then to your point, what you're talking about with the draft, like I think you look at the Mavericks. If they had a dead-eye shooter sitting outside, it would have changed this series. I'm not saying they would have won, but it would have changed the series. Like it was blatantly obvious.
The supporting cast was a bigger deal than the stars.
Yeah. And if you've got a couple of guys or multiple guys, but just one at this point would be good. Like with the Rockets, if you've got a dead-eye shooter, if you've got a guy that if you feed him right and he stays on the perimeter and he gets the smallest of windows, he's knocking that sucker down. And I don't give a damn what else he can do. Like that dude is extremely valuable. And,
that's why I'm changing my thoughts on like Reed Shepherd, who's been kind of going there a lot of with the Rockets.
Well, you get him right. You get him in the draft, and then I think you got to add a top end scorer. I think you got to. I don't know that you can sit around and wait and hope that Jalen and Şengün work out. I think they will work out as pieces, but I don't know that you. I don't know that.
So you sense that they are more working out as a part of the others, as opposed to being
what we just watched,
the Brunson or the Halliburton.
What we just watched, and I'm not necessarily talking about the Celtics and the Mavs. I'm talking about all the playoffs. And I understand there's a lot of guys that got injured along the way, especially in the East. But what we just watched in the playoffs, like let's be honest, man. Like ain't nobody betting on these dudes. We got to be like lead dogs and run a team through the playoffs like we just watched some of these guys do. Like you got to have at least one like superstar, not a guy that's just talented and can play and maybe he's coming, maybe he's not. Like you put a dead-eye shooter on the Rockets and you put a true blue superstar on the Rockets that can go get a bucket anytime, that's got a complete game, then I think they can make a run.
Yeah, I would have never thought that the Knicks would have been to where they would have with a Jalen Brunson leading the way, or the Pacers could get to the Eastern Conference Finals with a Halliburton, that type of player.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I know Brunson. Like, if I just look at Brunson, like I would say, they can maybe one of these guys. But if you look at Brunson's numbers,
what he was able to do,
it's like, whoa, I don't know, man. Night in, night out.
Yeah, it's just you look at, do they have that capability on the roster? Do they?
Yeah, not? I don't see.
Because my thought was throw this third thing, and try to trade for Paul George.
Right.
That's my thinking, but that obviously takes away some of your others if you do that. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, I got this little white towel on my shoulder right here. It's back in hand. I had to reach across my console and get out of that old passenger seat today. Them Astros, they done did it now. And this time, it ain't all on Joe Espada. We'll talk about them Astros and this little white towel and the fact that it's really close to leaving my hand if they don't tighten this ship up real quick. I said ship as in boat. Tighten this thing up real quick. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio.
They'll just buy it. They are the best. Call the Loken Group today, 281-861-4624. That's 281-861-4624. I say it all the time. Go with the Loken Group and start packing.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Big shout out to everybody out there listening on that Odyssey app, watching on Twitch or YouTube. We appreciate y'all taking us with you wherever you go. We appreciate you putting us on the big screen.
The top-ranked show in the city.
That's right, Larry. You tell them, man. And also, we always appreciate, big-time appreciation for all the folks out there listening on that AM dial 610 or that FM dial 100.3 HD too. We greatly appreciate that as well. So we wouldn't be able to do what we do without you guys supporting. We greatly appreciate it. If you hadn't tried that YouTube, that Twitch, go on try it. If you hadn't tried that Odyssey app, go on hit that Odyssey app one time. That means all that's going to let you do is take us with you wherever you go. You get out of the car, you don't have to turn your boy off. You can you can keep rocking with us if you got that Odyssey app rolling. So make sure you're doing that. If you already are, we greatly appreciate it. Ron, Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth out there to everybody.
Juneteenth. There it is. Yeah.
What's you got any big time Juneteenth celebrations? You got anything planned? You got any big memories or anything? Any kind of big celebrations, cookouts, anything? Anything happened to you at Funky at a little celebration?
No.
That you need to let the people know about?
No, nothing happened to Funky. No, I hadn't kept it funky yet. Not on
Juneteenth, huh?
No, not that yet.
All right. All right. Well, here's
happy Juneteenth. Though.
Yeah, big shout out. The Astros. Now that we're done with all the fun. The Astros.
Yeah, they're not celebrating either.
I had taken this dirty little white towel that I have. I had taken it and I'd thrown it over in that passenger seat, and it was covered up with a couple things. I thought we was in a better place with the White Sox and the Rockies, 5 of the next 8. Thought we were in a better place putting some of the Abreu silliness behind us, and I thought I was going to be able to leave this thing behind, and it was going to be a thing of the past. But here we are. The Astros drop Game 1 of the Chicago White Sox series. They drop it by losing 2-0. Framber Valdez had a hell of a box score, had a hell of a stat line. 2 hits, 2 earned runs. They had 5 walks, and that's ultimately what got him, huh, Ron?
I would have pressed the button on that.
Yeah, I would have taken it. I would have taken it as well. And look, the Astros didn't swing the bat well. I think it's 2 things, right? I mean, I do think the Astros obviously didn't swing the bat well. You got no Tucker, you got no Yordan Alvarez. So the lineup is, you're limping into this game as it is. No excuse whatsoever. The White Sox are one of. Are they the worst team or are they one of?
Absolutely the worst team.
Absolutely the worst team.
It's 5 or 6 games.
Woo, that's tough to it's tough to justify. But nonetheless, what I took from this game, Ron, is very simple. This is exactly why I disagree with and really, to be honest with you, at this point in time, everybody that believes it can kiss my ass. The long, it's a long season. Be patient. A lot of baseball left to be played. This is exactly why I hate my teams to have that approach. Now, look, I understand that they're like legitimately is a lot of games in baseball. So a baseball manager and a baseball team doesn't need to overreact. But the floating through the season, what I've referred to as the Astro arrogance, you never know when these injuries that you've had are going to pop up and things are going to get real. And as it pertains to last night, you never know when you're going to start a series or be in a series with a team that you ought to mop the floor with. And they're going to run a guy out there, a rookie out there that you don't know much about, and the guy is going to absolutely
dominate
and shut you out. That is baseball. That is baseball. The long season, don't worry, we got plenty of time. We can play with this Abreu crap instead of trying to win ball games. We can keep rolling him out there. To me, last night is exactly why you don't do that, because there's this season for the Astros, Ron. By the way, you can quit chasing the Mariners. You're 10 games back. The Mariners are hot.
You're throwing in the towel on the AL West?
I'm throwing the towel. I'll make that statement right now. I'm throwing the towel in on the AL West. You might as well hope that you can catch somebody that several of those teams, or hell, all of them, in that wild card race, continue to struggle and at least allow you to a shot at this point in time. But this season's going to come down to the last week of the season. This season's going to come down to 2 or 3 or 4 series at the end of the season that all your cards are on the table, man. All your chips are in the middle. It's time. This is all you got. And you're going to look back, and had you won a handful of games that you were jacking around with Abreu, and you didn't know these injuries were coming down the pipe, and you were getting guys rest so they weren't in the lineup, whatever reason. Like, you're going to regret doing those things. That Astro arrogance of the last 7 ALCSs is going to end up biting these guys in the ass. Now, let me be clear. I'm not talking – last night, I understand Alvarez had a little issue. I understand Tucker's not ready. I understand all that. But the fact that the White Sox ran a rookie out there that shut your ass out. That is baseball. That can happen anytime. And if it happens, if you put yourself in a predicament where it comes down to the last week of the season, which I think the Astros have, that could happen at any point in time. And that's exactly my point is that's exactly why you don't sissyfoot around throughout the regular season playing games, because you got a long season and you got a lot of baseball left.
But to kind of go off the long season thing, I think what we're starting to see, which is natural, and I think we saw some yesterday, is, well, I know they know we have not reached we're done with the long season garbage. They're starting to press.
The Astros?
Yes.
Yeah.
Their bats yesterday, I mean, when you start to see people expanding the zone the way that the Astros did, right? And now some of you may say is a little bit to the umpire strike zone, but they were reaching, going after balls that were clearly out of the strike zone. I think they're starting to press.
Yeah.
I think they're starting to press late innings or fifth or sixth. Oh God, we're down 2-0. We got to do something. Because they know they have to get on a run. They have to. They got to. So I think we're starting to see that too with, hey man, we ain't got 100 games. We ain't got 120 games. Like, we got to go.
Yeah. You be casual. Be patient. Approach this thing like it's a long season. And it's going to come down to a game or two late in the season, whether you get in the playoffs, whether you get that wild card. And somebody's going to trot a rookie out there that shuts you out, that's got it that day.
I just can't.
And you go and it's going it's going to bite you in the ass. And last night should be a firm reminder of that it don't matter who the squad is. They get paid too, and they can roll some folks out there. You can't help the injuries, you can't help the family issues, whatever's going on with Jordan. By the way, is Jordan back? Is he back?
No, he's not in the lineup today. Nope.
He's not in the lineup today. That's good. That's real good. But to your point, Ron, I don't know where, Tyler, I don't know where you got these quotes that are in the rundown here, but this is money right here. And this is Astros GM Dana Brown. Ultimately, we need to cut this lead in half by the end of July. You got a month and a little over a week, about a month and 10 days to cut this lead in half. That would be a 5-game swing, which, by the way, everybody, that's a lot of baseball. Guess what? They've gone the wrong direction over the last month and a half. It's hard to make up 5 games. I know some folks you'll talk to, they'll tell you about the one time in history that it happened, or the last time it happened with the Braves or with this team or that team, the last time the Astros did it. Yeah, keep living that life right there.
Especially with the Mariners pitching.
Dana Brown, we have to cut the lead in half by the end of July. We absolutely have to. I hope that the sense of urgency that Dana Brown seems to be communicating with the media, I hope the squad is taking the sense of urgency. Ron, to your point of that they're pressing, I hope they are. I hope their ass is pressing. It's about damn time that they start pressing. I mean, it's about time that you start pressing and you start at least quit casually going through the season like you've been in 7 straight ALDSs. I'm sorry, man, but that's I can't. It's hard for me to watch that.
I mean, and Clint, I know what Dana's talking about. And I'll be honest. Now, the more he has spoken, even in his words of confidence, there is become more of a sense of urgency in his words of confidence. Well, it just, in every scenario in which you see a team go down and lose 80, 90, 100 games, something like that, or finish below 500, I bet most of them have very similar seasons to the Astros. A lot of injuries. Like, it just does not seem like this thing is turning. They're getting more injuries. They're getting more, as Joe would say, bad luck, struggles. I mean, it just.
I don't study the all of Major League Baseball. I'm not going to.
This thing just ain't getting right.
I'm just willing to. The injuries, yes, it's league wide. It happens. Sometimes you get struck by the injury bug, but would be willing to bet you that there's not another team out there right now that's has World Series, has their sights sets on a World Series run. That's out there being patient with Abreu and literally saying it. We got some time here. we got some time here. Oh, why'd y'all make the move? Well, because we're up against it. We got to do something. We got to get some production at first base. So what you're telling me is the first 70 games, that production at first base wasn't a factor. It wasn't a big deal. Like I hate that approach. And as I said before, boy, everybody with that thought, boy, I can't get with you. We can't even drink beer together. I'm out. Tyler, your bets. I think you won a couple of bets last night. You got some folks that are interested in your bets. What are you
people
on?
making money off Tyler.
What are you on tonight? But some are making money. Some are digging out of a hole. Is one of our coworkers is still trying to dig out of a hole, I think. What you on tonight, Bo?
So my two that I would say I would recommend everybody jump on if you like green money. Hunter Brown over 5.5 Ks. That dude's been dealing lately. His last two outings, he has not allowed an earned run, and he has been striking fools out left and right. Hunter Brown over 5.5 Ks. And I'd feel better if Jordan was in there, but I do have faith in this pick still. Astros team total over 3.5 runs tonight in Chicago.
You still have faith in that? No Tucker, no Jordan. Have you seen the lineup?
I have.
Okay. I've not seen the lineup. I just wanted to make sure.
Give that to you soon.
Okay, we'll save that. We'll save it. I'm just, boy, there must be something that got you confident in some runs after last night.
This is more of a kind of like Murphy's Law type situation.
Yeah,
they'll put up some runs tonight.
Hey, I am with you. I am with you on the Hunter Brown strikeout.
He's been pitching his ass off.
That's my lock.
Can I get 100 on it?
Yes, you can.
Do you have room?
Yes, I do.
Hello. Hey, Ron, you want in on this?
No, I can't. I can't bet on the Astros right now.
You can't bet on the Astros at all?
Not
what about
right
what you got? I mean,
they're just.
Well, I think another one that I'd be interested in Tyler taking a peek at is Bregman's total bases.
Yeah, he's in 16-game hitting streak. 16-game hitting streak right now. That might be worth.
You want to jump on it with me? You want to jump on it? We make a little money together.
I think Altuve may be one to play. I think he's pissed.
Ooh, I lied to you. I don't have any room on my account.
Even for my first bet?
Yeah, I maxed out with my picks for today already.
Man, you're selfish.
I think Altuve's going to be pissed. I could see Altuve having a big game.
I mean, you ain't got $10 on there for me?
Nah, I forgot. Whenever I placed my bets earlier, I used up all my free room.
Well, I'll just take half of your. I could
see Altuve going off or getting ejected tonight.
He ain't getting ejected. I could see him going off. You're right. That would be.
I mean, going off somehow.
That tickles me a bit. I may have to text my cousin.
1.5 bases. I could see that. Because I've never seen him. I've never seen him that mad.
Well, you can bank on it. He's swinging at the first pitch, and he's going to be coming out of his shoes.
Yeah, he is.
Little guy had a big temper, man. I would have too.
Ball flies in a guaranteed rate stadium. I believe that's what that's called.
The fact that you got the names of those stadiums is very.
It changes a lot. I got a lot of them. Yeah, I feel confident that you roll out stadium. I can give you the name of it. I mean,
outside of Houston, I don't know that I have you one outside of Houston. Other than I don't even know if I got Jerry's. Is it AT&T? What is Jerry's?
Yeah, it's AT&T. Yeah, I get the baseball stadium.
I ain't got the Arlington Baseball Stadium.
Global Life.
That's Park. A good one. Is it Globe Life or Global?
Minute Maid Park North. That's what I like to call it.
You got the.
Is it Global or Globe?
Globe Life.
Is it Globe Life? What did I say? Global.
You said Global. I don't know if we can count that. I'll have to check with Vanna.
Wrong.
I'll have to check with Vanna.
Up yours. Hannah will say it's right.
I said Vanna, not Hannah. Isn't it the game show where you get the game show where they check and see which
Hannah Global? It's all.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Not a chance.
No. I saw you at CJ's camp though. All right.
We would love to have you. Be nice.
We would.
Be real.
All right,
nice.
Coming up, the lineup is out, and we'll give you that. And yes, spoiler alert: there is no Yordan Alvarez, who was out yesterday with a family matter. Guessing that is still what the issue is with him, but he is out of the lineup. We'll give you the rest of that as the Astros, they're looking to avoid rock bottom. I think if they lose tonight, that we're looking at potentially rock bottom for the season.
All right, Our Vision Homes. We're talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder, y'all.
Houston Sports.
Would you go to a manscaping place and enjoy a good shave?
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Hell yeah. You
I'd purr like a walrus if you shaved my back for me.
Do you have any experience on how walruses purr?
And whatever that is. Find it all on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Some news and notes with the Astros real quick. I'm telling you, that previous break, fellas, almost got real cavalier with a fart.
Got to be careful, man.
Wait, who did?
I did. The break before this one, I just kept it together. It was we had to do some moving, scooting from the urinal to the toilet. That was Sharpville happened to me. I was in there by myself. Went to pee. You know.
So nobody knows if you actually did mess yourself. You just.
I'll show you my drawers here in the break if you.
Okay. I take it.
And I would, you're in there going number one, and like, let this quick fart off,
squeeze them cheeks,
and they said, "Whoa!"
That's when you get in trouble.
Let me finish.
Tighten that booty up.
I backed up, slid. I think it was a quick walking.
You kept between the cheeks, huh?
Yeah, check the drawers and everything.
Have I shown you the emergency undies I carry in my backpack now?
Smart. I just go without.
Why are you smiling so cheap?
He's so proud.
It was like a gag gift. I think around Christmas. It's these, I guess, probably cheap ass, if not disposable underwear that come in this little tiny tin case thing, and it just says emergency drawers on it. And I guess if you open it up, you get an extra pair of undies.
Ron may need to borrow them.
Hey,
I got it for you.
I smelled something when he came in. I didn't know.
I would just clean it real well and just go without the drawers.
you just throw them in the garbage.
I mean, like I said, it happened to me at Kauffman Stadium.
Happens to all of us.
Had to throw a pair of drawers in the trash after
I told y'all many a time.
Got away from me.
I did it on the golf course.
R.I.P. Big Bro Hank. He had to literally carry an extra pair of drawers in his golf bag because he would crap his britches and playing golf so much. Get too far away from that old bathroom.
It happens to the
best. If you knew my brother, that's not hard.
But that doesn't sound like it was an accident. That sounds like he's just too far away from the bathroom and just said to hell with it.
Yeah.
Mine, I don't have a hell with it. Mine was I just misjudged what we had going on.
My brother was to hell with. He was a to hell with it kind of guy. And look, he wouldn't say that if he didn't have an extra pair in his bag. But if he had an extra pair in his bag, to hell with it. Let's just.
I wish I could have met him.
Oh, you ain't nobody.
I mean, that is a thought. You know what? I got an extra pair of drawers. Like, I'm gonna go ahead and take this dump. Like, you got because to me, you gotta go ahead and you gotta find a bathroom of some sorts to change into.
He'd get off some trees.
And what would he use? You know what? I don't even want to go into this.
Yeah, man, I share my Tylenol with y'all. I'll share my extra pair of undies if you need them. Just let me know.
You know, I can't get.
I mean, y'all are some sick humans, man.
I can't get in them.
I mean,
drawers.
one of y'all about messed on yourself. The other one carries around an extra pair of drawers.
It was.
You got to be
someone
really.
texted in Ron the Sharks Hughley. I was there.
You got to be really careful when you're full flow taking a leak.
Yes,
because it's like your muscles are relaxed.
I thought I had it. Yeah, I was relaxed. It was.
It's hard to. I'm surprised you caught it. I mean, that's talent right there.
It was stop traffic. Like, so much so, I'm like I can't walk in my normal gait. I gotta.
Did you pee on the floor?
No.
When you clenched, did you pee on the floor?
I'm a professional.
What about your hand?
No.
What about your balls?
Pants a little bit.
Is that legal?
There's a spot.
Is that legal?
On the pants a little bit. But no. Yeah, I just. That was touch and go right there. That was touch and go. All right, some news and notes with the Astros. Indeed, today. Indeed, this dropped just a few minutes ago. Spencer Arrighetti will start tomorrow's series finale versus the White Sox. Hopefully, this is him going to win the series, and they win tonight. But he will start the series finale. Ronel Blanco will be on full rest on Friday in Baltimore. Framber will be on full rest on Sunday. Saturday.
Missing a day. Skipped a day in there, Ron.
Saturday is still up in the air. Saturday is still up in the air in Baltimore, so we'll see what they do with that. Also, the lineup is out for today, Clint. We've already told you there is no Yordan Alvarez again, but Altuve leads off this time. Dubon's at first, and he is batting second. So Altuve with Dubon, 1-2. Bregman, who's at a 16-game hitting streak, is in that 3 spot. Yainer Diaz continues to DH. He is batting cleanup. Pena moves down as he's had some struggle. Pena moves down to the 5 spot with Jake Myers, who's also starting to struggle a bit too. Those two guys who are off to really hot starts are fighting it right now. Then Victor Caratini, McCormick gets back in it, and Hummel is in left field. Of course, Cabbage goes 2 for 3 yesterday with a double, and he's out.
Makes good sense.
I get it, Joe. That's why I call him the captain.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Yeah, I know you are. But that is the lineup. They got a hit today.
Has Hummel ever had a big league hit? I mean, at bat, not hit, at bat.
I feel like this is his. Did he play over the weekend? I can't remember him getting in over the weekend against the Tigers. Maybe he did in that blowout on Saturday. Maybe he got an at bat on Saturday in that blowout. but he'll get in. He's in left field. 1 at bat. Yeah, I'm guessing Saturday. 1 at bat he got against the Tigers. But that's the lineup today, Clint. And I mean, in a way, very similar to yesterday. I do like Dubon at the top. Him and Altuve kind of maybe setting the table, because that's your best bet, is that those top 4 or 5 guys can get going and can give you some runs, and that they can keep the run total down here with Hunter Brown. He can keep pitching the way he has been pitching, but it's still it is a tough lineup to look at when you've seen all the lineups that the Astros have thrown out over the past several years. That this is where they're at right now.
Another stark reminder of just how Barrett gets if Yordan's out and you have no Kyle Tucker. So if you want to look at this as, boy, I hope Crane's watching and going, man, if we really want to keep this window open, them 2 big bats right in the middle of this order are absolutely 100% necessary. I love Altuve.
Can we get a Kyle Tucker update, please?
Be nice.
We got to wait for Julia's postgame, see if he runs into the screen. See if he runs into her Instagram feed.
Hell, man, he shouldn't even been on that field that night.
Agreed.
If we're here. Agreed.
Hell, all you got to do is find him in the clubhouse. Maybe he'll give us an update.
Oh, man, they're in Chicago, too bad. But I'll be honest with you, this is extending a lot longer than I thought it would.
Oh, yeah.
What day, can you find that? I know we got to go. What day was that he got?
Pause.
Sicko did it.
That was like 2.5 weeks ago at least.
Yeah, it's been a minute. My man's up out of here, so we'll see. But that's the Astros. They got to go without Tucker and without Yordan Alvarez again tonight. Hunter Brown, you may be able to give up 1 single and 1 run tonight. That might be what you're able to give up. Hopefully the Astros bats can get going. All right, coming up, it is 4:40 on a Wednesday. That means our guy Brandon Scott brings his Texans report. You heard him earlier today. If you heard the crosstalk, it was pretty spirited earlier between us, but we'll hear from him. Texans report with Brandon Scott coming up next.
All right, with the old raggedy power grid that we have in these parts, along with the rough weather that we can get on the regular, and all the other things that can possibly cause major power outages.
world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Football in H-Town is on the rise.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
H-Town, I'm back.
Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the gridiron.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
It's time for your weekly Texans report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in, Texans Report. Our guy, Brandon Scott. You've heard him this week on In the Loop with John Lopez and Figgy Fig. You'll hear him tomorrow as well. You can catch his work on SportsRadio610.com on all over the place. And, of course, with us each and every Wednesday at 4:40, B. Scott, Mr. Burger King himself in the building.
Yeah, man.
Right there, man.
The initials fit.
He works it. Man.
The initials fit.
Yeah, BS.
Live by BKS. My middle name, too.
Oh,
yeah,
BK
man.
in there, huh?
Yeah,
BK
for the BK. Yeah,
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Right, baby.
At all.
I mean, you look for any way to play that drop, Tyler. I mean, any
I haven't played that drop the last 2 times he's been on the show.
Any way to play. It's in the open, and then he gets it in there to bang it in there just one more time.
And it is still shocking to me that I said that on the air.
Yeah, you got rolling. I think I got you emotional.
You
that
did.
Day,
you did.
What happens when
I still cannot believe that I said
he came on out. He thought, oh man,
wasn't that home run shot today?
Yes, it was.
Was it?
It was.
Anybody in here acting like no bitch?
I was very disappointed with Astros fans who did act like they hadn't been to 6 straight.
He called us hoes, Clint. He said y'all acting like some hoes. And by the, you know how he goes on his, you know how he goes on his long monologue.
I think that's when I knew he had been drinking.
You know how
I
he
hadn't
does
drink yet,
but he does his monologues right
off the beginning.
He'll call you a scary asshole and then go on like a 3-minute monologue.
Won't let you respond.
Well, and gave me some time to turn scary assholes into bitches. And so by the time we got to the end of it, I said,
nothing around here.
I don't see no bitches around here. Really,
it was
dog.
rough. What are we gonna do with the Twins? Oh my God, I'm so funny. All right, I'm wondering because I wasn't so much surprised by Clint's list, although I was a bit surprised with one of the teams, but not that surprised. I was downright shocked by Tyler's list.
I was entertained.
I talked to multiple people that cover teams around the country, and my son, which is very important. He's 10. And just said, how many teams would you put ahead of the Houston Texans? Clint had 5 teams over the Texans, right? Kansas City, Baltimore, the Bills, Miami, and Cincinnati. Tyler had 4, which is the shock of the century on this show. The most shocking thing to ever happen on this show happened right here today, June 19th, when Tyler Milner had 4 teams in front of the Houston Texans. The Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Buffalo Bills. I had 3. I'm curious for you, how many teams in your mind as we head into training camp, how many teams in the AFC right now do you have above the Houston Texans?
I don't know if I've taken Tyler's place in the Homer kind of shtick on this show.
Well, listen, I believe you. I don't think it's home.
And this is what you're pushing, Ron. This is what you're doing every time you say and double down and triple down. You know what you're doing.
I don't call
you.
He
knows exactly.
He knows what he's doing. He's smarter than that.
I've called Sean Bijani a homer. I don't call you a homer.
I feel like
that seems to be what you're pushing when you keep saying that.
I feel like you're playing it up. I feel like that's the energy we playing up.
Highly optimistic.
Maybe that's me, or maybe I just kind of view the AFC a lot differently. But if we're talking about the AFC, I only put 2 teams that are like elite, supreme, definitively above the rest. And I think the Texans are like in a collection of a bunch of teams, including some of the ones that y'all have above them. I have them right on par with a bunch of teams that are trying to fight for 3rd place. Like, there are 2 teams that are the best in the AFC. It's the Chiefs and it's the Ravens. Everybody after that, to me, is fighting for 3rd place. And I think the Texans are just one of the teams with the Bengals, with the Bills. If Aaron Rodgers is going to play, then with the Jets, with the Chargers, if the Harbaugh Herbert thing is going to work.
You got the Texans and the Chargers?
But what I'm saying is it's a collection of teams that are trying to fight for 3rd place. I don't think anybody is proven enough or good enough to be saying, hey, I'm this or that, unless your name is the Chiefs or the Ravens.
I think the Bengals are. I mean, they've got.
I don't. They have to come back and show it. Joe Burrow has obviously been hurt. If he's healthy, like they still have to show things. They fell off a year. To me, everybody's improvement mode outside of the Chiefs and the Ravens, trying to get to be as good as them. If you're not as good as the Ravens or the Chiefs, you're fighting for third place.
Well, let me put it to you this way. Let me ask y'all this. If you had to put 500 of your own hard-earned dollars on a team winning the Super Bowl, who you putting it on, the Bengals or the Texans?
The Bengals.
The Bengals.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bengals.
So you put the Bengals ahead of the Texans?
Yeah, if I had to put my money on it.
Okay. Well, hell, you put your word on it. All you got your word and your money.
Oh, I heard you in this other segment, Clint, trying to steal half of Tyler's bet. I was like, man, Clint is in a bad way.
Hey, he didn't want to get it to me.
He can't get in on Tyler's bet, so he gonna try to take half of the bet that Tyler already bet.
He didn't want to give it to me.
I heard that.
Hey, Baltimore or the Texans? Obviously, you've already answered. Kansas City or the Texans?
Hey, but look, to me, it's Baltimore. It's Kansas City. It's Baltimore, and then the Texans. The Texans, they're to me, you're still trying to figure out, are they better than the Indianapolis Colts? I'm looking at the AFC South. They are a bad play away from not even winning that.
Well,
to me, it's jumping the gun to be like, oh, they're the third best team, they're the fourth best team. They're just trying to get there.
No, I think it's a great point. There are the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the AFC, and then
everybody else.
Well, then you've got some teams. I think Buffalo and the Bengals are two of those teams.
I take the Texans over Buffalo.
Well,
today right now.
I would.
Buffalo's a shell of itself.
But the point of being is those two teams are trying to prove that they still deserve to be looked at in that, hey, we've been to 2 AFC championships. Hey man, we've been rocking against Pat Mahomes forever with Buffalo. And then you got a bunch of teams that are trying to raise to the level of being in the conversation with all these teams. So you got a lot of teams at a crossroads, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Young teams coming up, teams that have been established that are coming down, whether it's injury or losing players. And so you got a bunch of teams right there at a crossroads. But again, if I'm having to bet on it, put my hard-earned money on it, I got 5 bettors.
But to me, I almost look at it as tiers or upper, more so of tiers and upper echelon. And there's really, to me, only 2 established elite teams. Everybody else, the Bengals are the closest thing to it because we've seen it before, but we also saw it dip a little bit with the health and everything and all the questions that they have.
That's the deal is if Joe Burrow was not, first off, he wasn't right to start the season, and then he just got hurt. And Higgins was hurt a lot of the year, and Chase missed games.
Right.
So especially with Joe, they went 9-8 without him at the back end of the season.
I don't make assumptions about what a guy's going to look like after injury. You can tell me about what a guy was before he got injured. Now I'd like to see what he looks like after the fact.
So you think there's a chance Joe's different?
I've got no idea. I
got no problem putting 5 ahead of it, Skeezy.
Give me your 5 again. Give me a 5.
Baltimore, Buffalo, Kansas City, Miami.
Not Miami.
Cincinnati.
Absolutely.
Bro, Miami
I think they're on the same par with Miami.
That's the way I
Bro,
to me, they're trying to do the same exact thing. How can you look at Miami the same way after the way things ended for them last season? When it was time,
they went and played in the cold where people are getting legs amputated right now because
right.
Yeah, 14 people with their legs amputated. They had to play in that ball game, and Kansas City got the best of them. The year before, Tua got hurt, and they damn near won a playoff game with a Skylar Thompson or something like that.
Is that a team? And we all know that the playoffs are played in the cold. Is that a team that you feel like you can rely on if they got to go to Kansas City or Buffalo or anywhere where it's cold and the team is good? Baltimore, any of those AFC North teams, Miami is a team that you feel like you could believe in?
As much as you can for the Texans.
Yeah, the team that addresses run game, a quarterback that I believe in more.
I watched the Texans look as bad, if not worse, in better weather against a less team.
But an improved Texans team.
Sure,
they're improved. That added to his running game.
They're improved. I agree with that. I'm just where I'm at right now is just adding a few personnel that for me doesn't put them above teams that have made the playoffs with backup quarterbacks and been booted. Miami, that's a rough draw last year, man. I mean, legit 14 people having limbs amputated because of how cold it was, Chief. I mean, that's a hell of a way to go out. I have a hard time holding that against them.
They didn't want no parts of that.
It be cold.
I mean, damn,
right? Doesn't it get cold at the end?
You're talking about a bad pool now.
What'd you say?
So is it not going to get cold again? You know what I'm saying? Like
if it gets, I'll tell you this: if it gets that cold again, the NFL cancels the game.
But they
can't afford to have people getting legs amputated.
My point is, man, there's something about the way that team was built that I don't believe in at that time of year, and that was the thing that I was trying to guard against with the Texans. I didn't want them to be too air raid. Go ahead and get you a running game. That's why I wanted Derrick Henry to begin with. I know that's not something that you looked at or thought was a good idea, but to me, it's like, hey.
I think that's a good point. I think it's fair.
When you can't throw the football, or when it's cold, when you got the Jets,
what does it look like?
What's your alternative? Yeah. And I think that they did address that, to me, more so than Miami did. So I guess we're talking through this. I got them over Miami. I got them over Buffalo. I got them right there with Cincinnati. I'd probably put Cincinnati slightly above them. So, yeah, I got, 3 teams?
Yeah.
3 teams?
Miami ran the ball pretty well until they got up into that game.
They ran it and threw it. They ran it and threw it as well as anybody.
Text line coming in. B. Scott knows exactly what he's talking about.
Oh, come on, man. I think we all know what he's talking about.
Please stop it with the Bengals chatter right now. Texans are a step above the Bengals. Yeah, Joe Burrow.
No, I'm not going that far, though. See, I want to be clear on what I'm saying.
But yeah,
they're not no step above.
At the end of the day.
Come on, man.
It's just the Chiefs and the Ravens.
A step above. See, that's what I'm trying not to do. I don't want to go too far with this Texans thing, but I don't want to put these other teams above them when I don't feel like they are in a position to be talked about the same way.
Go on, stand on.
So that's how I feel about it. I feel like it's more of a tier thing than exactly a ranking.
That's my thing.
Ron ain't gonna let you. That's not the question Ron asked.
Well, no, he answered it. He gave us.
He's got a way of asking questions that corner you.
We talked through it. That's my thing is with the Dolphins.
Doesn't he, Tyler?
The Dolphins, I'm not trying to corner. I mean, Tyler is the most believable, optimistic fan. I mean, he held on with Davis Mills. Like you have to mentally tell yourself, like you have to mentally get yourself to believe
jersey.
To believe in that. I'm not I don't think he's a homer. Right now.
Where's that jersey at, Tyler? What you do with it? What you end up doing?
I think it's in my laundry room somewhere.
Hey, take that 0 off and put Diggs on the back. You got something.
Tyler, I don't think we're sitting there during the Cully years.
Okay.
The Cully years saying, "Hey man, this thing's going to work. They're going to turn it around. They're going to turn it around." No, he's not a homer delusional, but I think he lends towards being optimistic, like I think most fans are. I just never I always tell the story. Tyler was sitting there at Minute Maid down 7-0, and he believed.
Where did you rank the Texans last year before the season?
31st.
You see how quickly it can change?
No, it can't change.
That's all I'm saying, man. This not the the NBA where it's the same teams that's good every year, man. Anything could swing, man. I think the Texans are on the swing.
Yeah, they got it. My deal is those 3 teams we talked about it. Those 3 teams have been to AFC Championship games and Super Bowls, and I've seen them do it. And they've had a couple of runs, the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bengals.
And it's
the other teams, I feel like Buffalo is just kind of in transition, so I just don't know that much about what they're going to be. And then the Dolphins haven't done as much. That's why I have them kind of in the same range.
The Texans, between what they're bringing back and what they added, I feel like is the best mix. You know what I'm saying? Like the potential, the core of what's there, and what they added on both sides of the ball, I feel like is the best mix, and that's why I put them up there having the best chance or having a really good chance of being that, that team that could knock off maybe the Ravens.
That's Brandon Scott right there. Every single Wednesday, 4:40 Texans Report with Brandon Scott. Coming up, we'll get you ready for this game tonight for the Astros, which if they lose, I'll announce it. It's rock bottom. And I better see at least some towels in hand tomorrow if they lose tonight and end up losing the series. We'll get you caught up with that and the latest with what they're going to do tomorrow with Verlander going on the IL and the PGA Tour being an enabler to Tiger Woods. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here.
WSL.com/watch. And WSL. We play here.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, and the DILF. The big DILF. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, who said he made some good coin last night, have the latest. And first, the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And the Astros look to avoid, I believe, rock bottom. We talked about it, Clint, and we said if they go up there and they lose, or they go to Mexico and lose that 2-game series to the Rockies, that's rock bottom. They went and won those 2 games and kind of started going a little bit. Clint, all right, I think, and we called that they needed to sweep because of the hole they've put themselves in. But, Clint, they can't lose a series to the White Sox.
Well, this is not good.
They can't lose a series to the White Sox, 10 games back, 7 or 8 back in the wild card. That can't happen at all. Like, this has to be take advantage of it territory. And I think a lot of people will be throwing in the towel potentially if they lose a series to the White Sox, especially the way that Hunter Brown has been pitching. So, for me, Clint, this falls into a must-win category.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, absolutely. I'm sitting there watching the game last night, Ron, and Jeff Blum. And again, not that it's the end-all, be-all, but when TK and Jeff Blum feel comfortable saying aggressive things like this about the Astros, clearly it's real. Jeff Blum last night said he used the term dire. They are in a dire situation right now in Houston, and it was within a conversation about the division, about the playoffs, about the future of the season, and so you that, and then you look at Dana Brown's comments about you got to make a run, you got to cut this deficit in half. You're down 10 games in the division, you got to cut it in half by the All-Star break. Or no, I'm sorry. He said by the end of July. It's not the All-Star break, but that time span does include the All-Star break. So, you're talking about some serious movement in the next 6 weeks, 5 weeks, and you talk about 2 guys that are very close to the organization. So clearly, we're in a spot where it's now or never, and you would think 4 of the next 7 games are against the White Sox and the Rockies. You would think you got to take them 4 games if you want to make those things. If you want to exit dire situation, and if you want to make a run and cut this 10-game deficit in the division in half by the end of July, you would think that taking those 4 games, 4 of your next 7, you would think taking the Colorado Rockies series and the rest of this White Sox series would be huge.
Yep, this was the month, Clint. This was the month where they faced a lot of teams that were under 500. They weren't running into the Yankees. They weren't running into the Guardians. They weren't running into the Dodgers. They weren't running into the Phillies. They were running into teams that were below 500 and teams that were either worse than them or in the same category as them. This is clearly the worst of the bunch. The White Sox come into the series winning 19 games. They've won 20 now because they won last night against the Astros. Hunter Brown goes tonight. This is the lineup behind him. Altuve at second. Dubon at first tonight, and he is batting second. Bregman, who has a 16-game hitting streak, is hitting third and playing third. Jordan is out of the lineup. That's normally the area that Jordan has been. He is out of the lineup for a second straight night. Diaz is batting fourth and is the DH tonight with Pena behind him. Jake Myers is in center field. Victor Caratini is catching again with McCormick and Hummel getting his first start. His first start since he's been up here. He's had one at bat over the weekend against the Tigers, but his first start for the Astros with the big club. So that is the lineup behind Hunter Brown, and they got to score tonight. All right, yes, okay. What happened yesterday? They can't have somebody come through here and go damn near complete game on them.
Ron, what do I need some help.
I do too.
This Hummel cat. Like, I mean, how do we justify one at bat this year in the big leagues? How do you, and that's a serious question, how do you justify the mindset? You had a guy in Cabbage last night go out there, and he swung the bat better than anybody not named Bregman last night, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I didn't see Bregman's hits to be.
I will assume that the help is Cabbage is left-handed. There's a left-handed starter on the mound.
Well, but I mean, do we have a big enough sample size of Hummel hitting against a left-handed starter?
No.
To trump a guy like that swung it well last night? I don't know. I'm just like that. It seems silly to me that you take a guy that and again,
Vic's the only
one game. I know all my baseball heads out there. I know it's one game, not a big. No, this is the kind of stuff that's trivial to me. I mean, you're already without two of your bats, your two biggest bats, and now you choose to play a guy that's got one big league at bat this year over a guy that looked better than anybody else in the lineup against the White Sox last night.
Yeah, I mean, it's the lefty matchup. They're facing a lefty. The only lefty in the lineup for the Astros is Caratini, which makes me wonder: is Yiner not able to catch yet? I'm sure they could have thrown Yiner in there and potentially added somebody else in the lineup if they wanted to go right. I don't know if he's caught yet. I don't understand. The thing with Hummel, I'm guessing, is because there's a left-handed pitcher, and he wanted to get as many righties in there. That would be the explanation, I would assume. So we'll see, man. They got to put up more than 2 runs. They got to put up more than 2 runs tonight and score some. Hell, really, just score one more than what the White Sox do. It's got to be 1-0. That I guess that works too. But they need their offense, even without Tucker, who we don't have an update on, even without Jordan. They've got to get them out. By the way, tomorrow this has just been let out over the last hour or so. Spencer Arrighetti will start tomorrow's series finale against the White Sox. We were hearing there were many different ways they could go. They could go with bringing up Blair Henley for a spot start. They could have gone and made it a bullpen game. But Spencer Arrighetti is going to be on full rest. Framber will be on full rest as well when he pitches on Sunday. Saturday, we have no idea.
Either got to be a bullpen day or a Blair Henley day,
right? I think they're going to have to bring up Blair Henley unless they make a trade or something prior to Saturday.
It's not ideal,
but yeah, Blanco will be in full rest on Friday. It's Saturday they're going to have to deal with. Your vote still Blair?
Yeah, my vote's Blair
against the Orioles.
My vote's Blair. If it turns into if he blows up early and turns into a bullpen game, go ahead and go your bullpen game. But yeah, I'd go invite Blair Henley's grandma back down, mom and dad. I mean, that is a
ain't that tough? Hey man, we got you 2 spot starts, baby. Go to Dallas and Arlington to catch the Rangers coming off the World Series. And now we're going to take the Orioles, who right up there amongst the top teams with homers.
Yeah, man. Let's get Blair Henley out there, invite Grandma and the family back in. I mean, you've got about eight lives that have been affected by that shellacking that you sent that fella out there with them catcher shoes and with Arrighetti's glove. Like, give him his glove, give him a couple of days to get his mind right, give him his cleats, and let's see if he can't. Look at it like this. Let's let him start what potentially could be a bullpen game. And see what happens. See if he can't make Grandma a little more proud than what he did last time.
We'll see. Well, it may not happen Saturday.
Could you imagine how you change that man's life if he goes out there and gives you 5 good innings and win, lose, or draw, 5 good innings, man, get off that bump. You just changed Grandma. However much every time Grandma got left, you changed it. Mom and Dad, or they got that bad taste out of their mouth, and Blair showed what he could do. Come on, man. Who can't get behind that?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're not even interested.
Well, I think they need to be trying to win. They might as well.
That is trying to win. What's the alternative? Well, what is the alternative to trying to win that sounds better? I know I'm making it about Grandma, but what's the alternative?
I feel like maybe a bullpen game. Maybe better. You got an update on some things, Tyler?
Yeah, manager Joe Espada just meeting with the media in the dugout over there in Chicago. This is coming from our guy, Adam Spillane. The Astros are planning to call up a starter for Friday's opener against the Orioles. Joe Espada said They want to give Ronel Blanco the extra day of rest and start him on Saturday. Also, a piece of information on Yordan Alvarez. He is still away due to the family matter he's dealing with. Joe Espada did say, though, that there's a chance Yordan could rejoin the Astros team later tonight.
All right, so that is the latest with Yordan, and so not Friday, which was originally thought because he'd be on full rest on Friday. Ronel Blanco, they want to give him an extra day, so somebody will get called up.
Well, if Blair pitches tomorrow,
Blair is supposed to. Yeah,
if he doesn't pitch tomorrow, then you got to think that's the guy, right?
That's right.
Because he's scheduled to pitch tomorrow in Sugar Land.
Yep, that's one to watch.
Come on,
if he gets scratched from that start,
I'm good with it,
if
man.
If they're gonna do it, fly him here with the team now. Make sure he has all of his damn equipment.
Get him in there a couple days. Right,
Fly
that's
him
right.
with the team.
See, now you're buying in, Ron. Come on, man.
Whoever is they're going to do.
See, Ron's got a heart, man.
I have a heart.
Ron's got a heart, man.
I have a heart. I mean.
You hear this, Tyler?
I saw Blair.
Look at Ron. He's smiling, got a little bit of a heart over there.
No, he's cranky today.
I'm not cranky. This is a tough one, man. Blair's coming back up, potentially.
It'll give you one more reason to watch. One more reason to be vested. One more reason,
no idea.
man.
By the way, I got no idea who it is if it is Blair.
Ask.
Maybe it's Forrest.
Yeah, Sean and Creighton, they play.
Ask old Creighton. He'll know.
Yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the PGA Tour.
Smells good, don't you? You smell that every day she comes in here?
I didn't smell it. I don't smell it. She gets really close to you.
She wears a nice fragrance.
Does she?
It's strong,
I've
too.
missed it.
It's strong, y'all.
I've missed it. The PGA Tour, they're creating a sponsor's exemption for Tiger Woods. It cites exceptional lifetime achievement as they're going to allow him to participate in tournaments, including majors, to deal with a exceptional lifetime achievement. PGA Tour has created a special sponsor exemption for the 15-time major champion Tiger Woods and Woods alone, based on his exceptional lifetime achievement.
I mean, doesn't he have a lifetime, like a lifetime pass to all the majors anyway?
I thought he did. I thought he did because he won them, and anyone you win, I thought that you get to roll anyway. But yes, I guess now it doesn't matter. Any tournament he wants to play in, Tiger gets to play it. It's fine. It's just.
It says here the sponsor exemption would be available for Woods to compete in 8 signature events.
You're right, man. You're right. You're right on this, Clint. Just get on the bag for Charlie. Just get on the bag for Charlie. It's over, man. You don't have to create these things for him. I can't believe I'm saying it. You know how I feel about Tiger. I'm just over it, man.
Well, I think he's got to, man. It's
Is he going to actually play in some of these tournaments, Tyler?
Not all of them, but yeah.
Just get some work. Can you do something? Can you do something to get some work in before you play? Just embarrass yourself in these majors.
That'd be better.
It'd be better if he'd do something to make himself look better.
Boy, they trying to sell some tickets, ain't they?
Ain't they?
They need woo-woo out there, boy.
Telling you.
I saw John, my boy John Daly. His son, he played in what's one of those tour up and coming, not up and coming, but youngster tours before the Corn Ferry.
Oh,
Corn Ferry Tour, isn't that one of them? The amateurs, or not the amateurs, you actually get paid for it, but one of the.
I know at one point it was the Hooters Tour.
Well, anyway, John Daly, Lil John is he played in his first one. I think he's playing in it now, and John posted a video, wishing him best of luck, kind of deal, and he's not gonna be able to be there because he's playing in a different tournament. It's just a matter of time before John's tour busing with Lil John around. He ain't toting that bag with that bad knee, but he's gonna be there supporting.
Somebody supporting him.
He's gonna be smoking them heaters, huh? Yes,
Tiger needs to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody
Tiger
texted, Tiger is holding the PGA Tour hostage. They need the ratings.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing him a huge favor by staying his broke down ass out there.
You ain't lying, man. I'm not gonna lie. He gets me the first 2 rounds.
Oh, there ain't. When he's on the screen, he's still. Let me check in.
Rounds.
Now, if the first time I look up there, he's hitting it off in he's hitting it out of bounds, and he's limping around. I'm out pretty quick.
All right, more from the Texans. More from the Texans as some of their young guns are speaking out about what they want to do, what they want to accomplish. Do you like how the Texans are moving this offseason? We'll discuss that coming.
I saw Arrighetti look like he was in control. He felt confident in his pitches, and he pitched his ass off and got a much-needed win.
The Big Orange Wagon with Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. All Astros, all the time. Find new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Fellas, I don't know where you sit on this, but this is to me not surprising at all. I wondered if it would run this way. It looks like it has. The Houston Texans, coming off of last season's surprise year, as we talked about, as I've said, I think last year was one of the greatest turnarounds in the history of sports, from where the Texans came from to where they got.
The Houston Texans were supposed to suck.
They were, Pat, and for them to get to winning the division outright, I don't know any other way you can, but winning the division outright and getting to the divisional round of the playoffs was an amazing accomplishment for what they did. And then they started to load up and add some pieces and had one of the better off seasons of anybody in football, which has led people to have them in the category of Super Bowl contender, which I think the Texans completely deserve, and it is fair. But my thought and wonder was, how are they going to handle this type of target, this now type of new pressure, this now type of expectations? How are they going to do it? And I'm wondering from you all, and I'll start with you two here. Those of you all can jump in, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. It feels like the Texans are moving differently, not only from their other peers, but it looks like they're moving a lot different than they did last year, Clint. This was a group that to me was building a culture with confidence, but humble confidence, togetherness, and I'm not saying that's completely gone. But in the offseason, you're hearing from C.J. Stroud, who's been very vocal on multiple platforms, and really kind of talking towards other teams, other players, and what it is that they are going to do. Now, guys like Tank Dell talking about he's going for 1,300 yards, 10-plus touchdowns next year, 70-plus catches, really 100, but I ain't going to speak on that. That's from Tank. And then the latest from Nico Collins, who just got the big deal. I'm trying to get 1,500 yards minimum. That's what I'm chasing. Chasing dudes that I've watched for years like Julio Jones, Calvin Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald. It feels like to me they're moving in a different way than they did last year. And it's to me the biggest concern that I had, knowing what people and how teams were going to view them this year.
I don't think there's any doubt that they're moving in a different way. Last year it seems like it really felt like everybody was bought into D'Amico and Nick in terms of what can you do to help this team win ball games. I'm just here to help this team win games. They asked me to run block, I'll run block. They asked me to be number one receiver, number two receiver, number three receiver, I'll do that. They asked me to come off the bench, I'll do that. Whatever it takes to help this team win. Now all of a sudden guys are putting it out there that they want 1,500 yards, 1,300 yards. And as you mentioned, C.J. Stroud is creating all kinds of locker room bulletin board material for opponents, in-division opponents, and beyond. And there's no doubt that it's different than what we saw last year. To me, the fear is none of these guys, and I've obviously I feel this way because of my response to Nico Collins getting a huge payday, right? None of these guys have established themselves well enough to change, to stray from whatever approach they had last year of being the underdog, of feeling like nobody's talking about you, feeling like you're disrespected, You got to go out there and earn it all. To now, it seems like there's a lot of chatter. There's a lot of beating your chest. There's a lot of talk about individual goals and individual stats. And now the question is the success from last year going to their head? And are they feeling themselves? And are they getting too big for their britches? And all of a sudden they're going to run into this first-place schedule, and when rubber meets the road, they're going to be brought back down to earth? Or is this just, hey, man, it's the offseason. It's the first offseason that Tank had. It's the first offseason that Nico Collins, the baller Nico Collins, has had. It's the first offseason that C.J. Stroud has had. And, hey, man, we just got a lot of access to these guys, and they're just saying what they want to say, and it doesn't mean much. I personally, Ron, don't like what I'm hearing. I would rather them at this point don't stray from what allowed you, the mindset that allowed you to exceed expectations last year. But as I've said multiple times, I think they're in for a rude awakening with the schedule. I think they're in for a rude awakening of the league having film on them now in year two. When I say them, I mean Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins. I think it's going to be a little tougher sledding this year, and this is a part of that in terms of what you said. Boy, listening to all the hype around the success you had last year could be dangerous.
But that's the thing; it's just so different from what they were building and the mindset of what they're building. I'm not even sitting here saying that the hell they won't get and achieve all the goals that they have set out. I'm just saying this just feels a lot different than it was last year. And I'm not surprised at all, because I think this is what a lot of young people do. I think a lot of young teams that aren't as much experience as maybe some of these other teams, because the teams that they are being compared to, Clint, I don't think 2,000 yards is out here outwardly on the mound of Christian McCaffrey, and he's going to tell people.
Those guys have been there, done that, right? I mean, those guys.
Just the teams that they're being compared to aren't moving like this,
right?
And to me, this is an early sign of, all right, all of it before it starts is, how are you going to handle being a team that people are looking at you and want to take you down, instead of last year? All right, here's the Texans. We got them on the schedule. All right, here we go. Their teams are looking at the Texans completely differently. They're a team that has more of a target on their back than they ever did last year. And the way that you got to get yourself geared up for every single week in all of these teams, and yes, it may sound like a small thing of like, oh, yeah, why can't they list off their accomplishments or their goals? I'm just saying, look at this deal here. You got one guy talking about, I'm getting 1,300 yards. I need 10 touchdowns. You know, I got 1,500 yards minimum. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm going for. You got Diggs over here, who you know is in a contract year and looking to at least get one more big contract. That just goes different from, as you said, Clint, earlier, hey, man, I know I'm listed as right tackle, but I'll go play left guard. Like, I know I'll do whatever it takes. They're just moving differently. And I think it's interesting. Someone texted in, Ron, aren't you the one who said Nico needs to get at least 1,000 yards to justify his contract? Now you're saying something different. No, I'm not saying anything different. Yes,
is that my boy Ron?
They're paying him like a 1. Me saying that has nothing to do with him coming out and saying, hey, man, I know I'm on a team with Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell, but man, I want 1,500 yards minimum.
Ron,
that's where I'm at 1,500 yards minimum.
That's not even who the textures. It's not even the conversation being had. The conversation right now is all you've heard from these guys through all the success last year was team. Even in these situations where it was on their own accord, now all of a sudden it's about individual numbers. All of a sudden you got a quarterback walking around creating all kind of bulletin board material for the opponents. What does it matter? I don't know. If you go out there and you kick everybody's ass, it doesn't matter. But it is definitely straying from what they are. Yeah. So if you don't think it's a big deal, I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, cool. I don't like it. You make runs you live in the playoffs for a few years. You make a serious run, and you want to be an MVP like Lamar Jackson, say, man, I'd like to throw for 6,000 yards, even though everybody knows that's crazy as hell. You want to make that say, okay, fine, do whatever you want. That man's got 2 MVPs. I mean, that man's team won 13 games last year. I mean, that's a different animal. You've made one run when nobody expected it to. Get a few more pelts on the wall. Get a little longer in the tooth before we start talking about what we individually want to do. That's it.
Yeah, and just away from whatever you were, the route and the role you were going last year. Because I think we could all agree, it was as much culture and how they got this thing together than it was the talent out there. Culture to me is the selflessness is how you get and find a way to win road games with Case Keenum as your quarterback.
You spin the ball around the park, and one week a guy has 150 yards, the next week he doesn't have much of nothing, the next week he doesn't have much, and also, different guys step up and play, and when it's, hey man, team first, I'll do whatever for the team. Guy breaks his leg on the goal line, blocking inside the tackles, Tank Dell. Hey, when it's all about the team, hey man, that's all. Hey, water under the bridge, we'll move on, just deal with it. When you got guys that are looking for 1,300, guys that are looking for 1,500, guys that are looking for 100 catches, guys that are looking for 10 touchdowns, all of a sudden, Noah Brown getting 175 yards worth of catches in a game is going to be a problem, potentially. Yeah. We'll see.
All right, coming up, it's tonight a crossroads night. Is tonight a night for any Astros fans?
Crossroads.
Is tonight a night where you're like, hey, I might have to step off this train?
Is it Bone Thugs and Harmony?
Yeah. Or as I would say, throw in the towel. Is this potentially rock bottom night for the Astros? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before that, ladies out there, hey, I'm not just talking to fellas. You.
Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I appreciate it. 1 versus 11 right here, Tyler. Ron is the only one with good takes on the show today. Good job, Ron. I appreciate that.
That's why you're the leader of the drive.
I appreciate that too, man. You know, I didn't say it, but it is true. But as I said, 1 against 11. Others, somebody compared us to their old lady.
Probably a hell of a woman.
I go out and what my man say here on YouTube and Twitch. Shout out to Jeff Harmon. We appreciate you. You guys sound like my old lady. Tell her I'm going to run errands and may stop off for a beer, but the only thing she hears is a beer. I dig their confidence. Like, some of this isn't even just confidence. To me, it's just, like, I would, like, and like I said, I'm not surprised. That's the whole thing for me is do it again. It's one thing when you do it one year and the way that you did it and you catch people kind of off guard and by surprise a bit. But then now when people view you differently, and yes, they have become a better team and added more parts, but people view you differently and things kind of change, like your schedule. Now let's see what happens and how you handle things the next year.
T-Mill, that's the NFL for you.
And now it's not just win. It is like, yo, man, these guys are Super Bowl contenders. Vegas was giving you and the Ravens the same amount of Super Bowl odds. Despite what that team has accomplished and what they did last year to you and to the league. But what I'm saying is, if we were to sit Clinton Tyler, let's say 3 very, very key parts to all of the other Super Bowl contending teams, I just don't think that we're hearing noise like this. And hell, maybe it may not mean that. Hell, the Miami Hurricanes in the 90s did whatever the hell they want to do under Jimmy, and they won. But, I mean, right now, you think about the other quarterbacks that are competing to be Super Bowl contenders, I don't think you really hear them out there like this, the way that CJ is. I don't know that, as I used earlier, Christian McCaffrey gives a rip. I don't think George Kittle gives a rip if he sets tight end records or anything like that. I don't know that I believe that, Joe Burrow is and he's as confident as ever, is rolling around here wanting to let everybody know what he's done to him or what he's capable of doing.
You mean he's not on Radio Row talking about how he shredded a defense when they were in prevent because they were up so quick?
But also, Joe. But also, I can understand because Joe's been through it and knows what it takes to get there. And CJ and the crew are just learning, and the way that they're just learning and how they're operating right now is just straight, as you said in the last segment, away from everybody. So
it definitely strayed away from the messaging. Like, none of this, and this is why I was concerned with it. I mean, 2 months ago when we were talking about it, like, that's my biggest concern is you got a team that had some very early success. You got to take into account the schedule. You got to take into account the fact that there was no film on Bobby Slowick or C.J. Stroud, hell, or anybody else for that matter. I mean, they had more film on Noah Brown than any other skilled player on this team, to be honest with you.
You ever watch Bobby?
And and you had a team which couldn't convert a 4th down that allowed you to end up winning the division and ultimately get in the playoffs. And I mean, good job, tip to cap, not minimizing it at all, but that was the path. And the whole time, this team I'll do whatever it takes to help this team win games. That's all I care about. It's all the messaging you hear. And now,
my goals to win Rookie of the Year.
Right now, you've had some success. We've had an off season to watch, and there's just a significant difference in what your quarterback's talking about. And in what your receivers are now talking about. Because, let's be honest, it would have been silly as hell for Nico Collins or Tank Dell last year to talk about 1,500 or 1,300 yards. They'd never pissed a drop in the league, right? Now they've had a little success, got a little taste of it, and they're doing a lot of talking. And I mean, I think I heard Tyreek Hill say he wanted 2,000, but we're talking about a very well-accomplished, long in the tooth, pelts on the wall type of player. I think I heard Lamar Jackson talk about wanting 6,000 yards. Again, as silly as it was, you're talking about a former MVP that's won 10, 12, 13 games in seasons multiple times.
But it fits with Tyreek. Like I think there's an argument that for Tyreek that maybe is as important as it is for him winning.
Fair. You would know better than anybody.
Like, I mean, if you look at it there, what have the Dolphins done since he's done? Like, I felt like that is important. Tim, I'm not surprised of that, but that's not what the Texans have been pushing and preaching. Someone texted, "You all sound like you're scared." It's not like about scared. Like, it's just like you know that you are Nico Collins or Tank Dell, because they both have come out with what they want. You know who's on your team. You know you're one of three potential monsters, maybe the best trio in the league. There's an argument, Clint, that those two are receivers 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I want 1,500 yards minimum. That's what it like. Because like you said before that, it felt like the answer. If you would have said somebody would have posed to anybody, these guys on the team, like about individual things, they would have veered it right back to, and we got to figure out how to beat the Ravens.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Whatever it takes to beat the Ravens.
That's what that seems like. No, man. I know he said he wants 13. I'm trying to get 15.
Yeah. And I think the point too, Ron, is more. I know for me, that's just the matter of fact. That's the messaging and the comments that are coming out of the mouths of the players. Right, it's different than last year. If that doesn't bother some folks, so be it. If you don't have an opinion on it, so be it. But the reality too of it is I'm not here to say that guys talking about what they individually want will ever be a problem, whether that means they're selfish or not. I don't know. I'm not privy to that information. I don't know these guys that intimately. But I can tell you that a locker room full of guys that legitimately have no expectations, that legitimately are going, I will do whatever it takes to help this team win. I will buy 100% into whatever Bobby Slowick wants to do, to whatever D'Amico Ryan wants to do. And it ain't about me. It ain't about my stats. It's about this week. Can we go out and get a W? That is rare in sports, damn sure in pro sports, when there's so much money involved and egos involved. And when you have that, it is extremely, extremely powerful. I know that was a huge plus for the Texans last year. And I know that what we're hearing now, I'm more concerned about the C.J. Stroud stuff than anything. But nonetheless, like what you're hearing now is definitely them straying from that messaging. Make of it what you will. That's just the fact of the matter.
And I don't think it's any surprise of who it is that's doing it. Like, I think Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs have been in kind of the situation of trying to win and get to the next level. Yeah. I bet you we don't hear them tell you about individuals, like stuff like that.
Yeah, I would imagine you don't.
They've been there, done that. They've been there, done that. And that's the difference. It's not anything against them. So, Jeff, hey, maybe you need to take a look at how many beers you're getting. My man Jeff said, we sound like his old lady. Tell her he's going to go run some errands and stop off for a beer, and the only thing she hears is the beer. Well, maybe, Jeff, you need to maybe look at how many beers you're out there grabbing. Maybe she got good reason to be concerned about that one beer that turns into 4.
Yeah, you're in a bad spot. If you can't just say, hey, man, run out and grab a beer, man, that sounds like there's more to the story, man. Sounds like you messed up a long time ago. It ain't your wife. It ain't your phrasing. Sounds like you messed up a long time ago.
Out now.
Come on now. Hey, I'll drink a cold beer with you, Jeff.
I will.
Just go ahead and put that out there.
I'll drink 4 of them.
Don't blame it on me with your wife, though.
That's right. You can tell her you're having 4. Maybe she'd be all right with us. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, as they'll look at which is bigger, Jets Thursday night football on Halloween night or Cowboys Monday night football. So they'll have that conversation coming up behind us. And Area 45, Bijani and Creighton, they'll have the post-game And this better be a post game in which the Houston Astros are winning tonight. This feels must win. We talked about it. I wanted to know from Astros fans off the top.
Hey, Tyler got me in, Chief.
He got you in? Oh, boy. How about that?
Tyler got me in.
Maybe
Big game Hunter Brown.
So
we need 6, don't we?
You need 6 strikeouts tonight.
Make that money.
Green money coming in hot.
Make that money.
Let's go. I hope you all get a W.
Make that money.
If they lose tonight, are you throwing in the towel?
No, I won't throw it in. I'll keep clinching it pretty damn hard, though.
It depends on how it goes down.
It's a good point.
You could envision a scenario that you punt on the season.
Yes.
I don't think you've ever been there. I don't think you've been there yet this year. You can envision.
I mean, Espada's off to a really good start with Hummel in left field. And I don't want to hear. I know baseball guys. I know righty lefty. I know lefty righty in the lineup. I know all the old tricks. They're silly.
They're just not.
I mean, we're talking about a guy that's had one big league at bat. Leave your left-handed, right-handed stuff at home. I don't care about it. It's silly.
I wonder how many people there. Someone texted in, said they're on the verge. They're on the verge of throwing in the towel. Because what happens tonight would be a loss of a series to the White Sox.
I need to find out what's going on with Jordan. I'm biting my tongue. It better be serious family. I mean, we're 10 games back, Chief.
No, I want you to keep biting the tongue.
I mean, it better be serious.
I want you to keep biting that sucker. And we got family. I'm going to dip on out of that. Well, you got to handle that. Whatever that is, that's more important. They said, however, report right, Tyler, that he could be back with the club tonight.
It sounds more likely that he'll be joining the club tomorrow. But yes.
Ron, we get
tomorrow?
We got wisdom teeth getting removed or something. I'm having a problem with it.
But of course, yes. If it's wisdom tooth, yes, we will all. I will blow a gasket right with you. I'll fight to get to the mic. I would imagine this isn't wisdom teeth.
I mean,